I've done over 100 million in sales with my own internal sales teams and scaled 5 different 8-figure sales teams for companies I own personally. And in this video, I'm not gonna hold anything back. Across this 5-hour training, I'm gonna break down everything that I know about selling at the absolute highest level. So we're gonna cover sales first principles and actually how to think about sales. Because if I can teach you how to think about it the right way, all the tactics, the sales process, everything comes naturally as a byproduct after that. We're also gonna cover the belief ladder. So the 7 beliefs your prospect has to have to buy and how to install those beliefs before we transition to the close, where instead of having to hard close the prospect closes themselves. We're also gonna talk about the inner game of sales and how to develop a mindset that produces more deals. We'll dive into tonality and why 2 different closers can use the same exact scripts and get entirely different results. Then we'll actually go into the scripting and the end-to-end sales process of exactly how it works and everything you need to say along the way. And then we'll finish with a segment of how to handle every single objection imaginable, including scripting, exactly what to say, exactly how you do your rebuttal, so on and so forth. So let's get started. Sales philosophy, okay? So the basics, the fundamentals, really sales 101, but really how to think about sales, okay? So one of my mentors once told me that if I can teach you the right way of thinking, the right philosophy around selling, then the tactics, or in this case, the exact words to say, will naturally come through you as a byproduct of that, as a byproduct of having the right mental models, the right way of thinking, which the reason why that's so important is because when you start to become really reliant on the exact words to say or scripts or whatever, that might work well in a certain situation. But then when you get thrown into different situations or things that are unplanned or unscripted, you kind of get lost, right? Whereas when you have the right philosophy, all the masters, they have the right philosophy, they have the right way of thinking about it, then you have a ton of behavioral flexibility because you can get thrown into any situation, sales situation, and you're still going to win. You're still going to do well because you have the right underlying base and the right underlying way of thinking about it working for you. So with that being said, let's get into it, sales philosophy. So what we're going to cover is what people really buy and why people really buy, the 6 human needs and emotional states, tension and internal pressure, Heaven Island and Hell Island, and then we're going to finish up talking about your only 2 jobs on a sales call. So with that being said, what do people really buy? And why do people really buy? Well, they don't buy your offer, you, company, brand, testimonials, etc. Really what they do at the very, very highest meta level is a prospect buys because they're trying to go from current situation to desired situation. And if you look at the screen right now, you have current, desired. Essentially, your product needs to bridge that gap. And your product needs to be the most likely path of least resistance, fastest, effective, most superior, most likelihood of achievement way of getting from current to desired situation. Like a great way of thinking about that is Alex Hormozi's value cube, where he has like perceived likelihood of achievement, dream outcome, time delay, effort. Like the highest equation of that is really the one the prospect is going to want to buy to close that gap, right? Between current and desired situation. Now, you've probably heard prospects buy or they make decisions emotionally and then justify with logic, right? So how do we discern that? Well, you have current, desired situation. Within each of those, within current and desired, there's logic reasons why and there's emotional reasons why, okay? There's like, I call it surface level reasons why. Those are things you can put your finger on. Like that's the actual situation. And then there's the emotions behind that, okay? So again, we have current, we have desired situation, right? The prospect's gonna buy the most likely path in their mind, right? The most highest value path to get from current to desired. And then within current and desired, there's surface level and emotional. Now, within emotional, there's 6 key states that the prospects are either trying to get away from or buy, okay? And I got these directly from Tony Robbins' 6 human needs, okay? So what are they? Certainty, variety, significance, growth, contribution, love, and connection, okay? Again, certainty, variety, significance, growth, contribution, love, and connection. Certainty and significance are always the most powerful if we can weave those into our pitch. Now, might seem a little meta right now, but let's get into this example and you'll understand what I mean. So we're going to talk about an entrepreneur on the business roller coaster, okay? So what that means is like if the business roller coaster is the typical feast and famine thing, right? Because you don't know where your leads are coming from, you have inconsistent sales. Because you have inconsistent sales, you have inconsistent revenue, cash flow, and then ultimately an inconsistent life, right? With a lot of ups and downs and peaks and valleys and stress. So let's take this as an example, like it's a real estate agent who's just working off referrals, they're subject to seasonality in the market, they don't know how to generate their own leads consistently, repeatedly, day after day, month after month, they don't really have that real business set in yet. Like they're a business roller coaster, okay? So let's imagine that's the person. So what's their surface level? Like what's their logical surface level situation current? Well, inconsistent lead flow, revenue, income, life, right? Because if lead flow's off, everything else is off. Well, what's the emotional level below that? Well, they have uncertainty or they lack certainty, okay? Which that's the anxiety of not knowing where the next lead or client's going to come from. They lack significance because they're not the top performing agent in the office. They're not really getting any of the awards. They're also their family, their kids. Like, you know, this person wants to be the provider and really crush it, but he's not really getting that significance. So there's that. There's lack of love and connection, which can be for the same reasons because of the family. There's lack of growth, right? This person might have been making the same income for the last 5 years. There's lack of contribution because, you know, a lot of real estate agents, for instance, I used to sell real estate agents. They're passionate about what they do. They think they're the best at what they do, but what they see is instead of the best person getting the clients, the best marketer gets the clients, right? And they think they're better than that person or they'll take better care of their clients, et cetera, right? So there's that lack of contribution. Now, obviously, in this case, again, the uncertainty and then the lack of significance is going to be the most powerful things in this real estate example. So then what's the desired situation? Well, the logic or the surface level is obvious, right? Consistent lead flow, duh, okay? But what's the emotional level below that? Well, certainty, knowing where the next client's going to come from, significance, peers look up to them, family looks up to them, love and connection, same thing, growth, they're breaking new records, contribution to make it more impact, et cetera, right? It's really just the rest of it inverted. So hopefully this makes sense. You might be thinking, okay, great, does make sense, but how do I actually use this? Well, we'll talk about that later in the trainings. However, one thing I'll say is even just knowing this, once you have a sales process in place, I would do two things. Like once I learned this, number one, when I was doing my discovery, I try to look for these emotional pain points based on these 6 human needs. And then in my pitch, I would, and also, you know, the pain points, and when you're going in your discovery and trying to cover Heaven Island and like the desire aspect of things, you want to look for these emotional hit points as well, the emotional desire points, which is still, again, the 6 human needs. And then when you have all that stuff in your discovery and you know what hits, which is going to be one of these 6, okay? Then when you weave into your pitch, you can weave these in, or when you go into your pitch, you can weave these types of things in, and you can start to think about ahead of time, okay, like when I hit this feature, I can really start to incorporate some significance elements, okay? When I hit this feature, that's where I'm going to really incorporate the certainty and the consistency and knowing for sure, right? And so you can start to just really weave those into how you explain your features and emotionalize and dimensionalize them. And it's very, very powerful. Like when I learned this, I mean, I could feel the difference in how a lot of what I was explaining was received on the sales calls. So that's that. Let's go into understanding tension and internal pressure. So we want to build what's called healthy tension. This is also called internal pressure. So to understand this, you have to understand that in sales, there's 2 types of pressure. There's internal pressure and external pressure. Internal pressure means doing something for your own reasons. External pressure means doing something for somebody else's reasons, okay? Or like being coerced into doing something. So what's like the prime example in my industry? Well, fast action discounts or incentive-based pricing. That's when you say, well, you know, it's normally 15K, but we like to reward action takers. And so if you take action now, it's only 10K. Now, is that always bad? Am I making fun of it? Yes. Is it always bad? No. It's kind of like training wheels for newer salespeople. As you become more advanced, which means as you become better at cultivating internal pressure, what happens is you don't need that anymore. And in fact, you close better without it. You'll often find too, doing external pressure type tactics, twist your arm, coercing, it loses respect of a lot of more affluent prospects too. And so the really way you have to sell if you're advanced is understanding the internal pressure that's going on and leading the conversation in such a way where you're using your questions to where they come to the conclusion that they want to move forward and they're doing it for their reasons, not your reasons, at least in their mind, which usually is true anyways. You're just helping them come to that conclusion through your questions. So with that being said, internal pressure sounds great, right? How do you build it? Well, a couple things. And a lot of the training is going to cover this later on. But in essence, the more clearly you can define current situation, desired situation, like the more clearly you can paint Hell Island versus Heaven Island and what that gap is in between, the more clear those things are, the more tension there's going to be. And that tension is internal pressure, right? So for instance, a good way to think about this is if you ever go to like a Tony Robbins seminar or like a workshop like that, oftentimes, like what do they have you spend a lot of time doing? Well, they have you spend a lot of time doing, goal setting and, understanding the reasons why you want to change your situation, why you have to do this, like building that necessity, what's going to happen if you don't do this, and then really painting the picture crystal clear of what you want, right? Like that's basics. Now, why do people come home ultra motivated from those seminars? It's because they have that clarity between current and desired, and when they have that, and those states are spread apart very clearly, it creates this tension. Does that make sense? It creates this tension that people want to close, okay? And that's why people come over from those seminars super motivated. Or, a lot of those seminars at the end, they pitch because you're super motivated and you're like, okay, now I can attach this tension I have and this gap I want to close to this product, right? And that's like what events do, if you sell at events, the event is structured to where by the time you pitch, like you really separated and created this gap, and now this is the solution to help you close it, right? And prospects want to buy to close that tension. So the more clear we can make those states, which we're going to talk about how to do that in a second, the more tension there's going to be. The other thing that we're going to cover in the next video is the 7 beliefs the prospects need to have to buy. And one of those beliefs is cost, right? What's going to happen if nothing changes? And when we can build the cost, to where the cost of inaction is actually more expensive in the form of time, energy, money, attention, reputation, etc., than the cost of buying your program or buying your offer or buying your product or whatever it's going to be. When the cost is exponentially greater, that puts people into action. It's the same reason, again, going back to like a Tony Robbins seminar. What do? Well, they take you through a Dickens process, which is this like visualization of you basically visualizing something in your life and what's going to happen a year, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years from now if nothing changes. Like how bad that it's going to get, emotionally feeling that and then bringing it back to the present moment. And he talks about how that builds leverage, right? And so again, that's another way to create internal pressure through asking the right questions. We'll cover that in the next training and the trainings thereafter. Now, a few tips on clearly defining Hell Island versus Heaven Island. The big one is when you start painting these two pictures, you want to assign numbers to it, okay? So instead of saying, okay, I want to double my business growth, you want to say, okay, you're doing 10K a month right now, you want to get to, 100K a month, right? We have to clearly assign numbers to these, all right? Now, a couple tips about clearly assigning that. When you ask somebody, hey, what's your revenue right now? A lot of times they'll say, oh, like 20K a month. And then a lot of newbie salespeople will just leave it at that. But then if I say, okay, great, well, just for clarity's sake, like what was your exact revenue last month exactly? They'll say, oh, well, they might give you a story. Then you say, okay, great, totally understand. But like, what was it last month exactly? Just for clarity's sake? Oh, 5,500. Oh, okay, great. Right. What about the month before? So again, in that example, they just told you, oh, 20K a month. And then you ask last month exactly, when you get the real number, it's 5. I cannot tell you how common this is because people identify usually as their top number, right? They did 20K a month once this year and they're like, oh, I'm a 20K a month business owner, right? No, you're not. Last month you did 5, right? And so people will do that. And it's not just to deceive the salesperson, it's really deceiving themselves. But that's why you want to use that last month framework and ESP exactly, specifically, precisely to figure out, hey, like, okay, well, just for clarity's sake, what did you do last month? Great. What did you do the month before? Hopefully that makes sense. So you do the same thing. That was a business example. What if it's, weight loss? Okay, what is your weight? All right, what does your goal weight want to be? Okay, what was your weight this morning? If it's dating, how many dates did you go on last week? Okay, what about the week before? How many dates do you want to go on, right? You see how we're assigning numbers here? And that might not be the right number, but you want to think about that. What if it's health, but it's not based on weight loss? It's about optimizing energy. Okay, great. On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being you can barely get out of bed, 10 being you feel like you run the New York Marathon. How do you feel right now? Scale of 1 to 10. Oh, okay, you feel 3. Well, what does a 3 mean to you specifically? Tell me more about that. And then, we can go into a whole probing section there. Now, and then you'd ask, okay, where do you want to be? Okay, 10. Okay, great. Well, what does a 10 mean to you? How do you know when you're at a 10? Okay, you'd be able to do X, Y, and Z. If you were able to do that, what would that mean for you? And how would that make you feel? So you can go through all of that, right? What about occupation like freedom? Okay, how many hours are you working now? How many hours do you want to work? Okay. What if it is, I'm trying to think of any other examples. We can move on. I think you get the point. You got to assign some numbers to it. And oftentimes if it's tricky, you can revert to that scale of 1 to 10. So if you can't use numbers for whatever reason, which you almost normally can with a scale of 1 to 10, one of the things you also want to do, and you want to do this even if you can use numbers, is imagine yourself painting a picture. And you're trying to paint the picture of the prospect's current desired situation. Like you were an investigative reporter. You were trying to paint this picture as clearly as possible in your mind. And you're painting it. And you're asking the prospect questions to have them help you paint the picture. For whatever reason, when I use that visual, I start to ask much better questions. And I start to really I start to really try to focus on seeing and feeling the entire situation, right? Like what are all of the details? What do I see, think, feel, touch, etc.? Another great question you can ask to really get to the specifics is, let's say somebody wants to leave their 9 to 5 and start a business. And you have a coaching business that helps people do that. You can say something like, gotcha. So I understand, you said you've wanted to leave your 9 to 5 for years now. Well, take me back to the last day or the day where you really drew the line in the sand and decided enough was enough and it's time to find something else and stop the 9 to 5 lifestyle. Walk me through that day. What happened? And what I'm doing there is I'm essentially having them re-elicit what's called the moment of decision. So the moment of decision is, we all have this moment. If you guys have ever lost weight, there's a day or something that happens that you kind of just are enough is enough. I'm drawing the line in the sand. And it's what finally builds enough leverage to get you in action, right? So Tony Robbins, and I keep bringing up Tony Robbins in this training. It's not my entire thing's based on Tony, but a lot of this mindset stuff, he has some great stuff here. But he calls that the moment of decision. And so what I want to do on a sales call is re-elicit that. Because when I do so, what's going to happen is I re-elicit, not only are they telling me more importantly, who are they telling? Themselves. And in doing so, they re-elicit, when they tell me that story, where they re-elicit all of the emotions associated with that experience, which are, guess what? The emotions of change, right? And so usually that time, it's not a gradual thing. It's not something logically that happened. It's something happened emotionally triggering that was enough is enough. I'm making a decision, right? I know I heard a weight loss call one time where the woman said, my daughter hopped on my lap and said, "Mommy, you feel squishy," right? So that one, for instance, is the moment of decision. There was another guy who really wanted to increase the income of his business. And he said that, when the salesperson asked this question, essentially what happened was a shooter came into the school that his wife was teaching at. And that day, everybody was fine, but he vowed that, he wants to be able to retire his wife and never put her in a situation like that again, right? So when that person has to explain that experience, they're doing it for themselves to remember and re-elicit all of the reasons why committing to the change they say they want to make is so important, okay? Now, let's move on to this last little part of this video. So once we elicit current desired situation, okay, the prospect is going to want to resolve that tension and take action on that situation, right? That doesn't mean that they're going to buy your thing, okay? When those states are clearly separated and defined, they want to take action, but there's a lot of different ways they perceive they could get from current the desired situation. So what you have to do is remove the ways that all their perceived ways that they could get there, and basically only make it to where yours is either the only way or the most obvious or the most valuable way. Okay? So think about it this way. I have this really kindergarten drawing here. All right? So again, there's Hell Island and then there's Heaven Island, right? And so you really paint these things clearly as you can. And then there's all of these options to go from Hell Island to Heaven Island. That's where the sales call starts, right? So once we paint those pictures clearly, we understand what is the gap. Part of the next discovery is understanding, we do this through what's called solution-based questions. What have they tried in the past to get there? Have they been out there considering other options? What other options are they looking into? And then through those questions, our transition and our pitch, what we want to do is essentially destroy all of the bridges except for ours, or just make ours the most valuable, obvious bridge that they want to take, right? That's a masterful salesperson. You can do that really in your pitch through a really, really great education and also having the right discovery in the beginning to do so, okay? So that's how I want you to think about it, right? Separating it and creating tension from those situations, it's not enough because they might take action, but they might say, hey, I want to try it myself first, but this call has been really helpful. Okay, great. That doesn't help anybody. We both know they're just going to end up right back where they were. But if we can really destroy all those paths, do it yourself, right? That's a path. If we can destroy, a certain direct competitor, a certain indirect competitor, if we can destroy those paths, then what happens is our path is the most obvious only one, right? So that's what we also want to do on that sales call to really remove all of their options. So what I put here is, think about it this way. Your only two jobs on a sales call is to, number one, understand if and how you can help the prospect, okay? Number one, understand if and how you can help the prospect. Number two, eliminate all objections before the close, okay? So with number one, when you understand if and how you can help the prospect, what you're really doing there is you're just understanding their situation. You're getting Hell Island and Heaven Island, current and desired situation. You're just painting those as clearly as possible because through the nature of doing that, there's some psychology behind it, right? We're creating that tension, but also you're going to understand if you can actually help them. And if so, how you actually can. Once we do that, the second part of discovery is really just eliminating all objections before the close. Okay, that means destroying all other possibilities to be able to get there, as well as other objections that could happen. So to go back to the kindergarten drawing, you can see I have these little purple fins here. These are supposed to be sharks. The sharks are objections. So what we want to do is we want to paint Hell Island, Heaven Island. Then there's these potential bridges. We destroy all the bridges except for ours. And then the objections are the sharks, right? The objections of the sharks, like the money objection, the time objection, etc. We harpoon the sharks. So we take out all the objections, destroy all the other possibilities, so there's no sharks, and we only have our bridge from Hell to Heaven Island. That is it. And so with that said, that really concludes most of the training. The next training, we're to cover the belief blueprint, the 7 beliefs your prospect needs to have to buy, okay? So this was very meta level. We're going to take it, chunk it down one level deeper on the next call, okay? See you there. Real quick, and then we'll get back to the video. If you need help with any of these 3 things, either installing a lead acquisition internally in your business, you need new sales reps, and you want sales reps recruited done for you, and also get the sales consulting and sales management help that comes with that, or if you just want overall business strategies of how you can scale to 8 figures or beyond, go to the link in the description, click that link, check out the video, and then book a call with our team. We'd love to help you with any of those 3 things. Now back to the video. What we're to cover here is the 7 beliefs your prospect has to have to buy, aka the belief ladder. So if you want this document to incorporate into your sales processes, use, etc., comment sales below. We'll give this to you. And essentially what we're to cover is the 7 beliefs, how to use Socratic dialogue, so asking questions. We'll talk about that, what Socratic dialogue is and how to use it to build the 7 beliefs. And then we'll finalize and stop by, or finish off by talking about the consistency bias and why Socratic dialogue works so well, especially when you incorporate it with the belief ladder framework. So what is the belief ladder framework? There's 7 beliefs your prospect has to have to buy. This also means there's 7 beliefs and reasons why they don't buy. So there's 7 beliefs they need to hold true to buy. But also, if you invert every single one of those, there's 7 beliefs. And I mean, any single objection you get ties back to one of 7 beliefs of why they're not going to buy. Okay? So again, I'll repeat that because it's very key. Every objection you can get is traced back to these 7 different reasons. Okay? So what our goal is to build these 7 beliefs using Socratic dialogue, using our skill questions before we transition into close. So instead of us having to hard close the prospect, when we get to the end of the call, the prospect closes themselves because they hold all those beliefs to be true, and they view us as a leader and not a salesperson, okay? And so what's really cool about this is if you look at any script or any popular sales trainer or any really, really great sales training out there, any script, process, whatever, works if you cover the 7 beliefs, right? And if you look at, what Jordan Belfort does, or maybe Cardone or Jeremy, I mean, all of it, they cover these 7 things. Now, they might not explicitly say, there are 7 beliefs and I cover these 7 things, etc. But when I was coming up as a salesperson, I consumed every single training from every single person out there, period. I consumed everything I could get my hands on. And what I really realized is this is what I created to be the underlying philosophy that is true behind all of these things. So it's very, very key, and it's really going to act as the foundation of everything else we're going to do in this training series. It's all going to start this is like the base of the pyramid, okay? So what are the 7 beliefs? Pain, doubt, cost, desire, money, support, trust, right? So pain, doubt, cost, desire, money, support, trust. So let's get into actually more detail on what each of these are. So we'll start with pain, okay? So what's pain? The prospect must believe there's a gap between where they are now to where they want to be. This is pain, okay? So if there's no problem, if there's no pain, if there's no gap, there's no sale, all right? This is something I've said 100 times, but I always say it like this. Business is about solving problems, okay? Because when you solve a problem, you create value, and then people exchange the money for that value, for you solving the problem, okay? So if we know that's what business is about, if we know that is true, then sales is really just a demonstration we can solve a problem for somebody else. But, okay, knowing that, if there's no problem, then there's no what? No sale, okay? There's no problem, there's no sale. So what that means for us and for you is that the entire conversation should be about the problem, about the gap between where they are now to where they want to be. Okay, so it's like let's put a visual on it. It's like you're searching to try to find the lost treasure. Once you find the problem, the conversation is no longer wide. It goes deep, right? We put our shovel in the ground and we start digging. All right. Now, there's 2 types of pain, right? There's a problem or an actual pain, and there's called an unfulfilled desire, both of which create the gap or can create a gap, okay? So here's the deal. A pain, and I bet you can almost pause the video and probably figure this out yourself, but I'm going to give you an easy example. So one of the companies I actually own 50% in is a stem cell company, okay? So stem cells is the product, all right? Now, we have some people who buy it because they have joint pain, right? That's literally a problem. It's something that, this is how I think about it. I'm trying to go from subpar to par, right? From below average to average, from pain to back to normal, okay? That is buying to fix a pain or fix a problem. It's also in NLP, they call that, it's moving away from paradigm. Then there's an unfulfilled desire. So that is going from average or normal to above normal, okay? That's not moving away from, it's moving towards. So stem cells is the product. Might not be joint pain, but somebody might do an exosome blood transfusion for longevity purposes, just general maintenance. Hey, I get it done once every year, once every 2 years, right? That's what I do, right? If I go, I have a hyperbaric oxygen chamber at my house. If I go use that, I'm not doing it to try to fix a pain. I'm trying to do it for an unfulfilled desire, longevity, right? Now, these things aren't totally black and white. A lot of times people can buy for both, or there might be 2 things going on. There's moving away from and moving towards. There's a pain and there's an unfulfilled desire. And a lot of it can also be predicated on the prospect's perception. Like, for instance, If, in weight loss, somebody going from obese to normal is obviously fixing a pain, right? Somebody coming from normal to like bodybuilding shape is an unfulfilled desire. However, the prospect could perceive that as a pain. If, let's say, everybody around them, close to them in their friend group is in crazy bodybuilding shape and they're actually in their peer group and their environment, like the lowest on the totem pole. So really normal for them is actually getting a bodybuilding shape, right? So I digress. Like now we're getting into some nuances here. Just know this can be fluid. It depends on the prospect's perception and context, but generally it's pretty straightforward. So what objection do we get if we don't elicit pain, right? If we don't listen to the gap, if we don't elicit the problem, the unfulfilled desire, what objection do we get? Remember, any objection you can get can be tied back to one of these 7 things. So what objection do we get, okay? So this one's very, very simple, okay? If the pain is not elicited, they will not see the value or need from the investment because they don't understand how you can help them, okay? And quite frankly, like, I don't even know how you would pitch if you don't understand the gap of the problem. Because again, sales is about demonstrating you can solve a problem for somebody else. So like, you can't explain how you can help somebody if you don't know what the problem or the gap is, okay? Also, the more you understand, this is a J. Abraham quote, right? The more we can understand and communicate that we understand that problem, gap, unfulfilled desire, etc., the more they trust us as an authority to lead them to fix the problem, right? So again, what objection do we get if we don't have this? It's they're not going to want it. They don't see how I can help them. Or like you don't even know how to really pitch because again, you're just, you don't know the problem. So therefore you can't demonstrate you can fix the problem, right? The pitch is really a problem solving conversation, not a product pushing conversation. So that's number 1. Number 2 is doubt, okay? Let's zoom in slightly. Number 2 is doubt. So doubt is what it sounds like. The prospect must believe they cannot fix the problem on their own, or attempting to do so would just waste unnecessary resources in the form of time, money, energy, reputation, etc., given the other options that are available, right? So like, for instance, we talked about in the last video, Hell Island versus Heaven Island, right? And there's the sharks, which are the objections, and then there's the bridges, right? And the bridges are the different ways we can go from, point A to point B, right? The islands represent the gap, right? So the bridges are the different ways we can cross that chasm, cross the gap, all right? Well, they might have 3 options, okay? One of those is yours. So as a salesperson, if this is true, right? You're not trying to manipulate people for manipulative sake, but if this is true, which usually it is, we want to create doubt in those other options, right? One of those other options might be doing it themselves. Another option might be a different competitor, but et cetera. What we really want to do is we want to make sure that they see the value and believing it's possible, but also believing they need help in some way, shape, or form to do it. Or that not getting the help will waste unnecessary resources, whether it's too much time, too much money, etc. So this brings me up to something called the buying pocket. So the buying pocket is something I learned from one of my mentors, Taylor. And the buying pocket is a place where the prospect believes that their transformation is possible, but only with your help. Okay, so why is this important? So we know what people buy, but this tells you why they'll buy from you specifically. It also helps us understand where we need to nudge the prospect, okay? So if you see the diagram down here, there's current state, desired state, right? If we go too far to the left here, they don't believe it's possible, okay? A great example is, let's say your program, I'll give you an example. Like one of our programs is a mastermind, and it's called the 8-Figure Boardroom. It helps people go from $100K a month to $1 million a month plus, right? It's all about giving you everything you need across marketing, sales, operations, fulfillment, HR, finance, legal, everything you need to go from a 7-figure company to a multiple 8-figure company, okay? So you might have somebody join that and they're at, 100 grand a month. Like they're just kind of on, just able to get in basically. They might not believe, a sales objection for them might be like, oh man, like I just don't believe that people in my industry or my market or with my business model or whatever, I just don't believe that, I can get to 8 figures. Like, it's not me. I just don't think it's possible, right? They don't believe it's possible. Okay. That's the left side. Now, how do you fix the don't believe it's possible? You fix it with some form of proof. Okay. Now, I don't want to go into the myriad of different forms of proof that there are, because that's a whole training in and with itself. But, you know, the obvious example, right, is case studies, right? Either client proof or proof yourself. Okay. Obviously ones that you can substantiate, that you're compliant, etc. That's something you should look into yourself. So case studies, it could be by telling stories. You can actually use logic as proof and specificity with numbers. Like the more specific something is, the more somebody can believe it's true. So logic and specificity, those are ones. There's, you know, trusted credibility in sources and third parties, right? So like maybe, you know, and I know this might sound a little goofy, but if you saw it in practice, you would see it actually does work. Is if, let's say, Tony Robbins has a quote around this person's specific situation, I can actually draw from that as proof. It's going to help build up what I'm saying in a form of proof, just because he's like, you know, the industry guru of our industry, right? Like even earlier when I said that hey, Jay Abraham says this, okay? Well, me telling you that Jay Abraham also says, if you can communicate that you understand the problem better than they can themselves, they more likely use the trusted authority, just by the factor of me tacking on Jay Abraham into that quote, right? Obviously, it holds more weight to be true. Doesn't mean you're 100% going to believe it's true, but it's just death by 1,000 cuts. It's just one thing. So in the sales side, what we really want to do is stories if we can, okay? And then, you know, you can look up other types of proof later. That's 99% of the time, that's what we do. If they don't believe it's possible on the left side, we want to get them into the buying bucket. Now, the right side, okay? That one is they believe they can do it themselves. Where here, what we need to do is create doubt through skilled questions and reframes, okay? So it's kind of keeping people's ego in check. Sometimes the doubt's already there. We just need to kind of build it. Sometimes the doubt's already there. We don't want to add any more doubt, or we knock them two over to the left, right? So again, how do you know they're in the buying pocket? Okay, they believe it's possible, but if we get to the end of the call, you're not going to hear, hey, I want to do this myself, or hey, I just don't even believe this is possible. So you know they're in the pocket when mentally getting to the end of the call, if they said something like that, you'd be like, whoa, 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 whoa. Earlier you said this, now you're saying this, like I'm confused, right? And you can point out the incongruency. Because again, we want to create the congruency with our questions in the beginning, and then that holds weight all the way through. We'll talk about consistency bias in a second. So that's doubt. Cost. And we'll talk about, you know, actual questions to build this later, okay? Cost. So this one is really, really probably the most important one and the hardest one to get, okay? So the prospect must believe that doing nothing, actually, before we move on from doubt, one quick thing I want to say is sometimes this is built in. Like if you're buying, like for instance, if I need a CRM software, okay, I'm not going to do that myself. You see what I mean? So like sometimes like Hyros, right, does ad attribution. Most likely the doubt's already there. Like I don't need to build that myself. You know, so sometimes this is already built in, okay? But when you work with more like coaching offers, for instance, more intangible type stuff is very important. Okay, moving on. So cost. The prospect must believe that doing nothing is far more painful than the investment in the form of time, money, energy, reputation, etc., to fix the problem, okay? This eliminates time objections and creates urgency, okay? So pain, if they don't have pain, you get the objection to where they don't want it, they don't see how it can help them. Doubt, you get the objection, I'm just going to do it myself. Cost, you get the objection, hey, let's circle back in 3 months. Hey, like, you know, let me think about it next week. You know, send me something. It's always uncertainty-based objections or time-based objections or lack of an urgency, right? Cost is something to where when you really have it, that's when you get the decision on the call, or you at least get an indication from the prospect that they're promptly going to move forward in the next step of the sales process. Like, you know, if you're not doing a one-call close, or that's not impractical for your industry, which is fine, it's a clear indication that they have the initiative and urgency to take that next step, right? That's when they have the cost, okay? So if you see this kindergarten drawing out here, the current and future pain of doing nothing has to be far greater than the pain in the form of time, energy, money, attention, etc., into your offer investment for the prospect to take action, right? So if you see this, here's perceived pain is on the y-axis here. So this is the pain of time and money of the investment, right? Because there's a certain pain okay, and consequences of having to, let's say, invest with a coach, hold you accountable. You're going to have to go through some content. You're going to have to show up to calls. You're going to have to make time in your schedule. You're obviously going to have to make the investment. Maybe you put it on a credit card. Okay, you got to make payments. Okay, budget's going to be tighter. Like, there's pain associated in some way, shape, or form of buying anything. You know, if it's an Advil and it's an aspirin to alleviate you from a headache, yeah, it's not very much. And the cost of not doing it's way higher, right? That's why you just take the pill. But there's always a form of, if something costs something, or it takes time, or has any side effects, okay, there's some sort of pain associated with your offer. You should get clear with what that is. And then also through offer engineering, you can limit that, right? That's like a big part of what Alex Hormozi talks about in the value equation, right? Is really trying to minimize time delay and minimize effort, right? And energy requirement, okay? So this is your offer, right? But this is the current and future pain of doing nothing. And this not only has to exceed the pain of your offer, okay? The pain requirement of your offer. It not only has to exceed this, the alternative, but it also has to exceed their action threshold. This is something popularized by Jordan Belfort, right? So it's not just enough for it to be more than the pain and time and energy and attention for your offer, right? It's not just enough. It has to exceed a threshold to where they're like, I need to do it now, okay? So we'll talk about how to build that later. But again, what's really key here, again, if you don't have this, they're not going to have urgency. Okay, let's circle back next quarter. Hey, I don't think we're going to make it in our budget this month. It's always objections like that, right? Biggest question I get is what to do about that. It's building cost on the front end. And you'll know when you have cost, if at the end they said, hey, let's circle back to this next month, you'd be like, whoa. I mean, okay, I totally hear you, but earlier you were saying this, now you're saying this, like, what's really going on? Like, you go call them out for being incongruent. And you know, when you have each of these 7 beliefs, if you get the objection at the end, you can call them out for being incongruent. If you can't do that, you don't have it. And what's funny is, if you have the ammunition in the form of their words in which they told you, to where at the end you could call them out for being incongruent, if you have that, you'll never get the objection because of what's called consistency bias. And again, we'll talk about that later. So, been getting a little off track here. Let's move on. Desire. So the prospect must believe that solving the problem or the gap would yield a better future situation than what they do now, right? So here we want to know what they want, why they want what they want, a number assigned to what they want, and then how getting that thing would impact some other areas of their life, right? And so for instance, if you're selling, we'll use high risk, like an ad attribution software. Okay, we know the desired state is more profitability, more ROAS, and be able to scale your ads further, right? But a really great skilled salesperson, if they understood the person's business, will also be able to attach that desired state of more profitability, et cetera, to other things that they would be allowed to do in their business that are kind of indirect just because they got this, right? Which obviously, if you have more profit, you could hire more staff, you could be able to just, quite frankly, spend more to acquire a customer, which makes your ads actually even more powerful. You could also have a lot more data on which campaigns, which ad sets are actually getting you the best customers, which allows you to narrow down your customer success and really actually get your clients better results. Like, that's a great example, right? So when it's like you want to start stacking, you're like, yeah, it's okay, it would be ad profitability, but it's also, it would raise CPA. It's also, it could actually increase client success. It's all like, it also maybe easier to train your media buyers, right? So it's like you start stacking these results in a sense that they're going to get both directly and indirect. And that's when it makes it a no-brainer, okay? When all those things have synergy. So money. So money is a belief, probably as it sounds, that they have the resources and willingness to solve the problem, okay? So if they don't have the resources, right? Like physically they don't have the resources, that's a condition, not an objection. So what I mean by that is if like later in this series, you'll learn something called the open wallet technique. It's just It's the basis of how I handle financial objections. So it'll be in that video. There's also a few videos on my channel that are very popular if you just sort, where you can see how I handle financial objections. They're actually the most popular ones on the channel. So I do something called the open wallet technique. Long story short, what that is getting them to tell you how much money is in their bank account and how much credit they have, and do it honestly. Now, you might hear that and you might be like, whoa, that sounds invasive. That sounds high pressure. That sounds this and that. Well, part of the reason I teach sales, I'm good at this, and we've gotten a lot of people results, and I make my living here, is that, you know, if you do it with the right persuasion and the right rapport building and trust building, they tell you the exact amounts, and it's totally cool. It's not high pressure. It's not weird. It's usually only weird if you make it weird. So anyways, if we do the open wallet technique and they tell us in their checking account is $457 and their credit score is 550, okay? That is a condition, not an objection, right? Like, they really want to do it, but quite frankly, physically, right now, they do not have the resources. Now, sure, they could sell, you know, their freaking couch on eBay or something like that. I really don't recommend, you know, in my mind, like when people say, oh, there's no true financial objections, there's only excuses. I think that's a great thing for like you and your personal development for yourself, or maybe your team or something like that. I think for selling in a way that's ethical, in a way that is going to keep you out of trouble and it's compliant, you know, I don't think you should be telling your salespeople that there's no such thing, and, you know, hey, like, tell them to sell their car. Like, I mean, come on, like, that's just stuff that's going to end you up in jail, quite frankly. So, yeah, I just, you know, again, if they don't have the physical resources to do it right now or in the near future, and they have a healthy situation, and you have a clear idea what that situation is, I call that a condition, not an objection. Now, if they don't have the willingness, that's where we get an actual objection. And what happens is that is really ties back to cost. So I'll give you an example. The story I always tell is I was coaching a guy who was a dating coach. He was talking to a lawyer. The lawyer was making $225K a year. The lawyer was really busy, and the lawyer wasn't getting the dates that he wanted and having sex with women that he wanted because he was so busy, and, you know, he had no game, whatever it was, right? So the guy's going along throughout the call. He's like, yeah, sounds good. Yeah, I'm interested. Yeah, I want to do it. Sounds good. The dating coach dropped, you know, $5,800 as the price point at the end of the call. You could tell this guy kind of thought it would be good to be like, you know, $300 a month or something, right? And the guy had the resources, obviously, but he wasn't willing. He's like, that's too much for me. Now, why would he say, oh, that's too much for me, which is a shadow money objection? The reason he says that is because of up here, right? In his mind, the cost of the offer was actually higher, much higher than the cost of just doing nothing. Now, that's not actually in reality, that's his perception, right? So what we learn through the training and the rest of this video series is how, through asking the right skilled questions, we can actually exceed that, okay? So, support. This is the belief that people around them, close to them, generally spouse and partner, but it could be team, board, CFO, you know, whoever, right? Project manager, will support them in fixing the problem, right? So generally what we talk about most times is spouse or some form of business partners, all right? So they have to, around them, have people who support them in fixing the problem, right? Nobody's going to buy if they think they're going to make a decision and then have conflict with somebody else right afterwards, right? Obviously, if it's a spouse situation, money's really tight, or if it's a 50-50 business partner situation, and this is something to where they really need the person's input on. That's not always, but sometimes. Maybe it's a board. They got to decisions approved by the board, or a CFO. Or like one time I had a case where I wanted to buy this program because I just buy everything. The easiest sale of all time. And I buy everything. And I wanted to buy this thing, but I wasn't going to implement it. So before I bought it, I was like, hey, let me just like have the people who are going to implement this review this sales call, just so I can make sure they're going to show up and be ready and be present, et cetera, to, you know, implement it. Because I don't want to, it was $25K. I was like, I don't want to invest $25K if, you know, we're going to get this help. And, you know, I'm not going to have people who are serious about doing this, because I'm not going to do it. And when I went to talk to them, they said, you know, like they actually kind of talked me out of it. And so, long story short, what really the objection, the only objection on that particular sales call that I was on, I was the prospect, was that my team, they didn't have the support, right? That support belief wasn't there. Now, if I would have been on that call and had that belief that, yes, they're going to implement and they actually crush it, they're fucking super excited, I would have bought a credit card. Boom, one call close. Cool? So that obviously works for what I just mentioned, but generally you're going to see this as spouse and partner and stuff like that. So we'll talk about how to handle that later. Now, trust. This is very, very cool. Trust is really, they believe in your specific method of fixing the problem, right? So what is really new, different, unique, superior, better, etc., of the way you fix this problem compared to the rest of your competition, right? So what objection does this eliminate? I have been burned before. Oh, I've tried something like this. Oh, I don't see how this is different. Oh, I talked to somebody yesterday who does the same exact thing that you do, and this person's prices are lower, right? It eliminates the competition again. So you remember doubt. Doubt is a bridge burner, right? To where we're kind of getting rid of the do-it-yourself bridge. Trust is actually eliminating a lot of the competition, and we'll do this later. I'll show you in the script. We do this through something called solution-based questions. Okay? So let me just give you a little more depth on trust. Is essentially, it's all about your method, right? So like remember, there's Hell Island and there's Heaven Island. Trust is your specific methodology of crossing, Hell Island to Heaven Island, of closing the gap. It's your specific methodology, right? So for instance, there could be weight loss, but what are the methods? Ketogenic diet, intermittent fasting, there's flexible dieting, there's the carnivore diet, there's vegan, there's pescatarian, there's Mediterranean, there's Atkins, right? So like you could see, there you go. In terms of getting in shape, there's working out, getting in shape, cardiovascular health, there's spinning, there's lifting weights, there's CrossFit, there's yoga, Pilates. I mean, you get these things, right? So those are the methods of crossing, right? So those could be different bridges in and within itself through the right questions, and also very, very important of how we pre-pitch, what it's called, and how we pitch. What we do is we really sell them on the belief that our specific method is the best method of crossing the chasm, right? And so, again, the way to think about this is there's 2 sales you make on every sales call, and really in any sort of sale, generally, okay? Now, a super low-value transactional sales, sometimes it's just the lowest cost provider. Like if I'm selling rice, okay, like it probably doesn't matter. But generally, especially with stuff that we sell, like if it's complex enough to need a sales call, almost every single time this is true, but it also applies to even just direct to sales page, like no sales calls. There's 2 sales in every product. There's a sale on the method and a sale on the product, okay? So ClickFunnels, right? If you guys know ClickFunnels, Russell Brunson. If you watch his talks at events, particularly 10X GrowthCon 2, it's on YouTube. If you watch that talk and you break it down, 80 to 90% of the presentation is not about ClickFunnels, actually. It's about why funnels is the best way to get new customers online, okay? So he doesn't sell you on ClickFunnels. He sells you on the idea that funnels is the best way to get customers online, right? It's the fastest, most effective, whatever. It's way better than websites and, other methods. And if you believe that to be true, then naturally you buy ClickFunnels as a byproduct of that belief, okay? So again, like Russell Brunson, this has been called different things in marketing from the beginning of time. Russell in his book particularly calls it the domino belief. It's like you want to believe your method is the fastest, most effective way to get result, and the only way to obtain that result is through product, right? That's really that belief, that one belief that if they believe to be true, they buy, right? So we want to do the same thing on a sales call, is we want to figure out what is our specific method, because what's great too is selling them on the method is not salesy at all. You can hard sell somebody on a method. It's not salesy. It comes off like education, belief breaking education, okay? But if they believe that that's true, they're going to buy your product as a byproduct, right? Another example, I sell sales certification for high ticket closing, right? If somebody believes that the best way to create income and financial security for their family is not doing Amazon FBA and e-commerce and drop shipping and whatever else, but is actually doing high-ticket closing, if they believe that's the best method, they're probably going to buy my product as a byproduct of that, right? Cool. So hopefully that made sense. How do we build the beliefs? Socratic dialogue. So think of these beliefs like a checklist, all right? If we check all the boxes before we transition to close, they're going to buy, okay? We'll talk more about how to actually do this in the later parts of the training, especially my note-taking method is very, very good for helping understand and making sure you get down all of the 7 things before you transition into what you're going to talk about, okay? So how do we actually build these beliefs? We do it through what's called Socratic dialogue, okay? So for our purposes, we're going to define, and this is again for our purposes only, we're going to define Socratic dialogue as the process of asking skilled questions to help them come to the conclusion that you want them to, but as if it's their own idea. So I'll repeat that. Socratic dialogue is the process of asking skilled questions to help them come to the conclusion that you want them to, but doing it in a way where they believe it's their own idea, right? So consistency bias. Consistency bias is what makes Socratic dialogue so powerful, okay? So here's the thing. And it's the number one thing that Robert Cialdini talks about in his book, Influence. Number one thing. So when you get prospects expressing that they hold the 7 beliefs, not only are they telling you those things, but more importantly, they're telling themselves, okay? And again, Robert Cialdini talks about an Influence, and that's probably one of the best books on actual human psychology of influence. It's based on research and studies in particular. He tells you that the number one highest driver of human behavior is to appear consistent, is the need, the want, the desire to appear consistent. And in our case, it's consistent with something they just told you like 10 minutes ago, okay? So when you use Socratic dialogue in conjunction with the belief ladder, it'll simply feel incongruent for the prospect to not move forward at the end. That's how you create an objectionless close, okay? Because again, like you know when you have these 7 beliefs, if at the end of the call, it's like, man, any objection they would give me, I have this ammo of things that they told me written down right in front of me that'd be like, whoa, okay, I totally hear you're saying this. Earlier you just said this right here, help bring me up to speed, what's going on. But if you have that ammunition, you'll never have to use it because of the consistency bias. Every once in a while that happens, but if we just want to go in with the right ammunition to handle any objection based on what they said, not what we think, what they said, their words are gold, our words are crap. Their words are gold. If we go into the close with that, we'll never have any objections. And we could have logistics, right? But we'll never have objections because they want to appear consistent, okay? So again, if you look at most great closers, while they certainly can handle objections, and I do think that's actually very underrated, yes, like handling objections, and it's not even as much great closers, it's not about handling objections. Like they're not getting these crazy objections and it's like all this looping and hard closing. Sure, that they can do that. But generally it's like handling real concerns to get the deal done. So yes, they are great at that, but what they're even better at is on the front end, going in with the right ammunition, right? Doing discovery and the question asking in such a way where we get all 7 beliefs and any objection possible, we can handle it with their words, not our words. Because if we do that, we're not going to handle objections at the end. We might handle logistics, but not objections, okay? And quite frankly, if we did get an objection, we're going to be able to handle it super well because we can just point out what they said, not us. And then usually call out after that, hey, look, like, what's the real reason? It's probably because there's a little bit of nervousness, there's a little bit of fear, and that's okay. Let me coach you through that, so we can go through that. Cool? So that's pretty much it, guys. That's it for this training. We'll see you in the next training. It's the 3rd training video in the series. It's called The Inner Game of Sales, Developing the Mindset of an Elite Level Salesperson. So what we're going to cover is some common sales myths and limiting beliefs. We're going to cover, not 3, I actually added more, but we're going to cover winning frames and mental cues to hold on your sales calls. And then we're going to talk about cultivating conviction and then how to get in the flow state or this feeling of poise
is what I call it. So let's get into the myths. So some of this stuff, if you're a little experienced as a salesperson, this might be a given. Some of this stuff, even if you're experienced, is actually going to be a cool thing to think about. I'm actually going to address some experienced salespeople myths I find too. So number one is that, and this is very common, right? Like the number one is that you must be, high energy, high pressure, extroverted, enthusiastic to be a good salesperson. Or even something I hear all the time is you got to be in peak state, right? And in a sense, like, yes, you have to be in peak state to where you're in a good energy, right? And like you don't have any brain fog, you have a lot of energy, you feel good, but you don't have to be in peak state like Tony Robbins' peak state where you're like yelling and chanting and doing jumping jacks and any of that stuff. None of that stuff is true. And in fact, if good sales for you is dependent on being in peak state, then you're really using it as a crutch, right? Like what happens if life happens and for some reason you don't feel as good the next day? What happens then? So you don't want to be dependent on it. You want to have the belief that even if I feel like crap, I can be a phenomenal salesperson. So look, the big thing with the high energy, high pressure thing is that normal people have an association, your everyday prospects have an association between these qualities and salespeople. Therefore, when you display these qualities, you're going to trigger the prospect to bring up all their preconceived notions, habits, defense mechanisms, responses, etc., reflexes that they have with traditional salespeople, right? Like if you act like a salesperson, you're going to trigger all of those things and those responses that they've developed over the years as like a defense mechanism towards salespeople, okay? It could be even like little things like this, just showing up overly enthusiastic could literally cause somebody from the very beginning to tell themselves, I'm not making a decision on this call, right? There's just no benefit to doing stuff that's gonna associate you with a group of people you don't want to be associated with, right? Like you don't want them to label you that way, okay? Now, I'm not suggesting that you mislead somebody and don't tell them you're a salesperson or whatever, right? It's more of your behavior should trigger the prospect to associate you as an expert, not a salesperson, right? As an expert leader, advisor, not a salesperson, right? Doesn't mean you're lying or misleading anybody, but that's what you want your behavior to really trigger in the prospect, right? That's how you want them to perceive it. And the easiest way to hold the expert frame on the call, believe it or not, is to actually become an expert. And that's actually not hard. I'll give you some steps on how to do that later, no matter what you're selling. But again, just on the overly extroverted, gift the gab, high energy, high pressure stuff. Like I am not really overly extroverted. I'm pretty ambiverted. Like I'm both. I grew up my life pretty awkward, not good at social skills at all. And I've had insane results as a salesperson, okay? So use me as proof. You definitely don't need to be this like crazy talker, etc., right? Another one is that men are better at sales than women, or women are better at sales than men, right? First I think like 10 years ago is men are better at sales than women. And then like recently, at least in our industry, a lot of people are like, oh man, women are better at sales than men. I'll just tell you from experience, neither is true, okay? The person who is the best at sales is the person who masters everything we talked about in this series, right? Who puts in the reps, has the experience, is always trying to get better, is always trying to improve, is always trying to grow, and is doing trainings like this and mastering what's inside. Like that's who's gonna be the best. So believe me, after consulting, 1,000+ sales teams at this point, and just also seeing hundreds of salespeople go through my organization, training sales teams and my internal sales team at the highest level, I can just tell you I have the data that it doesn't matter. We've had phenomenal women on our team. We've had phenomenal men. We've had women who didn't work out on our team and churned out and didn't perform. We've had men who've done the same, right? Now, I would say, just as a caveat, 1% of companies are going to see differences in performance based on sex or gender. They are the anomalies, though. So I'll give you an example. If you're selling divorce coaching or legal services, men may want to talk to men, women may want to talk to women. If you're selling coaching on helping women have more orgasms consistently, which is a thing, by the way, you probably don't want to be a guy, right? If the overarching messaging of your company is all about developing a community of men or a community of women, like a brotherhood or a sisterhood, right? To talk about these things that, are things that Maybe men only understand with men, or women only understand with women. Okay, well, if you have a company where your messaging is all about that, then having women as salespeople or men as salespeople, vice versa, it's just going to be kind of incongruent, right? It does not really make sense. But in most cases, it almost never matters. And people who think it matters, it doesn't matter. So like I've seen women's hormonal health programs, women or men's dating actually. I've seen, in fact, you could make an argument sometimes that the opposite sex does better there. Weight loss, women or men's, doesn't matter. Therapy or coaching related services, doesn't matter. So again, generally, one's not better than the other. There could be some nuances depending on the offer. Hopefully that gave you some thoughts. So next one is salespeople are born, not made, right? So people love to call, somebody who's good at sales a natural sale. Oh, you're just such a natural salesperson. And I do think that some people are kind of born, or maybe it's not through nature, it's through nurture, whatever, with the gift of gab. And some people are going to be more inclined, for sure, to be really great public speakers or content creators. Now, again, I think anybody can do either of those. But some people certainly, like from what I've seen, man, they just have this innate ability that they grew up with or were born with or somehow developed through nurture, whatever, that allows them to just be these public figures or just be amazing in front of a group of people. But when it comes to this style of selling, right, what we're talking about in this training series, which is consultative selling, dealing with complex products that are priced high, premium pricing, right? The gift of gab isn't going to help you, right? Being this amazing public speaker might not work against you, but it's not going to help you. And case in point, imagine getting on a sales call with Gary Vee. Okay, you guys probably know who Gary Vee is. If you watch an interview where Gary Vee's interviewing somebody else, it's almost viscerally uncomfortable because you tune in to watch somebody like Mark Zuckerberg or whoever, and you want to hear from Mark Zuckerberg, right? But Gary's like cutting him off, talking over him, talking the entire time. You're like, what are you doing, right? So, but he's a great public speaker. Like that dude just gets up there and I don't know if he does any prep when he does public speaking, just gets up there and just starts ripping, right? Okay, well, look, great for public speaking. You don't want to buy from that. Like imagine being on a sales call getting sold from it. It'd be so aggravating. It's actually the opposite of everything that we teach. Okay. So the other thing with this is that just telling yourself that you're not a natural salesperson, it's so destructive. Like I don't know what it is about sales. I just think it's because people have so much avoidance around the rejection that's involved with it that people label and identify themselves as, oh, I'm just not a salesperson. That is not serving you. And it's also for most people, it's like saying like, oh, I'm just not a natural at riding a bike, but you've never even tried to ride a bike. Or I'm not a natural swimmer, but you've never even taken a swimming lesson. And so again, like I do believe that some people, like I'd be remiss if I were to say that some of my success isn't because I was born with some sort of character traits or I was nurtured and developed with some sort of traits that really helped me become great at this, right? For sure, like I get there's some innate ability and you probably do need to have that if you want to get to top 1% or beyond. Maybe even not top 1, but top 0.01, right? But to get very good, like top 5, 10 percentile of salespeople in your industry, I do not think you have to have any sort of innate ability at all. And I think that goes for really most skills too. Is, if you're going to become the best basketball player in the world, for sure, you got to be born with some stuff, right? And you have to have some nurture stuff early in your childhood that works for you, for sure. And then you also got to do all the things everybody else does. You got to put in the work. It's not given, right? But, look, I think anybody could become pretty damn good at basketball. Doesn't mean you're going to be, playing in the NBA. Like that's the top 0.001 percentile, right? But it doesn't mean like you could be the best person in almost any adult rec league that you could join? Yeah, for sure. Like I think that's achievable for anybody putting in enough effort over a long enough time frame. So moving on, sales is manipulation, aka when I say manipulation, sales is convincing someone to do something that's not best for them. Okay, we're just going to call that manipulation. I think manipulation is actually a neutral term, but that's neither here nor there. Different video. So the truth is, mastery level sales is actually that above statement inverted, right? So the limiting belief is that sales is leading somebody to do something that's not best for them. If you just turn that statement around, the opposite, if you invert it, that's actually what good sales is leading somebody to make the best decision for them, regardless if it's your product or not, okay? So one way to think about this is every prospect is not closable. That's also a myth. But you can help every prospect. And you can do this by leading them for the best decision for them. And sometimes, again, that means buying your product. Sometimes it's not. Now, how do you know you're leading them for the best decision for them? Okay. Well, first and foremost, you have to, number one, identify what their problem is. What is the gap? We already talked about that in this training series. And number two, you have to solve it. Now, when I say solve it, it's really telling them what you would do in their situation based on all of your experience working with, on seeing all of these customers and having all of this observation and knowing the product, knowing the market, being an expert in your field. So it's telling them what you would do if you were them. And that may not lead to buying your product. Okay, so I'm gonna give you an example. There's a guy, real estate marketing agency. And this was back when I was starting Closers.io, and it was just me selling on the phone. It was just me, that was it, right? And I understood this guy's situation. And, you know, he was maybe like 20K a month, wanted to get to 100K a month or something like that, I forget. But it was like, you know, relatively startup phase. And he wanted to bring on some salespeople, I think, and recruit from us. But he wasn't really ready for it. And so what I did is I helped him understand, like, hey, you're not ready for this right now, but here's what you need to be doing right now. Number one, you need to be focusing on this. Number two, you need to be focusing on this. Number three, you need to be focusing on this. And this isn't just my opinion. Like, this is from me scaling my own business to where you want to go, and also working with and seeing hundreds of other clients during my experience and during my lifetime. Like, this is for sure what you need to do, et cetera, right? And so when I gave him that solution, even though it didn't have to do with buying my product, it gained massive trust, and the dude actually implemented, came back 2 weeks later and bought. So that's a good way to think about it. We'll talk about how that ties into moral authority in a little bit. Now, Jeremy Miner puts it, you don't want to be a product pusher, you want to be a problem solver. Okay, you want to be a problem solver, not a product pusher. It's a great way to think about it. You want to come in and solve problems. Again, I said this in the first video. Sales, what is sales, right? Well, business is about solving problems. That's because when you solve a problem, you create value, people exchange money for the value. So if you know that to be true, sales is really a demonstration we could solve a problem for somebody else. But if there's no problem, there's no sale. So all you're doing on the sales call is you're identifying the problem or the unfulfilled desire, right? The gap, and then telling them what you would do in their situation if it was you, based on your experience, your expertise, working with all these other people in the same exact situation, having conversations like this all day, every single day. That's all you're doing. It may lead to buying your product, it may not. But you just want to make sure you give the accurate prescription, right? If you're a doctor, you might get comped a little bit more on one medication, not comped a little bit more on a different type of treatment. That shouldn't dictate your diagnosis, right? And your prescription. So, if you're doing this, so to bring it full circle, if you're doing this on a sales call, everything I just mentioned, and your product works, right? That's a given. But if your product is good, then you are actually serving somebody you're not manipulating, okay? Next belief, rejection is personal. So rejection is not a reflection on your self-worth, okay? I used to put my self-worth on the line of every single sales call that I had, right? I would show up, and whether they did it or not was a direct reflection of my worth as a person. As you can imagine, that is not a good way to be, like, you know, that's your career. You're taking 5, 6, 7 sales calls a day. I mean, that's not a good way to go through your day and your week and your career. It was tormenting, right? So a good way to think about it is that it never has anything to do with you and your worth as a person. It only can be a reflection of your skill set, the emotional baggage that somebody's bringing to the call, and their conditions, right? So your skill set's obvious. When I say emotional baggage they bring to the call, that could be, you know, their past, their fear of making a decision, their fear of commitment. Now, a great salesperson, 99% of the time, your job is to actually work people through this, right? It's not an excuse of why they can't buy. No, your job is to help them work through this. But I will tell you, I've seen mastery level sales calls, really people that are good, who, you know, somebody just won't get out of their own way. And the person's doing everything right. They spent 30 minutes, they've been looping, and it's just not gonna happen, right? Like this person is just totally in the wrong way or in their own way, and there's nothing you can do. It's a very, very small percentage of the time, but it is possible. More likely, it's also their conditions. So the product genuinely might not be right for them, okay? They also might have genuine reasons to wait, right? Like let's say they're getting a divorce, they're buying a home, have some sort of legal matter, they're exiting a company, right? All of those things are like genuine reasons you could wait, okay? They also just might have a financial condition, like they might have $200 in their bank account and 500 credit score and they're homeless. Like, look, we don't even want those people in our program, right? It's like a liability. So the other thing is do not attach yourself to the outcome. So this goes along with not taking rejection personally. You really want to detach yourself from the outcome, okay? So what do you attach yourself to? You attach yourself to executing the process to the best of your ability. You attach yourself to finding out if you can help them, and if so, exactly how that's going to work. And you attach yourself to figuring out if they are truly ready to commit to doing the things that they say they want to do and they're important to them, okay? To finding out if their actions align with their words, okay? So one of the things Alex Hormozi says is you're not after a purchase, you're after a decision, right? I totally agree with that. You want to get to the truth of if they're willing to commit to doing the things they say they want to do. Because as you'll find with sales calls, when you get really good, most times they'll say they want to do all this stuff in the beginning, and then they'll say that they think your product is great, but then when the investment's on the line and things get a little bit uncomfortable, it's a stretch financially, their actions don't align with their words, even though they think what you have is the best way to get there. And they said that they want to do it, right? That they're committed, this and that. And so you see this cognitive dissonance happening. And your job as a salesperson is to really get to the truth of if their actions are going to align to their words, right? So next, or no, this is still under, no, this is the next one, sorry. The customer knows so this is the myth, right? The myth is that the customer knows their problem and knows what they need. Now, sometimes they do know what their problem is, they do know what they need, that's fine. So don't overthink this and get in your own way. But oftentimes, almost, I'd say the majority of the time, prospects don't know what the problem actually is and therefore have a misdiagnosis of what they actually need. Okay, so I always tell our salespeople this. This is very key, listen to this. Most people aren't stuck, and this also goes for client success. Most people aren't stuck because they know what the problem is and they don't know how to fix it, okay? Instead, most people are stuck because they either don't know what the problem is or, more likely, they're trying to fix the wrong problem. Okay, so I'll repeat that. It's right here. Most people aren't stuck because they don't know, most people aren't stuck because they know what the problem is, but they don't know how to fix it. They're stuck because they don't know what the problem is, or they're trying to fix the wrong problem. So really serving somebody at the highest level means pursuing an accurate diagnosis. And what's funny is, and this goes for client success and it also goes for sales, once we can figure out the real problem, the real constraint that's holding them back to getting to the next level, when we can figure that out, the solution becomes obvious. The more clearly we can figure out what the real problem is, the more obvious the solution becomes. Now, I will tell you this, and we'll talk about how to do this later in this training series. Obviously, this could be a whole couple of videos itself. But when you do this, okay, and you can educate them on what the real problem is and then also what the real prescription is going to be, and you get them bought into that, they can internalize that belief, you win every single sale. Unless there's some crazy condition, you win every single sale. When you can hit that reframe, it is lay down city. Now, don't sometimes get in your own way. And sometimes, like we sell salespeople, right? Like we recruit and place salespeople for companies. Sometimes people just want salespeople. Like they need salespeople, they want salespeople, they're ready for salespeople. You don't need to reframe them on all this other stuff, right? So sometimes it's kind of first things first. Now, next belief, limiting belief, is that follow-up is annoying, okay? So follow-up is annoying when someone deliberately tells you to stop contacting them and then you keep contacting them, okay? That's unethical and annoying, all right? However, following up the way I'm gonna teach you later in this training series actually means providing immense value, and prospects will thank you for following up. And in my opinion, also, it displays a lot of really great positive character traits, okay, as well as great customer service. And I think, like, even though your salesperson is not probably going to be the one fulfilling on the service most times, what I do think is that essentially how you do one thing is how you do everything. Somebody in a sales or a company who has a really great sales team, really great follow-up, really get great value based, like you can tell they're not forgetting about you, nothing's falling through the cracks. Almost always that company has great client success. It's just how you do one thing is how you do everything. So if somebody is really great at follow-up, we'll talk more about how to do that later, but I think highly of them, I think highly of the company, especially if they're doing it in a cool way, their client success is probably good. Okay, last limiting belief is what I call playing God. This is an advanced salesperson common pitfall mistake. And it very much happens, it's probably not gonna happen in like software sales, right? But it's a lot in the coaching industry, your courses, or even services and different stuff like that. Is when you have an experienced salesperson and they get really, really good, and then maybe about 9 months to 12 months in, they start not making offers to the prospect who wants to purchase. Okay, who wants to purchase? They're very interested. They start not making offers simply because the salesperson, doesn't think the prospect's going to be successful and they think it's their responsibility to make that decision for them. Okay, so I'll repeat that. It's when an experienced salesperson most likely refuses to make an offer to a qualified prospect because they don't think the prospect's going to be successful. And instead of them allowing the prospect to make that decision for themselves, they think it's their responsibility to make that decision for them. Okay? So let me kind of explain the nuance here. Look, if somebody is deliberately not a fit, or you were like, have this major conviction, like, oh no, like this is not good for you. Okay? I'm not saying you sell that person anyways, right? Like if they're deliberately not a fit, or you think doing this would put them in this really, really bad circumstance, then okay, fine, like don't sell them. I totally agree. But what happens a lot of times, and if you QC your salespeople, you'll pick this up with your experienced folks, is sometimes the salesperson, simply because the person has tough circumstances, won't offer them. And what I always tell people is that it's not your right to rob them of doing the things they say they want to do and taking the opportunity to take action on their goals. It's not your right to rob them of that opportunity. And so that doesn't mean you overpromise and start doing all this uncompliant stuff of, oh yeah, you're gonna make this amount of money, you're gonna do this, you're gonna do this, oh yeah, it's totally gonna work. No, like I would do quite the opposite. I'd say, look, you're in a really tough position. Like this is something to where I 100% can't guarantee it's going to work. What I can guarantee is you're gonna have the best tools in the industry and in the world for this type of thing to succeed. But I can't guarantee your results, and I can't guarantee that you're gonna be in the best position financially after you do this, because it is a stretch for you, and quite honest, like a lot of it depends on you, right? So obviously, I mean, that's not the best framing in the world, but you kind of get the point of what I was going for there. Is the difference is you really should still make the offer, but be straight up, be honest, set expectations, etc. And you will be stunned of how many customers who are in really tough situations just surprise the hell out of you. It's absolutely nuts. Okay, so mental cues for salespeople. Okay, so this used to be called frames, and then I changed it to mental cues because some of this is frames, but other of this stuff is just kind of like a cue or like a reminder of something you think about before or during or after the sales call, and it's just different ways to think about sales. Okay, and different ways that I've used to think about sales that have made me successful and also clients successful. And again, some of these are frames, some of these are not. So the first one's called the moral authority frame. So this is when the prospect believes with certainty that you have their best interests at heart. And when that happens, you have a tremendous amount of influence over them. So I'll give you a few examples that you'll get it, right? So I know a lot of content famous, kind of like public figures, this and that. And like they'll say, I'll use Joe Rogan as an example. He's literally said this on his podcast. I don't know Joe Rogan, but I've heard a lot of people run into this thing. So Joe Rogan says, for instance, look, I never look at comments. I never care what anybody says about me in the media. Like, unless you're in my inner circle, I don't care about your opinion of me. Now, if somebody in my inner circle who really knows me really well and who I really trust comes to me and gives me feedback and wants me to think about something differently or like take some criticism, then I'm 100% going to take that to heart. So what is the difference between somebody in Joe's inner circle and everybody else? It's moral authority, right? Moral authority frame. And so, I know in my experience, I know a ton of people who are kind of content famous, public figures, especially in our industry, who feel the same exact way. I've heard say the same exact things. Now, a different example of moral authority is, let's say a bus is driving down the street, and then all of a sudden, in the middle of the street is a police officer, and he's got his hand up like this. His hand up like this. Is the bus going to stop? Well, number one, the bus doesn't want to hit the police officer. Duh. Doesn't want to hit anybody. But number two, the bus is going to stop. And the reason they do that is because they believe that police officer has their best interests in heart, right? The police officer is supposed to be a public servant that's really supposed to be able to serve and help everybody in the community. So obviously, that person's going to stop, right? Because they don't know why at the time, but they believe it's for some reason of the greater good. So more importantly, how do you establish moral authority, okay? Big thing to know is it's earned, not given, okay? Now, how to earn it is not rocket science, believe it or not. Is number one, you must genuinely want what's best for the person. Number two, you must attach your own self-interests to knowing that long-term, this is going to be the better thing for you. Gaining moral authority, doing the right thing for the person, no matter what the circumstances are, even if it doesn't benefit you in the short term, long-term, that's better for you, even if it's bad now. Okay? Now, I would say, and actually before I redid this training, it said just completely detach your self-interest altogether. Okay? But realistically, I think that's tough for people. I think it's like, it goes against our nature, whether you like it or not. Like, we're all self-interested or, have a lot of interest for ourselves altogether. Like, we do things that benefit us. Okay? That's our nature. That's how we survive. So I do think that, yes, you can look at it as completely just serving the person, detaching all of your self-interest, but I actually think what's going to make you more compliant and even better at this is if you really associate how doing this is better if you think in terms of decades, not days, right? Long term, you're going to build a better network, be around amazing people, have a lot of influence around your circles, all of that stuff, if you really take on this frame, which means, and this is the third thing, is sacrificing the short term and be willing to advise somebody to do something that doesn't benefit you right now in this moment, in the short term. Okay? Maybe it doesn't benefit you long term either. But regardless, no matter what it is, always just thinking about, if I was this person, what would I do? And keeping yourself, don't project yourself and your own self-interest into the conversation whatsoever. So this might take forms in a few different ways, okay? The obvious one is like, okay, you don't really think your product's the best thing for the person, you refer them to somebody else, and you immediately lose the sale, right? It could mean that. What actually a lot of times it more likely means, and this is why this is so powerful in sales, is sometimes this could actually make you the sale even in the short term. And so as an example, let's say most salespeople, yeah, we can do that. Yeah, we can do that. Oh yeah, our product does that. Oh yeah. And they're just kind of like yes men, and they're just not being a straight shooter, okay? Whereas on the contrary, like if you're the one person who is very straight up with expectations, you're very straight up with like the flaws of your product, and because of those, who it's not for and who it's for, okay? And the person, especially it's like if the person comes away and is like, look, that person's a real straight shooter, even if you're a little bit blunt sometimes, right? It might not be, oh, pow, nicey, oh yeah, we'll do anything. Sometimes it's a little bit blunt, like it's a little bit abrasive. But people come away, oh, that guy's a straight shooter. You have so much more trust. And then when you say something, they believe what you say. And a good way to think about it is like, as soon as somebody catches you doing something that's completely against your own self-interest, but you're doing it because it's for their benefit, their trust in you goes way up. Right? I think there was a Cialdini study actually where a waiter would, if he told somebody on the menu that, oh, that menu item's not good, actually I would do this less expensive thing. So it looks like in the short term, he's going directly against his self-interest. In the long term, and not that much long term later, that person would get better tips because they're tipping that person because they believed, again, moral authority, right? So it also really helps moral authority if you are an expert in your field, because if you're an expert, you're far more likely to be able to know and advise what's actually good for the person. You're going to be much more likely to lead them to the best thing for them. And again, that could lead to your product as a byproduct of that, or it might not, right? Or like it could be something to where in that sales conversation, we have a little bit of friction on the front end because you got to reveal some flaws. You got to be straight up about what it's not for. But because you did that, you have a lot more trust and you actually make the sale, maybe on a lower tier product or whatever, but you have also a much better lifetime customer. So hopefully you're familiar with that. Let's move on. Next one is a really short reminder and mental cue. This is called the 3 rules of sales. I learned this from my mentor, Taylor Welch. I think it's really good, so I just want to share it with you guys. So 3 rules. Your job is to lead the prospect to what's best for them. What's best for them is almost always outside of their comfort zone. Prospects fight like hell to stay inside their comfort zone, right? A lot of wisdom in those 3 rules, right? And it goes back to that moral authority thing, but also really kind of at the end of the call, remembering that serving somebody and doing what's best for them doesn't mean being a yes man and just rolling over and letting the prospect do whatever they want. Sometimes you have to take a stand and really help the prospect get through their fear, get through their projection, get through their BS, and align their actions with their words and make decisions out of a place of vision, not out of a place of current circumstances, which, if done, is going to render more of what? The same circumstances. So next one is the prize frame. This one I think can actually be kind of toxic, but it is worth mentioning. So the prize frame, you're the best in the world at what you do. They need your help, not the other way around. They're lucky to have the opportunity to work with you. If they say no, it's their loss. Now, the issue with this is people learn this, and then they're like on their podium, oh, I'm this high ticket closer. You know, you're lucky to be speaking with me. This call's gonna go how I say it's gonna go. You know, it's like, come on, dude. I'm the prize. Like, I just think like people or even read Pitch Anything or in Class book, which is a great book, but then just start acting crazy on sales calls and just start being a dick, quite frankly. And I think the wrong way to do this is to hold like a better than frame to your prospects where you're up here and they're down here, right? I 100% think it's better than being a complete rollover, but it's not mastery level salesperson. It's very, very similar to, you know, if you look in dating, especially for guys, right? First, there's the nice guy to where he's just a rollover, doesn't have any boundaries, doesn't take a stand for themselves. Then there's the jerk who is like, you know, I'm up here, you're down here. It's all about this person, not about the other person. You know, their actions aren't conscientious of the other person's feeling and decisions, et cetera. Then you actually have like the alpha male, right? Which is, or, you know, like whatever, like attractive guy. I don't know what the word would be. But the next level above the jerk is when you're somebody who just has healthy boundaries, right? You're not a rollover, but you're also not a jerk. And you're not less than like the nice guy. You're not better than like the jerk, but you're actually equal to. Okay? And a lot of that comes through working with your own emotions and et cetera. But to digress, it's very, very similar to the price frame thing. It can be misconstrued as kind of the jerk, right? The better than, all right? And that's not really what we want to go for here. What we want to really focus on, the mental cue of the price frame can help a lot of people sometimes when they're first starting off as that less than, right? Like the opposite of this is like what you don't want to do is come on the call and you're like, oh my God, you know, prospect, you know, thank you so much. Like this is such an opportunity and this and that to be speaking with you. And like where you're like overly grateful that they allowed you to speak with them. Like that's what we want to avoid, right? And so the price frame is more of like, hey, we're in this place where we're equal and this is my domain. I'm an expert in this domain and I'm really excited to like see what your problem is. And I know I can provide tremendous value. And in the back of your head, you do have that little bit of healthy ego where you're like, man, like, this person is so lucky to speak with me. Like, I'll tell you this, if, you know, I've scaled our company to, this year we should finish over 50 million. So, you know, I've done that in record time. That's really great for my industry. And if I took a sales call, right? If I took a sales call and it was for our services and I was speaking to somebody doing $1 million a year, in the back of my head a little bit, there's that healthy ego of like, wow, this is like I should charge for this sales call, right? Like the fact that they're getting my one-on-one time and I can explain to them and understand their problem and tell them what to do, whether that's my product or not, run through everything I'm talking about with you guys right now. The fact that they're gonna get that opportunity with me is like, they should be paying me just for the call, right? So that's kind of like that price frame. Now, I'm not gonna come out as a better than Dick, okay? So hopefully you understand that nuance. Moving on, we have detachment from the outcome. So we've kind of already covered this one a little bit, but this is another mental cue. And this is one that before every sales call I used to have, I always used to repeat the mantra and think about the following, is ruthless detachment from the outcome, and then attach yourself to 3 different things. Flawless execution of the process, getting to the truth of what they want, what's keeping them from doing it, and if their actions are gonna be aligned to their words, we already talked about that. And then finally, and this one's really important, number 3, is having fun. Because if we're attached just to the process, and our goal is to execute that flawlessly and have fun while doing it, like enjoy ourselves in the moment and just enjoy the dance of sales. That is really the key of getting in the flow state. And if you played sports, it's just the difference between being really in your head, having anxiety, and just not like, you're just not in like your peak state of sports performance, versus like when you're out there and you're just like having fun. Like you'll hear pro basketball and football players say all the time, like, hey, we need to get back to having fun. And that's because it's one of those things, you're just totally in the present moment. You have this really like sense of joy and purpose and like fun, and it's just a blast. And that's where your best performance comes from. So I always think about those 3 things. And again, when you could do that, right? When you can think of detach yourself from the outcome ruthlessly, attach yourself to these 3 things. When you can do that, you can actually not get the sale and still win, which is huge because then we can start lining up win, 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 win. And if we take 10 sales calls and close 5, we can still have 10 wins, right? If we do that, right? So that's very, very key. It helps you keep you also in, not in ruts, because there's ebbs and flows in sales. And sometimes you got to be really mentally strong. If you hit a really tough 10 prospects and you have no closes, but you feel like you've done everything right, you have to have that internal compass to know that you're still doing the right things. It's just an ebb and flow. Okay? Very, very key. So last one for the mental cues and frames is the expert frame. So we've also talked about this one a little bit. So let's go through it. This is also called the doctor frame. I kind of combined them. So you've probably heard the doctor, if like you go into the doctor's office and you sit down with a doctor, they ask you about your problems. You're explaining what's going on, what's happening, etc. They ask pointed question, pointed question, pointed question. Eventually they make a diagnosis and then they give you a prescription, okay? It's very, very similar to a sales call. We'll talk more about that later, obviously, as we get into the training. But again, like we make one diagnosis, we make one prescription, and we do that with ultimate certainty that that diagnosis is correct and that prescription is correct, right? We're not giving, the doctor doesn't say, oh, okay, you can take 3 different types of medication and they're different price points. Which one do you want to do? Like, that's not what we do, okay? They're also, the doctor's not, all of a sudden like coaching somebody in the middle of their question asking and before their diagnosis and then getting way off track and doing this and that. They're also not like overly crazy about rapport. Like there's a little bit of rapport, right? But they usually come in pretty authoritative. Hey, how you doing? How's the day? Okay. Hey, tell me what's going on. And then it's, follow-up question, follow-up question, follow-up question. Then they get a clear idea of the situation, do some examination, boom, prescription. And they make the diagnosis, they make the prescription, and it's with absolute certainty. And it's like, this is what you need to do, right? You're not giving options. So again, we'll talk more about that later, but it's a very, very good frame to always think about and hold on the call. Now, kind of combined with this is this expert frame. So what I want you guys to think about is you may not be as accomplished as the person you're talking to, but your goal is to be an expert or higher status in the specific context of what you're selling, right? So a great example of this contextual expertise and contextual being higher status in a certain context is, Oren Klaff tells us in his book, there's the surgeon versus the golf pro, right? Like a surgeon in general, in kind of our Western economy, is known as very, very high status, right? In almost any setting generally, right? But if this person goes and plays a one-on-one golf match with the golf pro, who's higher status in that context, right? The golf pro, because he's a specialist in that one thing. So doing that, you want to do the same with what you're selling. So if you're, let's say, helping people do C-suite recruiting or something, and you have a startup who's trying to build a C-suite team, they have that problem, you're the expert in that problem. In that context, you're actually and should be higher status due to your expertise, which also puts you in a place to provide way more value, okay? So achieving that expertise, a lot of people are like, oh my God, how do I do that? It's actually not that hard. So here's the steps. You learn everything about your field that you can, okay? So learn in your field, in your market, learn everything that you can. Then also within that, learn everything you can about the problem that you're solving, okay? So remember, they're on this call because they have this problem and don't know how to solve it, most likely. So just by the nature of you understanding that problem really well, almost always you're gonna be more of an expert than them in this context. You can get ahead of this in like 2 weeks sometimes. Might take a little bit longer. But again, it's all about just specializing in that context. So how else do you do it? You study your product, which solves the problem. You study your customers who've used your product and achieved results and solved this problem. And then also, you remember that, especially as you get experience as a salesperson, you've had hundreds or thousands of these conversations and seen all these people in different businesses or different lives with this problem. And also all of your customers and testimonials who've taken the product and solved this problem. And you have this amazing ability to recognize patterns based on all of this data you've observed over your, the last 6 months or a year, or however long you've been selling, that almost nobody is going to have. And that is immensely valuable. That's why a lot of times what I do when I'm trying to influence a client or influence somebody on a sales call is I'm like, hey, this is not just my opinion, First of all, like I've had this problem and then I solved this myself. And, I've helped 2,000 other people do the same as well. And I'm networked with some of the top people in our industry here doing 8 figures, multiple 8 figures, even a few doing 9 figures, the top of the top. I know how their business works. I know who they are. I know what they do. And from what I've observed through that and through all of this stuff is that generally this is what you need to do, right? Generally in your situation, here's the best way to attack this problem. So you see how I'm kind of using this massive amount of observation I have as a way to really get that expert frame and build a lot of proof and a lot of trust and a lot of buy-in before I make a certain recommendation, okay? And that recommendation could be on my product or it could be, just something else I'm trying to get somebody to believe. Maybe it's a client, okay? So again, you have that pattern recognition ability, really lean on that. Now, moving on to some really important stuff. This is short and sweet, but it's probably the most important part of this entire video. Cultivating conviction. Okay, so conviction is how strongly you believe your product or service is the most valuable solution to get from current state to desired state, right? So it's the best, strongest bridge from Hell Island to Heaven Island. Like we talked about that. There's multiple bridges to get across Hell to Heaven Island, right? We want to be the best one, the strongest, fastest, shortest, etc., the most sturdy. And, in sales and business terms, it's really what's the best bridge? It's the most valuable one, right? And a great way to think about it again is Alex Mosey's value equation, right? You have time delay, effort and sacrifice on the bottom, dream outcome, and I think it's perceived likelihood of achievement on the top, right? And the highest number is really the most that's what gives you your value equation, right? And so you want to have your personal conviction that out of all different methods and products and things your market could do to achieve result, right? Yours is the most valuable, okay? So this is really the X factor in sales. Everything being equal, conviction's always, the salesperson with the most conviction is always going to outperform. And in fact, even if you look at an average salesperson versus a very experienced one, but average one has massive conviction, experienced one does not, or maybe has a little bit of doubt, average one's gonna kick its ass. And the average one, because they are so much more passionate about it, will eventually just invest in themselves and actually become very, very advanced, okay? So this is very key. Like a great example of this is, let's say you have a coaching program helping women optimize their hormones and do this through dietary changes and testing, etc. Let's say you have a client whose life has been changed by this product and they become a salesperson. They don't have that much experience. And then you have another guy who's like a rugged car sales guy selling this women's hormonal release product, right? Whatever it is. Okay, who do you think is going to win, right? Obviously, the previous client, even though they might have very rudimentary sales skills, they have massive conviction. They're going to be relate to the market. They know the market. They are the market. You know, they've been through this process. Like, they're going to kick that person's ass, and they're just going to be so much more relatable. They're going to understand like all these things that makes a huge difference. Doesn't mean you should always hire your clients, but it's a great example of when it can work really, really well. So, how do you cultivate conviction? It's actually pretty straightforward. Right? Number one, sell something you're naturally drawn to, you're naturally passionate about, okay? You should have a strong belief about it from the beginning that it cultivates more and more and more and more as you start even selling it and start working for the company, right? So I was selling for a different company who was like a marketing company. It's my first sales job. We mainly went after real estate agents. And you know, the product was not great, to be candid. I think we kind of told ourselves it was good. It was my first job. I didn't know what good products were and bad products were. I was just trying to not get fired at the time. And eventually, as I started to get really, really good, I started following these guys, and they were called Traffic and Funnels. And I remember consuming their marketing and buying a few of their products and all this stuff. And I thought to myself, like, man, if I sold that, I'd be the best person on the team. Like, if I sold that, like what I said to myself actually was, I was born to sell something like that. And I mean, that's what I would like. I wasn't being necessarily 100% serious, but like that would be the type of stuff that would go through my head. Is that like, man, I'm like born to sell something like this. Like I would just crush this thing. And I was so passionate at the time about what they were doing. And so that's number one. Also, you know, once you're in, study and use the product. Study and use other products. Like again, your thesis should really be the best way for my market, this market, to go from current to desired situation is blank, right? Is what you're selling. If you don't believe that, sell something else, right? But you have to be able to believe that. And out of all the bridges that are out there to go from Hell Island to Heaven Island, you have to believe yours is the most valuable. It's going to make a huge difference. Also, just be heavily involved with the community created by your product. Watch and remind yourself of testimonials of people that you sold daily. Have a thank you for enrolling me folder. Like every single time somebody sends you a message, hey, thanks, the treatment or the coaching or whatever it was that you sold, it's been life-changing, etc. Anytime that you have that, you know, happen, create a folder and then you can go through that on a daily basis. It really helps you remind yourself what you're doing is important. It changes lives, etc. Another one, this is a little counterintuitive, have faith in your ability to make it right. I always tell this to our salespeople is like, hey, like you're kind of borderline and like you're not sure if we can really help this person or not. At the end of the day, still make the offer. You know, don't make false promises, but like still make the offer and still have that conviction, because at the end of the day, if they get in and we know it's not right from the get and maybe you made a misdiagnosis, we'll just refund that person. It's fine, you know? And so a big thing is just have faith in your ability to make it right. Like at the end of the day, if you know you have great values, great integrity, and you're going to take care of people at the end of the day, if you make the wrong decision in the sales process on the front end, you can take care of that usually pretty immediately, and everybody comes out unscathed. The last one is have high standards for yourself. And a way I like to think about it is having a high say-do ratio for yourself. Say-do ratio, what we say we want to do, or what we say we're going to do versus what we do is 1-to-1. We say we're going to do this, we do it. Okay? 1-to-1 say-do ratio. If you say you're going to wake up at 5 a.m., wake up at 5 a.m. If you say you're going to work out at 6 a.m., work out at 6 a.m. If you say you're going to make this amount of cold calls, make this amount of cold calls. When you start cultivating those high standards and high say-do ratio, it builds a massive amount of confidence. And having those high standards for yourself and just being a master of managing oneself, it makes you a leader of others. And it also makes you somebody who just naturally through their life carries conviction. Your words will hold more weight because of that. So last but not least, cultivating flow state. Instead of flow state, I always kind of like saying poise. Again, like these are just mental cues for yourself, right? So for me, that mental cue I like to say was poise. Poise is a calm sense of certainty under pressure. I think about it like, you know, Michael Jordan getting the ball with 10 seconds left in the NBA Finals. He's got to make a game-winning shot, right? He's got poise. He's got that calm sense of certainty under pressure. Another little word I like to use is called resolve. which means it's this feeling as if it's already done. It's already a given. Like if you've ever not achieved a goal yet, but you're well on your way to achieving that goal and like you knew it's just a given. Like it's gonna happen. There's no way it doesn't happen. Like I remember, I always had a goal to have $1 million in the bank account, right? And probably when I was at like 600 grand, I had, based on how my business was doing at the time, I just had resolve like, oh yeah, it's done. Like it's not even my goal anymore because it's literally done. Like it's already hit, even though that money's not in the bank account yet, right? It's that resolve. And you probably had feelings like that, in the past among a lot of different situations, whether it's sports or whether it's even in your own sales calls, whatever. But having that resolve, it's not this high like certainty, like Tony Robbins, yes, yes. Like it's not like that, right? It's this calm sense of certainty under pressure. It's poise. So how do you cultivate that state? Number one, this is very, very key. Place all your attention and energy onto the prospects and the words that they're saying. You almost want to meditate. If you meditate, meditation is huge, honestly, for mindset. And I really should have made that a key tenet of this training, is like meditation is so key for sales because it helps you listen and focus so much. Now, going beyond that, what you want to do is once you're practicing meditation, when you're actually on the call, you have to rest your attention on the words that they're saying and also their body language and their mannerisms. Like you want to be just totally focused on them. And when you do that, a couple things happen. Number one, like you're kind of meditating on them, as weird as that sounds. But you're doing that, it's going to take all the pressure off you. It eliminates all nervousness. And this is what's kind of woo-woo, but it is very, very true. The right thing to do or say will naturally come through you in the moment, okay? You just have to trust your training up into this point. You have to trust that you're going to do the right thing spontaneously in the moment, okay? Now, if that doesn't happen, you got to do some more training, okay? But, you're much, much more better off just being 100%, and stuff is going to start coming through. Also, it's like if you're taking notes, whether that's on the laptop or pen and pad, I started with pen and pad. When you're taking notes, when these things come through you, right, you can write them down and make a note to be able to ask that question later, so on and so forth. So very, very, very key there. You really want to lose yourself in the enjoyment of the process. Like at the peak, these calls will feel like truly an art form, like fun, an art form, like you're pursuing this perfection, just making your influence as good as it can be. And the last thing I'll leave you off with is if you read The Inner Game of Tennis, okay? If you read The Inner Game of Tennis, it's a phenomenal book on having the right mindset, especially towards sales. It's really a sports performance book, but it works really great through sales. One of the things you'll get from that, and I'll leave you with this, this is one of the most, I think it's going to be in the next training, but it's one of the most important things you can actually do for your mindset in sales is consistently review and listen to your best sales calls over and over. And I mean, I'm telling you, some of the ones I've listened to these calls. This is one with this guy named Fred. I've listened to that call 100 times. I'm not even kidding. 2x speed, I'm just listening to myself, just win, sound really good, be at peak performance. I'm reminding myself, I'm good at this. I've done this 1,000 times. Here's me making the sale, closing the deal, helping this person. Always, reviewing a win a day is going to keep the sales manager away. And with that being said, I'll leave you off with this training. Hopefully it was helpful. We'll see you in the next training.
Real quick, and then we'll get back to the video. If you need help with any of these three things, either installing a lead acquisition internally in your business, you need new sales reps, and you want sales reps recruited done for you, and also get the sales consulting and sales management help that comes with that, or if you just want overall business strategies of how you can scale to 8 figures or beyond, go to the link in the description, click that link, check out the video, and then book a call with our team. We'd love to help you with any of those three things. Now back to the video. This training is going to be on subcommunication and tonality in sales, okay? So have you ever wondered why two different salespeople can use the same exact script, say the same exact words, but they get entirely different results, okay? Well, all of those things being equal, what does it have to be? It's the things behind the words, right? Like a writer would say, it's in between the lines. So it's the things behind the words, and it's really that subcommunication and tonality and how that makes somebody feel and how that makes somebody receive your information through how they're communicating. So what's really cool about this training is obviously the context is selling and the context is in sales and persuasion and stuff like that, right? But everything that we're going to do in this training can apply to dating, let's say, for sure. It can apply to networking, speaking, a business negotiation, really anything in terms of how to present yourself properly. So very, very cool, cool training, very, very in-depth, as you'll see. So it might be something you want to go through this, then go through the regular sales training later in the series, like the actual words to say, right? And then come back to this for a review. But with that being said, what are we going to cover? 3 mechanisms of social conditioning that dictate idea receptiveness. So that's 1. 3 certainty distinctions. 3 tells of dominance. And dominance, and think of this, it's not like you're dominating your prospect or anything, but it's more like leadership and certainty, okay? 3 levels of rapport and tonality. And then we're going to go through some examples at the very end, okay? So let's get into it. 3 mechanisms of social conditioning that dictate idea receptiveness. What the heck does that mean? Okay, here's the deal. There's so much information in this world. There's too much information in this world for your mind, particularly your reticular activating system, to process at one time, right? Like there's so much coming in that what our brain has to do is it has to filter that information. Now in NLP, they talk about generalized, like we like to generalize things, we like to delete certain things and distort certain things, right? That's why if you take something and then play telephone all the way you go throughout the circle, when you get back to where you started, it might be something entirely different, right? And that's because we generalize, delete, distort, okay? So that's in NLP. Now, in this example, and that's very valid too, by the way, but in this example, I want to talk about 3 other filters. And this dictates how likely somebody is going to accept your ideas to be true, okay? So again, just to restate this, we have 3 primary mind filters that allow us to quickly and easily decide using the least amount of energy possible. Remember, biologically, we want to conserve energy. That's how we survive. So 3 filters to quickly and easily decide which ideas to accept to be true. So what are those 3 filters? The certainty of the person communicating the idea, the inner alignment of the person communicating that idea, and then other people's thoughts and ideas around the idea, which AKA social proof, okay? So 3 filters, all right? Now, the more, we're gonna unpack each of those, and the more you're communicating with these 3 things sort of behind it as the foundation of your communication, the more likely someone is gonna accept what you're saying to be true, which in a persuasion context, right? When you're trying to build a case or an argument to sell your product or sell an idea, right? That's very, very important, right? You want them to accept your ideas to be true, right? That's what it's all about. So let's unpack each of these, going into first the certainty of the person communicating the idea. So you probably heard before, it's not what you say, it's how you say it, okay? Well, let's kind of unpack that a little bit. So here's 3 good distinctions of how you can understand certainty when it comes to tonality. The first one's called sound of belief. I don't know who I heard this from, but it's always stuck with me, the sound of belief, okay? And the easiest way I could explain this is if you look at, let's say, right now we have an extreme political climate, and things are very, very controversial and antagonistic on both sides, right? And if you look at each side, whether that's a politician or somebody in the media, there's like a lot of yelling, a lot of screaming. There's like this attitude that if you don't get it, there's like something wrong with you, or you just don't get it. Like there's something just wrong with you for not, accepting what in their perspective is a painfully obvious idea. And so that communication that you see on both sides, I do not think that's positive communication. I'm not endorsing it, but that is the sound of belief, right? It's almost like this thing to where when you believe in what you believe so much to where when, like, let's say the prospect or whoever you're in a negotiation with, when they don't get it, you're like, it's almost like you have this mental, like, what's like wrong with you? Like, how do you not get this? Like, it's so obvious, okay? And so I just want to be super disclaimer here. I'm totally not advocating you putting down your prospects or anybody in a negotiation or anything like that. You're not putting them down, not making them feel stupid or dumb or anything like that. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is you need to have a belief that's so strong that almost like that urge comes up in you, right? To where you're like, man, like this product, like it's worked so well for us. We have thousands of case studies. You already told me that you have this problem. You don't know how to fix it. If you don't fix it, this is going to happen. You know this is going to work. But then when, price is on the table, now we're getting squirmy. Like, what's really going on? Like, how do you not see this? Like, how do you not get this? Obviously, this is going to work for you. It's like that kind of energy is what we want to cultivate. And it just comes from having this ironclad certainty. Every bone in your body just knows that this is the right thing. Now is the right time. And one of my old mentors, Eli Wild, used to say, your certainty needs to overcome their doubt, right? And that's a lot of the sound of belief. And this is why sound of belief, again, is why if you take two salespeople, one's a little bit more, let's say they're relatively equal skill, but one of them is tactically a better salesperson, right? But then the other one has way more conviction. Which one's going to sell better? The one with the conviction. Why? Because of the sound of belief. People are just going to be like, man, that guy he's honest. You could tell he just believes in it. He's passionate about it. And that's what it's all about. So that's one distinction here of certainty of the person communicating the idea. The next one is this distinction. I think this will help you. Pumped up certainty versus resolve. Okay. So what's the difference between pumped up certainty and resolve? Pumped up certainty is like going to Tony Robbins' UPW and it's like, yes, 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 yes. Like you're absolutely certain. You're like this hypey, high energy salesperson. And look, I have nothing wrong with being high energy, but like, you're this hypey, high energy salesperson or something like that. Right now, if you are, let's say a $10 million, if you're in my shoes, I'll just tell you this, and I'm going in to buy a software for my company. Okay. I'm looking at a new CRM. I don't really like, if you're this hypey, pumped up salesperson who just did a bunch of, jumping on the trampoline and like, you're like, yes, yes, Tony Robbins style. Like, does that make me want to buy your software? Like, no, now it is better than being like an Eeyore and being low energy, right? So yes, it is better than that. But there's another level to it, right? There's a way to be certain that's not, and it actually more certain, that's not this pumped up certainty. That's called resolve, all right? And so one thing I want to outline about the pumped up certainty. There's a lot of sales trainers out there even now who that's really kind of what they teach still. And, some of their clients have really good success. Why is that? Well, if you are a low energy like if you are just like not a high energy person, you have no standards, you don't work out, you're not pumped up, you have no certainty whatsoever, going from like the Eeyore to the pumped up certainty, like, yeah, you're going to get better results, no doubt. It's kind of like, if you read Levels of Energy, you have to, the first step of breaking out a lot of times of shame, fear, guilt, and some of these really low vibration emotions is anger. Right now, is anger the right way to lead your life? No, but it's kind of like you have to go through that phase sometimes to get to the next one. That's kind of what pumped up certainty is like in respect to resolve. So what's resolve? Resolve is the certainty as if it's almost already done. Okay. I'll give you an example is before I had, a goal for a long, long time of mine was to have $1 million in my bank account, right? Like that was a goal. And, like in the beginning phases, I'd be like, okay, $1 million in my bank account. Like I'm going to journal about it in the morning. I'm going to like visualize it in my mind. And like, I just like really like feel it. And like, yeah, and that's kind of like pumped up certainty. And then what's funny is when I was most certain about it was probably like 3, 4, 5 months away from when I hit it. But I could tell based on my income that I had coming in that I was going to hit it no problem. So I had resolve. It was at that time, even though I didn't have that $1 million in my bank account, it was as if it was already done. Like I knew without question, unless there's some crazy black swan, without question, I'm going to hit that. Right. And that was years ago. But like, it's almost like, in sports, like as you sort of start getting, and you can see the light at the end of the tunnel, you get out of this pumped up certainty and you start to get into resolve where it's like, no, it's like already done. Like you just know. Okay. And to give you a sports example, sometimes like if you're playing a really, really hard opponent, you might have to really like pump yourself up, but there's some nerves, there's some tension. If you're playing somebody to where you've done all the preparation needed and you know you're better than them and you know you're going to win, you almost go into it with resolve. You go, what's the difference? Instead of that tense, pumped up certainty, you go in loose, you're having more fun, and you're in this place where you're just in complete flow state, right? And the easiest way I can think about that in a sports example is think about like the Patriots during the Belichick-Brady era, right? Like they're not like crazy pumped up, dramatic on TV, causing a bunch of drama. It's like put their head down, get the work done, but they're so confident, right? So resolve is a good distinction for this as well. The next distinction in terms of certainty is what I call shallow versus depth of expression. So when somebody talks, there's a certain weight to it. Okay, there's like a certain weight that you can sense from it, and you can tell is what they're saying. Does it come from thousands of hours of experience, being in the trenches, truly being the best of the best topic at hand, or is what they're saying like shallow? Do they lack that experience? Can you sense that there's not a lot of depth behind it? Okay. So there should feel like there's this like heaviness around the communication. Okay, what's the classic example? Social media, right? There's everybody making videos on how to make passive income and how to do this and how to do that and how to do this, right? Well, if Elon Musk makes a video about being a successful entrepreneur in 2023, and then some guy who's, making 10K a month from YouTube AdSense makes a video about how to be a successful entrepreneur in 2023, like which has more weight behind it, okay? Even if theoretically they said the same exact words, which has more weight behind it? Obviously, Elon Musk, right? It's a big reason why Alex Hormozy and a lot of his content says when you're making content, like you should really just report what you've actually already done. And that's because people can really sense, like, is there weight behind the words you're saying? It's the same exact reason why like somebody like Tom Bilyeu or Ed Mylett, the Patrick Bet-David, these guys all sold their companies for multiple nine figures, or, in Tom Bilyeu's case, $1 billion, right? And they have podcasts. A lot of other people are trying to build podcasts too. Well, why are these guys so popular in like the personal development space? Because there's weight and meaning behind the words they're saying. Even if their audience doesn't even know what their background is, they can sense that. It's very, very important, okay? So what are the action items that you want to take away from this, okay? Well, if you're an entrepreneur, you probably already likely have, unless you have some sort of imposter syndrome, right? Like you already likely have this because hopefully what you're selling is a problem that that you've already solved, that this problem's like your bitch, right? Like exactly how to solve it. It is no problem. Like you are the master in the world of solving this damn problem. And whatever you're selling, you've probably done yourself or fixed that problem for yourself first. Or maybe you have a ton of testimonials and results that can back that up, right? Like there has to be that weight behind it. But for entrepreneurs, a lot of times it comes very easily, right? So if you're a salesperson, how do you do it? Well, it's actually really the same thing. Number one, you have to really know your industry. Like when I was selling for traffic and funnels, we helped coaches and consultants and so on, scale their lead generation. And, I knew that industry so well. And then on top of that, most of our clients were trying to go from 0 to 100 grand a month. So I knew my industry really well. And then the other thing you want to know as a salesperson is you want to be a master at the problem, right? You want to be the world's most foremost expert in the problem your company solves. That problem's got to be your bitch, right? And I also had that, right? I knew the industry really well. And when it came to getting coaches from like 0 to 100 grand a month, man, like I knew how to tell them to get there like the absolute back of my hand, okay? And it's like I had so much certainty behind it because I had thousands of conversations where I was talking about the problem. I had learned from some of my mentors and the people I was selling for of how to fix the problem. I knew the industry really well. I had all of these case studies and patterns that I had seen of the clients that we had to back it up. I had done so much, I assumed so much information. I totally get it. So it's like I would get on the calls with, business owners who were more successful than I was, but I could just talk circles around them when it came to fixing this problem, right? When it came to this problem, I was much higher status, right? Like we talked about in the previous video, it's a difference between, a surgeon might have really good general status in the United States, just kind of out and about. But if he goes to a golf course and golfs with a golf pro in that context, the golf pro has the higher status, right? It's the same thing. When the conversation is about this certain problem, you want to be that expert in the problem so that you have the higher status, right? So you have some authority. And it's not hard to do that because number one, you're going to have thousands of conversations about fixing this one problem, right? So you only have to master this one thing. That's all you got to focus on. And on top of that, the prospect wouldn't be on the call with you if they didn't have that problem. So it's really like as a salesperson, it sounds like, man, like how do I become the authority and like how do I, command the same authority that the entrepreneur and the founder is commanding? It's really not that hard, and it's achievable through doing these things within like a 2-3 month time frame. Like you can do it very, very quickly, even if you're a complete beginner. Okay. So we'll talk more about that a little bit later because a lot of this stuff ties in with each other. But that's the first thing in terms of the certainty of the person communicating the idea. It's one of the 3 things that increases idea receptiveness. What's the second one? It's the inner alignment of the person communicating the idea. Okay. So what does this mean? Are you walking the walk or are you talking the talk? Right? Like again, a large part of why entrepreneurs can sell better than salespeople, why the founder can sell better than even their VP of sales that they hire in the very beginning, right? A big part about that is because they have way more alignment with the ideas that they're presenting, right? It might be because they first solved that problem themselves. It might be because, they have tons and tons of case studies. They also know how much went into the product, right? But they're walking the walk, right? Like they've actually done that. So there's that inner alignment there. So you have to not just be talking about it, but you have to be living it, and it has to be ingrained in your being. And that will make you so much more influential. Like a great example is there's tons of different sales recruiters and hey, we'll help you build your sales team people out there. And, most of them I have never seen stick around for more than like 3 to 6 months. And the reason why is like they look at my success and then they just get into this industry, thinking like, oh, it's such a good way to make money. Like Cole has a good offer. And I'm not saying I don't have a good offer, but what I think they're missing is like, no, I'm like really good at solving the problem. And like we're the only ones who've actually done what we're trying to help clients do. Like we're helping people build their sales team, but we have a sales team that's going to produce 45, 50 million this year in cash. So, again, like most people who are reaching out to us for sales team help have nowhere near that success. So we're actually like, if I give you information about how to run a sales team, it's coming from really doing this at the highest level in this industry. Like in our perspective, like bubble of an industry, we're up there as one of the best, right? Especially with the phone sales. So again, that's the inner alignment of the person communicating the idea, right? We're walking the walk. We're not just talking the talk. So another big aspect of this is up-leveling your growth as a person, your standards as a person, and your identity. Because nothing is more influential than who you are and the way you think, okay? Now that sounds a little esoteric. What do I mean by that? One of my mentors used to say that sales is really just a transference of thinking, right? You're not selling them on the product. You're selling them on a way of thinking that leads to the product, right? So you might have seen my videos before. If you're Russell Brunson, he doesn't try to sell you on ClickFunnels. He sells you that funnels is the best, newest, fastest, best way to get customers online. And if you believe that to be true, then you're probably going to buy ClickFunnels, right? That's like the next logical step as a byproduct of that belief. And so always in sales, you're selling them on a way of thinking. And if you can be somebody who is doing what they say they're going to do, has very, very high standards, has done a lot of personal development and work on themselves, knows how to make empowering decisions, knows how to think about making decisions, you're going to be able to help business owners or whoever your prospects are make more empowering decisions for themselves and transfer them that successful way of thinking that you had to work really hard to obtain. Okay? That's what I mean by inner alignment. So a few more tips on improving this. One is something you probably heard before. This is like old school sales, but the mirror. Okay? So you want to be the prospect that you want to attract. So are you the prospect you want to attract? Do you make quick decisions? Do you invest in yourself? Or do you make a bunch of BS excuses? Because your objections will be their objections. If you're selling a coaching program that's $10,000 and you've never bought a coaching program that's $10,000 or more, you're going to have a tough time selling it. Almost always. Okay. If like if you are overweight and you've tried to lose weight a bunch of times and it's never worked, and then you're selling a weight loss program to people just like you, but you've never even gotten the result. You've never even invested in yourself to actually, like, you're too scared to invest in yourself to get that result and then follow through and take action. Like, you're not going to do well. Okay. If you always say you want to think about it, when people tell you they want to think about it, you're probably going to, take what they say at face value and let them think about it. Okay. You're going to have a hard time overcoming that objection because it's not even authentic. All right. So that's the first one, the mirror. Standards is the second one. So I kind of mentioned this before, but are you keeping the promises and commitments to yourself? So one of our core values in Closers.io is what's called a high say-do ratio. Okay, so when we say we're going to do something, we actually do it, right? We want the say-do ratio to be 1-to-1. So if you say you're going to wake up tomorrow at 5 a.m., you wake up tomorrow at 5 a.m. If you say you're going to work out tomorrow, you're going to work out tomorrow at 5:30. If you're going to read 20 minutes a day, you read 20 minutes a day. If you're going to do, if we're going to achieve these activities, we're going to do those activities. If you're going to hit this amount of sales a week, you hit that amount of sales a week, right? So we want to have that say-high-do ratio. And when you start doing what you say every time and that actions align with words constantly, and you can live up to that standard for yourself, it's so much easier to hold prospects accountable to the same standard. Because not only is your energy going to be higher, you're going to be much more confident, but at the same time, you can't influence your prospect to live up to their highest standards if you're not even living up to their own. If the prospect needs to align their actions with their words and do something out of faith, but not out of fear, but then your actions aren't aligning with your words, it's going to be tough for you to hold them accountable, right? And people can sense this type of stuff. The next one is improving your worldview. So some of the best sales training could actually be personal development. Saying I always like to have is your inputs dictate your outputs. What I mean by that is, you can only put out into the world based on the information that you take in, and not just information in the form of like YouTube videos or books or, courses or anything like that. That's part of it, but it also can be mentors you've had, experiences you've had, learning lessons and failures and wins. All of the information that we've taken and lessons that we've taken through our lives, it really dictates what we put back out into the world. And a great example of this is if you look at all the, philosophers, right? I believe it's like Newton came from Galileo, and then Einstein was heavily inspired by Newton, and then several other people were heavily inspired by Einstein. And it's almost like this family tree of, this set of people built upon these people's work, who built upon these people's work, and it's almost just kind of like a pyramid family tree. And you see that with philosophy. You also see that with another one is Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. It's like now in the United States and really all over the world, there's tons of different black belts and tons of different places you can train and schools, right? But those black belts were given their black belt by other black belts and you almost just go right up the tree to where you end up with, I think it is like a few people in Brazil at the very, very top of the pyramid who all these lower layers were people who built upon the Gracie's work, for instance, okay? And so that's a great example of, your inputs dictate your outputs. And those people who had great mentorship were able to kind of take what they had and then they take it one step further, pass it on to somebody else. That person takes it one step further. And that's a great example of inputs and outputs, right? So to digress, what I'm really trying to say here is, what do we want to do? We want to curate as many good inputs as possible to do as much personal development as we can, work on ourselves, improve our worldview. And in doing that, you will just naturally become a better salesperson, okay? I can tell you right now, I'm pretty rusty in sales. Like, I haven't been doing a ton of sales calls because I'm, running our company mainly. But at the same time, I would still slaughter myself from when I was in my prime, simply just because my worldview now and who I've become and my standards and all of these things I've already talked about, they are, my certainty, they're just night and day better than 3, 4, 5 years ago when I was selling full time, right? Again, that's because of who I've become. So a few books I really recommend that are like personal development books that a lot of times just help you become really good at sales. And they can teach you how to think about making successful decisions. And you can share that with your prospects. Is 177 Mental Toughness Secrets of the World Class, Straight Line Leadership, Leaderships, Relentless by Tim Grover. Those are some good ones to get started. So let's move on to number 3, which is social proof, okay? Other people's thoughts and ideas around the idea. Okay, so this one is something that is probably not a novel concept to you. You probably know, okay, social proof is influential. In Robert Cialdini's book, Influence, it's one of the core tenets of what really creates influence on people in their decision making. So it's very, very critical. How do we do this in sales calls? I did link a training here that shows one of the biggest ways I do it, but it's through what I call status drops. Now that kind of sounds douchey, to be quite frank, but there's a way to do it that's cool. Okay, so if you've ever been on a sales call, when I first started in sales, my sales trainer taught me to deliver these case studies to the client in almost the most it was like the most corny, weird, fabricated way where the prospect's like, okay, yeah, you're just telling me this long case study, good job. Like it's almost like a presentation, right? We want to avoid that. We want to mention our case studies in the most casual, native way in the conversation possible, right? To where it doesn't seem like it's forced, like we're just forcing these case studies or trying to use these case studies to persuade them. It should more feel like it's just naturally coming up in the conversation. So again, this training covers most of it, but the main two things is that what I always do is if the prospect's giving me their pain, right? If they're telling me about a certain challenge, let's say they're having with lead generation, and let's say they're a dating coach. Well, if I've had a dating coach who reached out to me and had a problem with lead generation and was able to take our program, let's say, and fix that problem, and now they're getting this result, I won't share the result yet, but as they're explaining the problem, I'll just say something along the lines of like, yep, that totally makes sense. And in fact, I know exactly what you mean. We had a client before, her name was blank, and they also were struggling with lead generation because they were doing blank like you. And I'll tell you a little bit more about them later, but I'm just telling you that or mentioning that because I know exactly what you mean. So I'm just it's called seeding the case study, and then using that to relate to their pain. But I don't really go into what we did with that case study or the solution yet, because I'm going to create an open loop and go back to that later. So we're later in the call, maybe when I'm pitching, I can say, hey, remember earlier when I was talking about so-and-so, dating coach, lead generation problem, right? So they had that problem just like you. This is the part of what we do that allowed them to benefit and ultimately benefited that benefit, right? So that's the way I do it. I seed it early, come back to it later. If you want to know the full, it's in this document here. There's a link to this, obviously, in the description. You can get all this stuff. So that's one thing. Another thing is when you're using case studies or proof points, and there's more proof points than just case studies. There's social proof, living proof, there's third-party endorsements, there's there's all sorts of different types of proof. But when you're using proof, okay, you always want to use it right after something that you want to prove to be true. Okay, it sounds obvious, right? So if we're talking about, let's say our program or what we're selling has 4 key aspects of it, 4 key sort of like key results that we're going to get them. After each key result, I might want to give 1 or 2 case studies or 1 or 2 proof points. It doesn't always have to be case studies. It can be a reason why logic. It can be a personal story. Like it can be a lot of different things. But it's that proof point to drive what I just said home and to be accepted as true. Okay, so that's the other big thing that we want to do there. But that is social proof. Now, moving on, vocal tonality and 3 tells of dominance. So for our purposes, think of dominance like certainty, all right? So there's 3 tells, all right? The first one is a full range of expression, all right? So what happens is, and this is what I've been told, I'm not an evolutionary psychologist or anthropologist, but what I've been told is, in prehistoric times, our bodies, and we just naturally learn to stifle our expression, because if you're this loud, intense, open, wild person, it could put you at risk of like the alpha male in the tribe, whoever's the leader, throwing you out or exile or killing you or whatever. And that's like our ultimate fear, right? Is exile or death. And so I don't know if that's the actual reason we've learned to stifle our expression. But one thing is for sure is most of us go throughout life with a very stifled expression and body language for the most part, but even tonality. Okay. So we need to unstifle that. And if it's stifled, what's going to happen is like your range, right? Like think of a singer has like a long range. I mean, that's the same thing when you're actually just talking normally. Like there's a certain range that you have. And, if you're stifled, you're going to have a really short range and it's going to sound like you're monotone. So it's going to sound like you're like this. And this is what it sounds like to have a limited range of expression, okay? So that's an extreme example, right? But if you have a broad range, okay, there's times where you're really high pitch, there's times when you're saying things a little bit softly to bring people in, and there's times where you vary your cadence, which is another thing, okay? So think of full range of expression as if it's like, it's almost the equivalent of an open body language, okay? Which is something you also want to have. And, there's tons of great body language tips on YouTube and stuff like that. You can look into it yourself. But range of expression is almost like the body language of the voice, okay? The next thing is carefree and free flow expression versus contained expression, okay? So this is something in which the easiest way to explain this is with an example, okay? So have you ever really cared what somebody thought of you? And like you're around this person, and when you're around them, you really care what they think about you, okay? Now, we never like to admit that we do, but we've all had that person. It might be a family member. There was somebody I went out to dinner with, honestly, just a year ago. And this was a huge person in the space I really look up to. And man, I'll tell you what, like I was not myself around this person. Like I just was so in my head because I look up to this person so much that I get in my head and it contained my expression, right? Like you're almost afraid of like loosening up and like being yourself. And you start to second guess everything that you're saying and you start to really get in your head, okay? So that's the difference between a contained expression versus free flow. So the solution to this is you have to be free of what others think about you and really trust that you'll say the right thing spontaneously in the moment. So for instance, on a sales call, we do not want to be constantly thinking in our head, what do we say next? What do we say next? What do we say next? Looking at the script, what do we say next? Really what you want to do is you want to do an immense amount of training before the calls, right? And so really, really know your sales process in and out, like an immense amount of training. And then almost just rest your attention, almost like a meditation, but resting your attention on what the prospect is saying and just be entirely focused on them. And then trust spontaneously in the moment that the right words and the right things to say and the right strategies will come through you. Okay? Now that sounds woo-woo as hell. I get it. But I'm telling you, once you have the right training in place, that is what it's going to feel like. And any great salesperson will tell you, like, once you get really good and in a rhythm, it is almost like a meditation, like you're totally in the moment, you're totally focused, you're in this flow state, and you just feel like you could influence anybody to do anything. And it just like, everything just comes so naturally. And that's the state you want to be in, right? You have to trust that you'll do the right thing spontaneously in the moment. Now, a big part of that is you have to relinquish fear of rejection and what other people think about you, right? And you have to, trust that you're just going to do what's based in truth and what's right, okay? So that's number 2. Number 3 is shifts in cadence, okay? So this is very simple, but we want to have a wide range of expression. And then within that wide range, we want to vary our cadence, all right? So if you don't vary your cadence, it kind of sounds like this, to where we're not varying our cadence, and it sounds very boring, and it sounds like somebody who's like, your history professor. It's like almost like a history professor. I remember I had one time that was just so incredibly boring, right? There was just no variance in cadence. Now, guess what? When you sound like you're reading a script, like you probably heard people say, oh, you sound scripted, right? Or, oh, this sounds scripted. Well, when you sound scripted, that's when you lose that variation in your cadence. So to really drive this home, let me read to you what is not usually the most scripted part of the call, which is frame the call. Now, there's a whole argument of if you should frame the call, if you should not frame the call. We'll cover that later. But for this example, let's just say you're doing it. And I'll show you how it sounds like with a limited range stifled expression and no variation in cadence. Hey, so what I really found to work best on these calls is first diving in to understand your business. So the mechanics of it, how it works, ultimately what you feel like are the constraints that are keeping you from moving, so you get the point there, right? Whereas if you have a natural and normal range of expression and cadence, it sounds like, hey, so what I really found to work best on these calls is first, just really diving in to understand, your business. So the mechanics of it, how it works, and ultimately what you feel like are the biggest constraints that are keeping you from moving forward. And then once we can figure that out, so you see like, that's just like a basic, and I'm still reading right from the script, right? But you can see the difference in range of expression versus cadence. Now, I'm trying to be pretty extreme with my example of like the monotone, right? But what I want you to do after watching this training is go back and review some of your sales calls and watch out for this stuff. Areas where you sound scripted, areas where you're not shifting your cadence, areas where you're just constantly in the same pitch with your voice. And again, this isn't something you should try. Like, it doesn't take effort to do this. It's actually something in terms of varying cadence and in terms of full range of expression and free flow expression. These are things that happen naturally when we unstifle ourselves, okay? When we're not in our head and when we don't care what others think about us, when we're not afraid of rejection, and we can confidently express our truth in the moment, right? So it's actually something, it's not something you do, it's almost something you let go, all right? So again, because if you try to do this, you're going to sound forced, you're going to sound even worse. So some of the examples we'll go over in a second help. Now, 3 levels of rapport. This is the last thing we'll cover, and then we're going to splice over to some examples. So 3 levels of rapport / 3 different tonalities. So there's seeking rapport, neutral rapport, and breaking rapport, all right? So seeking rapport is an upward inflecting tonality, right? To where like you have that uncertain like question at the end of things that should be statements. Equal inflecting tonality is very basic. That's like when we're on the same side of the table, okay? It's us together. That's 80%, 90% of conversation. And then there's downward inflecting tonality, okay? Where we're breaking rapport. And that might be when you're challenging somebody on a sales call, when you're trying to kind of push them over the edge a little bit, or when you're really confidently expressing one of the key features about what you do or a result that your client got. I mean, could be different things. But breaking rapport is something that is, you might use 5 to 10% of the time. Seeking rapport, you really shouldn't be using at all. Equal neutral rapport or equal inflecting tonality should be, the majority of the conversation, right? And so again, what we really want to avoid is the seeking rapport, all right? And in sales calls, believe me, I have heard people sound, I'll be on a call review with somebody. They sound super normal. And then I literally, I'm talking to them, they sound normal. Then I listen to their sales call and I have them on Zoom with me. Entirely different person. Like upward inflecting tonality. They're not expressing, it's like you can tell they're in their head. And when they're in their head, they're not even listening. So they're asking, they sound really scripted and it's like they're running people through a process. Again, like it's something you let go. It's not something you do, right? Because the person sounds normal when they're on the call with me. Is when I put them in this new context, this fear of rejection and what people think about them and this nervousness, it shifts all of our cadence and we get stifled, right? And so, again, listen to your sales calls and watch out for this inflecting tonality. So upward inflecting tonality will sound something like this. Hey, so I really found the work best on these calls is first diving in to understand your business and the mechanics of it and how it works. And ultimately what you feel like is the constraints that are keeping you from being where you want to be. I mean, it's so unnatural for me. It's so hard to say. But again, we want to avoid that at all costs. Like you will not get people will maybe buy to spite you, but if you got a lot of an upward inflecting tonality, you're really going to struggle, okay? So what we're going to do here is we're going to splice over to a older training I did, version of this training, where I give some examples, and then we'll end it from there. Thank you.
I made this training for one of our internal salespeople about a month ago, and it totally bumped him. He wasn't necessarily out of pocket or in a rut, but it took him from doing decent to just closing almost everybody he spoke with almost overnight, okay? And I just showed him the example of these 2 videos. And one is when I first started making paid marketing content, and this is just really embarrassing. And then the second one was like from about a month ago when, I put out a lot of content. I just don't care what people think anymore. I'm just like, whatever, okay? So what's funny is like, this is, both of these are, I was great at sales when I recorded both of these. But what I wasn't as experienced in was creating video content on this first one, and I was a little bit more thoughtful and critical about what I was putting out, and you can see it in my vibe, like I'm kind of trying to play it safe, okay? So before we get into these, I want you to look at the difference in levels of dominance, the vibe, the difference in levels of vibe there, where one, I just know exactly what I'm talking about. It's like no bullshit. I've done this 1,000 times. I'm here to like lead you through this process. Listen up. The downward inflecting tonality and kind of the feeling like you're running downhill with how you speak in the second one. And then in the first one, the apprehensiveness and the vibe of like being safe. Okay. And also look how my eyebrows lifted. That's also a sign of uncertainty, like you don't know what you're doing. Okay. So this is actually going to be vulnerable for you, and just give it to you here, because this is kind of embarrassing, and it's sad, because even when I recorded this first one, like I know better than this, but it just goes to show, like I was just kind of doing paid traffic for the very first time. I was very uncertain, and the uncertainty was the root cause of this kind of shitty energy and tonality. Okay, so I'm actually gonna have to pause this video and then change the audio because I'm walking through a headset. One sec.
Okay, so we're going to get into this now.
What up, guys? Cole here, and if you're on this page, I should just book a consult with me and my team in the next few days. So in the meantime, I wanted to give you some concrete next steps so you know how to show up as prepared as possible to get as much value as possible out of our time together. So real quick, just add it.
Okay, so we only need to even go through 15 seconds to see how bad this is. Now, look at like the level of apprehension. I'm almost like almost leaning away from the camera. My eyebrows are lifted. I'm kind of like overly critical about, like overthinking what I'm saying a lot. I'm not fully, like, am I talking even how I'm talking now to you guys? No. Like I'm almost just kind of like, I have that contained expression. It's not full range. It's a little bit apprehensive. It's not terrible in the sense of very, very monotone, bad cadence, and, you know, upward inflecting and just very uncertain, but it's definitely not good, and it's not me. Okay, and it's because like I had never, you know, and this is like a thank you page video for a paid traffic page. So it's like really not a big deal at all. But I was just in a place where it was like the first paid traffic video that I was created, or paid traffic campaign that I was creating. And I was just overthinking stuff, okay? And it was coming across in my tonality and my certainty. Now, compare and contrast this to this one.
What's up, guys? Cole here, and if you're on this page, you just booked a free sales team audit with either me or my team, okay? So there's going to be a quick, like, 30, 60-second video here just to make sure you can show up as prepared as possible to get as much value as possible out of our call together. So first thing first, in the email, you're going to get
Okay, so even look at my face. I mean, it's just not even a comparison. Like, I look like I'm a fucking killer in this one, and then I look like I'm a total bitch in this one. Like, who do you want to buy from? Like, people buy from like they buy from a little bit of grit, opposed to, you know, whatever the hell this is. Okay, so again, you know, like go through this real fast.
What up, guys? Cole here, and if you're on this page,
Just terrible.
What's up, guys? Cole here, and if you're on this page, you just booked a free.
So you see how I'm rolling downhill with my tonality in this one? It's on, you know, it's very downward inflecting. It's, hey, if you're on this page, like listen up, you know? It's, I've told this, we've done this with 1,000 people. 1,000 people have been through this process. I know exactly what the next steps need to be so that you don't waste time, I don't waste time. Let's get into it, right? I'm not saying that explicitly, but that is my tonality and where I'm coming across, okay? And it's just so funny, like you can even see it
Sales team
in my
audit with either me or
in my face, like how much I'm even leaning into the camera, and it's just, you can see it in the level of certainty. Okay, so hopefully, sometimes it's hard to put it into words, but I recorded this video, you can see it 9/15/20, so it's not even that long ago, and I was replacing the old video, and I looked at the old video, and it was at the same time I was kind of trying to teach some of this tonality stuff to one of our sales reps, and I was like, dude, you gotta see this difference, because this is exactly what you're doing wrong on the calls. And I'll tell you this, guys, there's a lot of buzz about neutral-based language. Okay, trust-based language. I'm a total proponent of that stuff. Now, at the same time, using trust-based language, neutral-based language, doesn't mean you become a little bitch, all right? And that you have zero confidence ever, and you're like, okay, well, you know, I mean, at this point, where do you want to go from here? Like, you're not going to say that, guys. So there needs to be
that level of directness and certainty. Okay, and you can just see the difference. Like, it's just not even a question. I mean, just look. It's just two different animals here. So that is going to be it for the video portion of this training. What I'm going to do, I'm actually having my assistant splice them now so we remove any personal information. But there's 2 call reviews I recently did with 2 different sales teams where the sales reps both had basically the same problem. They both had very upward inflecting tonality, a locked in, very capped range of expression. And because of the tonality and how poor it was, for lack of a better word, there was just no way, no matter what they said, it was not likely to be accepted to be true by the prospect, okay? And that trust and that authority was never going to be built, you know? And so that's why you can say the same words as somebody else is saying. You can use the same exact script and get 2 entirely different results. Because remember, going back up here, there's these 3 filters, and that's what our brain uses subconsciously, because we want to conserve as much energy as possible, how to accept what ideas to be true versus what ideas not to be true, okay? And it's all the way how you're communicating it and your subcommunication, not the words that you're saying. So, Cole Gordon, that is it for this training. I am out. Later.
In this video, we're going to talk about keys to high performance in sales. So really the high performance sales habits that really took me from an average-ish salesperson to one of the best people in the industry. And I will tell you, like, watch this video to the end, because even if you don't know the words to say, or you're not a master at the words to say, and the words to say are important, but even if you're mediocre at those, if you nail this stuff, most likely you're still going to beat people who maybe are really good at the scripts or are really good at the language, but don't have this, okay? It's really the difference a lot of times between average salespeople and just truly exceptional people. And also, if you master what's in this training, it sets you up for success in anything else you're going to do in life. Like, part of the reason I have had tremendous business success is because I've mastered this stuff early on, right? That a lot of this is not just the mindset, but it's also more of the habits, the rituals, the daily standards of how to become great at anything, okay? So this is video number 6 in the Advanced Selling Techniques series. What we're going to cover in this is a review of what we covered so far in the series, setting and hitting your sales targets and projections, 2 reasons you miss your projections, how to avoid sales ruts and sustain high performance, energy management, rituals for sales success, and how to break sales ruts. So we're going to talk about sales slumps, why you get in them, how to break them, all of that stuff. So before we get started, quick little shout out, my old sales manager and mentor, Taylor Welch. A lot of these frameworks I learned from him, and this is a big part of why I grew when I was selling under him on his sales team, is because a lot of these frameworks I'm about to share with you that had a huge impact on me, a lot of that was inspired by him. So I just want to give him a quick shout out. And he has a few books, including one coming out on sales on Amazon. So you can go check those out. They're really good. And I just want to give credit where credit is due. So review what we covered so far. So I just want to make sure you know kind of where to mentally put this training and the series of what we covered so far. Because again, this is the 6th video. So the first video we covered was sales first principles and philosophy. So this is just how to think about sales. The next one's the belief ladder, okay? Which really talks about our underlying methodology of sales, our kind of thesis around sales, okay? And that's going to be really how we approach the sales process later, all right? Then we talked about the inner game of sales. That's exactly what it sounds like. That's like the mindset, beliefs, etc. around sales. Then there's subcommunication and tonality, which is basically everything that it sounds like, right? That's like what's going on behind the words. And then there's keys to high performance. This is actually what to do to carry yourself as a high performer in sales or really anything that you do, okay? So after this, I promise we'll get into like what to say and the scripting and how to pitch and like these different things, which is also very, very important. But this is the foundational stuff we're going to do first. So let's talk about setting and hitting projections. So to do that, I need to talk about the difference between goals and projections. So my company doesn't set goals as a salesperson. You set projections. So think of goals as like your highest aspirations. Projections are your bare minimum standards. That's the numbers you're going to hit even if shit hits the fan, okay? So what's really the difference and why do we set projections? Goals, like, 10x this, right? That's fine, but in sales, they usually get us excited and then let us down, okay? And then we're not able to diagnose why. Projections allow us to reverse engineer the path through our goals and then hedge, and then by doing that, reverse engineering, understand the input-output equation and then hedge the inputs, all right? Projections also give us accuracy, right? So again, they help you understand what inputs go into what outputs, right? Once you understand what inputs go to what outputs, it allows you to adjust behavior accordingly to be able to manufacture the results that you want, okay? It also keeps everybody accountable. When mastered, this will give you and your salespeople, or if you're a salesperson, you, control, okay? A very high say-do ratio to where when you say you're going to do something, you do it. You say you're going to do something, you do it. You say you're going to do something, you do it. And it fosters this feeling of control. Control lends to certainty. Certainty sells, right? So again, when you have a team of salespeople that all across the board, let's say you got 6 guys, 6 girls, whatever, all across the board, they say they're going to hit a number, they hit it. They say they're going to hit a number, they hit it. I'm telling you, that is a high-performing sales team, and the certainty and the level in which that sales team carries themselves and the awareness they have is just going to be unmatched, okay? And this is one of the keys of why our sales teams have just performed tremendously better than really almost any other sales team in our industry, at least, which is like the direct response, coaching industry, et cetera. So how do you actually set projections? So at the end of every week, you're going to set projections for the following week, okay? This is going to include your inputs. So that could be anything from your lead gen activities, your outbound, your follow-up, how many calls you're going to take, et cetera. And then your outputs, which is really the amount of closes you're going to get and the amount of cash, okay? So we really want to get an idea of our leading and lagging indicators here. Now, I made this spreadsheet a long time ago. This is years and years ago to just kind of demonstrate this. But I just want you to look over here where my screen is highlighted. And essentially, you can see what I want to do is every month and every week, you can see I have the weeks mapped out here as well. And this is what I used to do when I was in sales. So like that's where I got that sheet from. Is what I want to do is I want to map out like, okay, let's say I want to hit 10 units, okay? So if I want to hit 10 units, well, what I should do is I should hedge, all right? So if I want to hit 10 units, I want to base my behaviors off trying to hit 13 units. Does that make sense? And so 13 is kind of my goal. 10 is my projection, all right? Now, the difference is, again, the projection is hedged. The goal is not necessarily hedged, but both are reverse engineered. So what I do is I take 13 and I just figure out based on what my metrics are that I should be tracking, what do I need to do to hit 13, okay? So let's say in this example, I have to get 77 scheduled live consults, 77 scheduled consults, 59 because the show rate's 76% or whatever. I know my offer rate's 67%, so that's going to get 40 offers. And then I know out of 40 offers, I'm going to close 13, which, by the way, wouldn't be very good. But I'm just giving a random example here. So maybe my offer to close rate's about 13. So I can kind of, I can kind of reverse engineer what's going on here. Now, over time, when you do this, what really happens is you can start to see if you're not hitting your projections, are you not being accurate or realistic based on your show up rate percentages, your offer to close percentages, et cetera? Are you, is there a deficiency in skill set? Like, like in this example, your close percentage sucks. Like you should probably be doing 20 units, maybe 25 units potentially. So is it that? Is it a lack of volume? It's like, no, all my efficiency metrics were really, really, really good. I just didn't have enough live consults. Now, was that because I just was unrealistic with what I was projecting? Or did I have not have enough live consults because I, as the closer, didn't do enough outbound activity, right? Which, you know, as a closer, you got to do outbound. I mean, believe me, any great closer, if you're not on a call, the only thing you're trying to do is get on a call. And the only two things you can do to try to get on a call is reach out to people you haven't talked to yet and reach out to people you have talked to yet, aka follow up, right? So if you're not on a call during the sales day, 9 to 5, 8 to 5, however much you're working, you need to be doing things that are going to get you on a call or set you up for success on a call later, right? So again, that's another big difference, you know, neither here nor there about great salespeople is what do you do when you have a no-show? How do you spend that extra hour, right? Well, a great salesperson, they do it either with follow-up or outbound, right? They still commit time to that activity, okay? I'm not saying you might want to take you can take a 20-minute break during the day and take a walk or whatever to like refresh. I mean, that's fine. But most mediocre salespeople, especially in our industry, what they do is if they have 5 live calls but 2 don't show up, that 2 hours in which they have free, you know, they're going to lunch, they're taking a walk, they're listening to a podcast. So it's like, no, you need to be working, right? And if you do really commit to that time, you're going to get way better results. So anyways, that's a little bit of a rant, neither here nor there. Another key thing about projections, and this is almost like the easiest way to think about it, is you want it to be high enough to where you hit it about 75 to 80% of the time. So that means 20 to 25% of the time, you're going to miss because you're right on a little above the edge of what you could do 100% of the time, right? You're just a little bit above the edge. Like you're always just pushing that boundary. So if you're not missing from time to time, you're not pushing yourself enough. Now, if you're missing all of the time, there's an issue, which we're going to cover one of the couple issues in a second. If you're hitting all of the time, you're not pushing yourself far enough. So I got this from Andy S. Grove from High Output Management. He was one of the main guys in Intel. And he talks about the KPIs used to set for people. They're not high enough unless they miss them 20 to 25% of the time, right? Because when there's that accountability, because in our culture, we have a culture where missing projections is unacceptable, right? So if you have a culture where missing projections is unacceptable and there's a high say-to ratio, when we say we're going to do something that we actually do it, and you can get people to set projections to a level to where, man, it's right on that border of being able to do it every time. Like they're going to miss sometimes. That's where you really get the best out of people. You get innovation, you just get, and people will actually surprise their own selves of how much they can actually do. And in fact, like part of the reason I got so good at sales, and particularly I was a very, very good closer who was also very, very, very good at outbound and follow-up. That was kind of like my claim to fame. And the reason I got good at all that stuff is because our projections were so high that if I didn't do that, there was no way I was going to hit projections if I didn't do a ton of outbound, ton of follow-up. And the culture was of that if you miss projections, it was unacceptable. So it forced me to really just prove to myself different ways I could still produce revenue and still produce deals, even if, let's say, the inbound leads weren't there, okay? So again, a little bit of a rant, but important here. So again, projections, that's a good benchmark. You should, if you're a sales manager, you want to do this with your sales team and adjust them. If you're a sales rep, you want to be able to hit it 75, 80% of the time. If you're hitting it every time, not good. If you're missing it, more than that, also not good. Now, there's only 3 reasons you can miss projections, okay? Number 1 is a lack of accuracy. So you just simply weren't accurate, right? So for example, you expected to get 10 closes this week, but you only had 14 live calls, you made 11 offers, right? So you hit 6, all right? So like, again, if you have 11 offers on the board, getting 10 is like pretty tough, unless you're like extremely cherry picking your offers. Generally getting 10 out of 11 is like pretty tough, okay? 10 closes even out of 14 live calls, usually pretty tough. A lot of it can depend on lead quality, right? But generally with cold traffic, that would be pretty tough, right? So that would be a lack of accuracy, as long as this last statement that you spend all your downtime maximally doing outbound and follow-up and et cetera, right? Because we'll talk about the next one, the next reason is insufficient volume of behavior. So let's take this same example, but you did no outbound and follow-up, right? So you can't sit back there and say, oh, I've done everything I could do to hit projections. All you really did is you did really well in the closing call. Like your closing percentage was very, very high, but you didn't have very many calls and you did nothing to create opportunity when you weren't on the calls, okay? So again, like you see the issue with that. So that's volume, all right? So the difference between accuracy and volume is really, are they doing everything off the calls as they can? Now, accuracy is very important and still the sales rep's responsibility, right? Like you need to be accurate, okay? Like if you forecast the weather, look, you can miss sometimes, but generally, if you're not accurate, you're going to lose a job. Insufficient efficiency of behavior is the third one. So this means your inputs were good, right? You were doing outbound, you were doing follow-up, but you didn't get the leverage from them that you were looking for. So this shows up in 2 forms. Either number 1, your closing ratio is low, or number 2, your set ratio is low. That's it, right? So either out of the reach outs or outbound dials or texts or follow-ups that you're doing, you're not getting a sufficient response. That would be the set ratio. Or closing ratio is out of the live consults you're having, you're just not closing enough, right? So that could either be, now, why would you have an inefficiency in behavior? Could either be skill set gaps, where you need to get better, or it could mean you're in a rut, which we're going to talk about, okay? So hopefully this makes sense. Now, if you're a sales manager, again, just some key things. You want to really gauge your team, or a business owner is running a sales team. You really want to gauge your team so that they're at that 75, 80% mark, all right? And the other thing is too, is I'm talking a lot about if you're a closer, if you're not on the calls, like to do outbound and the importance of that and follow-up. Now, if you're a business owner though, if you have a really great closer, it's actually in your best interest to just pack their calendars full to where they really have no time. to do anything but their follow-up, essentially. Because if you have a closer closing like at this rate, right, 14 live calls and they're hitting 6, I mean, that's 40%. That's pretty good. And then let's say that's cold traffic. You don't want to not give this guy calls to make him do outbound. It's more profitable just to pack his calendar as full as possible, right? It's more profitable for him and for you. So just keep that in mind. Some people with their closers, get just this ego of like, I need to make my sales team do outbound, this and that. You should just really set them up to succeed as much as possible. The key thing is if you're a closer and you don't have enough calls for whatever reason, maybe there's a dip in marketing, whatever happens, there's no shows, you need to utilize that time efficiently. You can only do that through outbound and follow-up. So with that being said, how to avoid ruts and to sustain high performance. So what's a rut? So a rut, look, like the way I define it, is a 5% swing in close rate sustained over 30 days. So they're closing 30%, they go to 25%, okay? And you could even potentially, based on some of this qualitative data, I'm just gonna say down here, is chunk that down to 14 days, okay? But the reason why we can't do that is because of what's called regression to the mean. So regression to the mean is the natural variance that happens in numbers, right? So like if you look at a salesperson's closing ratio, you'll have like a baseline, but then obviously the actual performance oscillates up and down along that line, right? So what happens is we can't look at a 1-day time frame or a 3-day time frame or a 4-day time frame from a pure number standpoint. We can't look at those short time frames and diagnose a rut because it could just be a string of bad calls, okay? Now, if we look at the macro, we definitely can use numbers, right? So this is what I put here. Dips in performance are natural in the micro, but in the macro, it's always the salesperson, unless it's like if everybody's going down, like if the entire sales team's going down, then it's either lead quality or it's the leadership. And a lot of times it's actually the leadership, most times. So it's usually not lead quality. It can be though. I've seen cases like that. So again, micro versus macro. And a big thing here, and this is just, it takes an experienced sales rep to know this. You can't let ebbs and flows in the micro throw you into a rut. Case in point, it actually can happen to where you can be a phenomenal salesperson, take 10 live calls in a row, close 0, take the next 5 calls and close 4 out of 5. And that would put you at what? What would that be? Like 28% closing ratio, something around there. Now it depends on your offer. That could in some situations be considered good. That could be considered bad in some situations. Just kind of depends on your company and your offer. But that's definitely not like, you're not bombing it, right? But an experienced sales rep during that string of 10 calls in which they just had quite frankly, just bad calls or maybe some no-shows or whatever, during that string of calls, sometimes an experienced sales rep, they can get in their head and start to throw themselves into a rut when it's really just a natural variance in the micro, okay? So just keep in mind, like, sometimes you have to be patient and just control what you can control, all right? Now, again, a big issue with this is we can't look at quantitative data in the micro because of regression to the mean. So what we also want to do to catch ruts sooner than 14 to 30 days, like I said, because we don't want to wait 14 to 30 days to see if you're in a rut. So what we do to catch it sooner is we qualitative measure it, okay? And we do that across 3 key areas, not 4. So we do that across 3 key areas: physical, emotional, and mental. So this is also, when we have one-on-ones with our sales reps, we always are checking in on these areas to, number 1, diagnose any ruts, or number 2, keep ruts from happening before they happen, okay? So not only should your leadership and your sales management be looking into these with your sales reps on their one-on-one specifically, but at the same time, you as a sales rep, you want to be mentally checking these on a daily basis with your end-of-day journal or something along those lines to just kind of like be self-aware about anything in your life that's going on externally that could impact what's happening on the calls, okay? So 3 key areas: physical, emotional, mental. So physical is pretty straightforward, but it's usually the issue most of the times. So this is exercise, diet, sleep, water, meditation, your routines. I will tell you with sales, it works really, really well to have a morning routine and a nighttime routine, and any type of high performance. Going to bed at the same time and waking up at the same time every day is a game changer. Now, exercise, diet to really get your energy up and your mental clarity and your focus, eliminate brain fog, like that's common sense. You should know that, but that's very important. Drinking enough water, also meditation. These things are very, very important. So I'll give you an example. when I was very inexperienced, I had this issue where I would be really good for like a day, 2 days, then I'd have a horrible day. Then I'd be good for 2 or 3 days, then I'd have a horrible day. I could just never show up consistently. And it just drove me nuts. I just could not sustain consistent high performance. And the problem with that is oftentimes like the difference between an okay sales rep versus an excellent sales rep is just pushing across a handful of deals that like, look, it's like they're not laydowns. They're actually the hard ones to close. And if you're not in peak state, you don't get those, right? And so like, you miss a deal here, you miss a deal here just because your energy is not there. And over the month, it starts to add up. And instead of doing 20 units of the month and making 20,000, you only did 10, right? And it's because of that lack of consistency and just missing these deals here and there that start to add up, right? Well, a lot of that happens because of your energy. And when I was inexperienced, the only thing I changed that quite literally probably increased my closing ratio by like 50%. So like it probably took me from 20% to, 35%. I don't know if that's 50%, but it was a huge jump. One of the biggest things I changed, and it sounds so basic, but it's what I changed, is I just standardized when I went to bed at 8:30 p.m. every single night, woke up at 5 a.m. every single day. And I just continued to do that. And there's so much research that shows like even doing that helps almost alleviate tons of different mental illnesses. Obviously, if you've ever done it yourself, your circadian rhythm and your hormones, all of these things optimize so much better when you standardize when you go to bed and when you wake up. And you make sure you get enough sleep every single night. And then your sleep's also quality, right? So get an Oura ring or something like that. Man, when I started doing that, I just started showing up in peak state every single day with great energy, and it stabilized my performance. And I went really from a mediocre person on that sales team to being the best person on that sales team from that time on till the time I left. And then the other things that I did on top of that is, when I got up at 5 a.m. every single day, I did a morning routine. That morning routine included exercise, included drinking water, and it included a meditation and breath work, which I will say I don't do as much now. But in sales, when you're really trying to actively listen to somebody, doing meditation and breath work, either just at least in the morning, but you can even do like a quick little breath work in the middle of the day just to sort of reset. Doing that just tremendously helps you get out of your head and focus all of your attention on the prospect and just listen and let like the right things to say in the words and all of that stuff come through you. I know that sounds woo-woo, but I'm telling you, it makes a tremendous difference. And so that was a really, really big thing with focus. And there's tons of actually peer-reviewed research that show that meditation and similar practices increase the amount of mental focus. So like, that's not a woo-woo thing, that actually is a real thing. So sleep, meditation, routines, very, very important. So again, what you want to look for is, first of all, if you're not doing these things, do those things. Okay. We'll talk about my actual routine in just a second. But oftentimes with sales reps, what you'll find is they're doing those things and they're getting great results. Then because they're getting great results, they think they don't need to do those things anymore. So they stop doing those things. They continue to get good results for a little bit because of the lead and lag. And then the performance starts to drop off. And then they don't diagnose that, oh, I need to go back to doing all the things I said I was going to do and doing all of these things that allowed me to have this peak state. And by the way, when I say peak state, I'm not talking about like jumping up and down Tony Robbins peak state type of bullshit. And I love Tony Robbins, by the way, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about just having really good, clean energy, sustained energy through the day, no brain fog, etc. Right? And just good mental and emotional well-being, right? Like that's what I mean. And that's what you get from sleep, routines, etc. So moving on from that, that's the first area. The second area is emotional. So how is your current emotional state in general? What's happening outside of work emotionally? Is there anything affecting your ability to stay present? Okay, so classic example, maybe somebody in your family died. Maybe you got injured. Maybe your girlfriend cheated on you. I mean, this is one example too, is one time I like snapped a rib and I was doing jujitsu. I was super into jujitsu and I was also into working out, still am. And I really injured my rib and I couldn't do anything. And so like I lost out on the physical side. Now granted, I couldn't do stuff if I tried to, but then also it was just in my head and I was just so like down and my energy was just not there. And it did affect my sales performance. It was like my worst sales month at the company I was at the entire year was that month that I hurt my rib. So emotional can be something, but a lot of times it's people you either have, a marital issue or something going on with their kids or relationships, parents, a lot of times it comes down to that. And so it's good if you're a manager to be aware of that, or if you're a rep, you need to be self-aware that, okay, I almost need to compartmentalize a little bit and allow these sales calls to be their own universe and suspend sort of what's going on the outside until the container of this conversation is over. Then we go into mental, okay? So there's physical, emotional, mental. Mental, there's a couple aspects of this. The number one thing is vision and clarity. So do you have clear goals? Do you have clear, strong reasons behind why you want those goals? And are you progressing towards those goals, or do you feel like you're progressing towards those goals? Okay. So we need to make sure we check the boxes of all of those things. A couple common pitfalls. Sometimes the vision is too big and they don't know how to get there, or the vision is too small, or the vision is like smaller than their current situation. Okay. So those are two things to watch out for. Oftentimes, like if you find your reps in a rut, it's like usually after they hit their best month, they don't know how to beat that month. They don't know how to think of goals anymore. They're burned out. So it's like a lot of times, like you have to make sure there's a constant gap between where they are now to where they want to be. So that if you're a manager, that's how to think about it. If you're a rep, you need to impose that gap on yourself, okay? And constantly figure out, where am I going? What do I need to do to get there? And sometimes like you have to change it. Like, if you're a rep and let's say you produced 42 units, you broke the company record, and you're like, dude, I have no idea how I could ever do 42 units and sustain that. Maybe the goal and the gap now is just sustaining a nice 35 units a month and starting to put more money away for investing and also working on different specific skills within the call, certain things like that. So you have to be creative with how you manufacture that gap. It's also why having good leadership and management is so important. Another thing, do you have standards and values for how you do things? Or are you holding yourself accountable to those? Do you feel like you're growing, getting better? Do you know where your gap is? We just talked about that. How are your inputs? Okay, so our outputs in the world are dictated by our inputs, right? Information in is what creates our outputs. So the more information and feedback we take in regard to our craft, the more we're going to excel at our craft. So classic example, some good wins is like, or some good inputs is like listening to your past wins on sales calls, sales content, personal development content, and growing and developing your industry acumen. So what that means is if you sell business-related stuff, getting more business-related knowledge, right? And understanding your industry better. If you sell health-related stuff and maybe it's towards stem cells, understanding stem cells better, right? That's also going to help you on the calls. So those are good inputs. Bad inputs are distractions. So for instance, like there was one time I went into a rut when I was selling full time, and it was because I was constantly worried and reading about real estate. I was like, I got to get into real estate. Huge distraction, very stupid. And then also another bad input could be upset clients. There's a lot of times where one upset client can message a salesperson, throw the salesperson into an entire rut. They lose all their conviction. Keep in mind, they've enrolled hundreds of people. Maybe 90% of them have great results. One person sends them a message, throws them in a rut. Happens all the time. So these are things to just look out for. Okay, if your sales reps are going to a rut or you're trying to stay self-aware as a sales rep. One other thing I put under the mental thing is maturity. And this is just something to watch out for, but oftentimes, especially in the online culture that we have right now and social media, how bad comparison is, and I've even been suspect of this, is, young people just have no patience nowadays whatsoever. They constantly chase things. They're unhappy when they get it, so they chase something else. They're unhappy when they get that. They chase something else and happy when they get that repeat, okay? So sometimes what maturity can mean is just relaxing and letting go in the season that you're in and trusting what's just going to happen in time. Another great example of maturity is like I find a lot of guys or girls with, they're married, they're with kids. They don't have this erratic, like, oh my God, I got to, do this, and I got to achieve this to be happy. I'm not happy. It's like oftentimes they're just way more steady mentally and emotionally, right? So it doesn't necessarily mean that's who you hire, but it's just something to watch out for and coach people on is just having this maturity and making sure that people have a healthy mindset and respect to their goals. because there's very, very, very many people who it's like, I'm not going to be happy until I get this, which is fine until they get that and they hit 40 units in a month or break the company record, and then they're in a massive rut. I mean, it happens so often. So you just want to be aware of this stuff. So 2 other very, very, very common reasons that reps fall in the ruts. Neil Rackman, he did a study. He was the author of Spin Selling, to where they were noticing among various companies that after 9 months, the sales performance of the reps fell off. And what they found from doing this study is that in the beginning, the reps weren't as experienced, so obviously they got better over time. Then around, let's say like 3 to 7 months, that's when the reps were at peak performance. And then around 9 months, the performance started to drop off. And what they found was the difference between the 9-month reps and the 3 to 4 month reps is that the 3 to 4 month reps didn't make any assumptions when they asked questions. And they basically came with a blank slate and just always, they did a full discovery process. Whereas, this will make more sense, the 9-month reps, what happened is because they've had so many thousands of these conversations at this point, they know the market, they know the market's problems, and they essentially assume what the prospect's problems are because they've had so many conversations. They just know, and they lighten up on their discovery because they've just done this so many times and they just think they know. And what they're missing is these 9-month reps that the performance is falling off, is it's not about, you understanding the prospect as much as you getting the prospect to say certain things out loud so they say it to themselves and that they feel understood. And so one of the big things, again, from that study was that as reps tend to go on, they tend to get into this going through the motions mindset and they weaken up on discovery, okay? I've had the same exact conclusions with my sales teams. As you get more experienced reps, usually what you will find when they're in ruts, okay, is number one, they lighten up on discovery. They just get lazy. They don't go as deep as they should. And that's because they've had this conversation 1,000 times. It's like they talk the prospect and it's like 2 minutes in, they know what the prospect needs. And they're just like, okay, I know what they need. I don't need to ask them all these questions because I already get it. I read the application. I'm just going to go right on to the pitch. Obviously that doesn't work, right? You have to do this discovery. There's a lot of things to it. It builds consistency bias, right? It's not about, again, what the prospect tells you. It's about what they tell themselves and then therefore have to stay consistent with throughout the call. The other thing is a lack of accountability to close. So you'll see reps, when they get into this going through the motions mindset, and again, this is like, you'll see this with your more experienced reps. They get into this going through the motions mindset. They'll either weaken up on discovery or their close sucks. And they just don't exert enough energy at the close. And I'm not saying that they need to be aggressive and like hard close people, but there needs to be more aggression in terms of like accountability or trying to find a creative way to get the deal across the line. And the fact is, our brains, we're designed to conserve energy, right? And so when we get into the motions of taking 5 calls a day or 6 calls a day, every single day, we get into this going through the motions mindset and we kind of just conserve energy. And sometimes it's just like, it's like when we have this choice of, okay, I really need to challenge this prospect, hold them accountable, tell them not what they want to hear, but what they need to hear, versus I can kind of go through the motions and not have rejection and, set a follow-up call and kind of take by what they're saying and hope that they show up to the follow-up and call and close. A lot of people just go the conserve the energy route, right? Because if you've ever been in sales, you'll know this, it's exhausting at times. And so you see people just let off the gas. And it's just really from a conserving energy standpoint and kind of a exhaustion standpoint. So again, you'll see that a lot of times with experienced reps, they start to get soft at the close again, right? Either a rejection got to them, something happened, they start to get soft, or they get weak on the discovery. Almost all the times when I see good sales teams that just kind of run a rut, it's always those two things on almost everybody, okay? So last and not least, but I already mentioned this, lack of conviction. Another common reason a sales rep could be in a rut. One message from an upset client literally can throw everything off. So this is why sharing wins at the beginning of the meeting is so important, because not only does everybody have to share a win, the very act of the sales rep having to scroll through all of the testimonials of this week and pull out one, read them all, pull out one, bring it to the meeting, just the very act of like scrolling through and seeing them all It really does help, believe it or not. Okay. So rounding off the corner here, we're going to talk about high performance rituals and routines for sales. Okay. It's also stuff you could do for business. But again, this routine in particular, I think a routine should be really geared towards whatever you're optimizing around. This one was when I optimized around sales, but there's still a lot of, you could still do this for business. It still would work great. So morning, we already talked about it. I wake up early, about 90 minutes minimum to 3 hours before calls. Okay. It's very, very key. I generally find that for me, like 2.5 hours to 3 hours before calls was ideal. And a lot of the stuff you need to get done in the day, I tried to front load it because, look, if you wake up at 5 a.m., you're probably not going to do much sales activity at 5 a.m., depending on your time zone. So that's when I would get my workout in, I would read, etc. So what I do is I'd wake up at 5 a.m., sales meeting was at 8 a.m., so I have 3 hours. I'd read for 20, 30 minutes, that gets good inputs going. Then I'd work out and exercise. So during that, I would listen to a win or 2 wins a day. That was like my ritual every time. Now, again, I'd listen to some of my best sales calls. This reminds me, number one, that I know what I'm doing. I've done this 1,000 times. I know how to close, okay? And on top of that, listening to the wins helps you kind of like set baseline and just remember of like what you at your best sounds like. And it's sort of, it takes the best you've ever done and really sets it as your floor, if that makes sense. So I do that during my workout. Then after that, I'll listen to the one win. Then I'll go into a podcast or a course or whatever, something to develop either my sales ability, my industry acumen, personal development, whatever. Then after the workout, I'll do breath work and meditation. I always did Wim Hof breathing. This helped me tremendously. Again, just really helps you focus on the words the prospect is saying. Then I'll double check projections, my calendar, get ready for the sales meeting. Then in the evening, so then from 9 to 5, by the way, from 8 a.m. is a sales meeting, from 9 to I leave at 5, right? I want to spend, besides maybe a 30-minute lunch and 2 10-minute breaks or something, I want to spend every waking minute either generating calls or doing calls. Generating calls, doing calls. Generating calls, doing calls. If I'm not, hopefully the business owner has my calendar packed, every single slot's taken. But if they don't, or I get a no-show, I need to utilize that time effectively, okay? Then at 5 p.m., what I would do is an end-of-day admin routine. So I batch all of my admin stuff, updating the CRM, notes, all this stuff, batch it all at the end. I do what's called my hot list follow-ups at the end. I'll teach you that later in the course. And I'd also submit my end-of-day report / end-of-day journal that recaps my day. I rate myself on those 3 key areas, and I have some prompts and questions to make sure I'm self-aware of like where I'm at with my energy, where am I at mentally, where am I at emotionally, all those things. And then I get to bed at a consistent time to where I get 7.5 hours of sleep at least, sometimes 8.5. So now, if you fall into a rut, what do? Well, knowing what we know now, you diagnose the source of a rut. And this is the same thing you would do if you're a sales manager with your sales reps, right? So you diagnose the source of a rut. So which of the 3 key areas is it? Okay? Or are they just going through the motions? Or is it conviction? If they are truly in a rut, it can only be these things, right? Now remember, if they're missing projections, is it accuracy? It's probably not, but it could be accuracy. It could be insufficient volume of behavior, could be that. But if it's efficiency, right, and it's not just basic skills you need to teach them, maybe they're ramping, it's they're in a rut, something happened, it's one of these areas, okay? So again, it's one of those things. Then, once we figure out what it is, well, we fix it. I'll tell you this, once you know, the more clear you are in the problem is, the more obvious the solution is. The issue with sales reps who are in a rut, they can't figure it out, is because it's not because they know what the problem is and they don't know how to fix it. It's because they don't know they have a problem or they're trying to fix the wrong problem. Same thing with a sales manager. If your sales team as a sales manager is not performing, the only reason, like, if you knew why they weren't performing, you would know exactly what to do to fix it. It's usually so obvious. And all you got to do is review calls and have one-on-ones with your team and check all those 3 key areas, look for going through the motions, look for conviction every single time. So again, the more clear that you are on the problem, the more easier and straightforward the solution is. So resetting back to baseline, how do you do that? So once you identified the problem, you know the solution. We also want to reread old journals. We want to look at the numbers and projections of when you were doing really good versus now and ask what changed. Okay? So remember that projection sheet. Look at the times you were doing really well versus now, what changed? Is it a numbers thing? Is it a volume thing? Okay? Then also re-listen to your old wins from when you were on fire versus your calls this week when you're in a rut and figure out what's different. Like sometimes you can just tell, man, your energy sounds different, right? So again, figure out what's different, okay? Once you know, document your lessons. And remember, there's no shame of making mistakes, only shame of not learning from the mistakes. So hopefully this was helpful, guys. And it's great for sales managers and sales reps alike. See you in the next training. In this video, we're going to cover the full sales process to sell anything to anybody. This is actually video number 7 in the Advanced Selling Techniques series. We're going to splice over to the full training right now. So for quick context, my name is Cole Gordon. I wasn't always the owner of Closers.io, which is regarded as a leading sales training and recruiting company in the high-ticket space. In fact, in 2016, 2017, I had just, failed with my business and gotten into sales by necessity. And even though I was new to sales, I was a business owner. I thought I was going to be really good. I thought I was going to crush it, knock it out of the park. But I was the worst sales rep on the team. And I'll never forget in 2016 or 17, in November, it was about 16, 17 days through the month, and I had 0 sales. And so my sales manager sat me down, and we kind of had one of those conversations like, hey, you got to get this together or we're going to boot you out the team. And so out of desperation and out of necessity, I binged all the calls of the top reps on the team, which is one of the great benefits of sales, right? Is it's so easy to access what good performance looks like. And I was so grateful and lucky to be a part of a team with amazing sales reps on it. And so as I was binging all these calls of the top reps on the team who were closing people just left and right, what I expected to find was all this objection handling and objection jiu-jitsu and sales closing and these tactics and like pressure at the end and all of this stuff. Like I was looking for like, what do I say at the end when they say they want to think about it to get them to buy? And what I found was that none of their people were giving them objections at the end. And it wasn't because they had better leads. It was because what they were great at that I wasn't good at was not objection handling, but objection prevention. And all great salespeople share this trait. So what happened is really after discovering that, I turned it around, had a great November, finished second on the team, and then ended that team. I spent about a year on that team, ended there as one of the top sales reps, not the top sales rep on the team, then went to another team, became the top rep, another team became the top rep before I started Closers.io. And really after all of that experience and after 3,000 plus calls, I created a framework that allowed me to have a tremendous amount of success, and it's called the Belief Blueprint. So what that is basically there's 7 beliefs the prospect needs to have to buy, okay? Which means also there's 7 limiting beliefs that keep them from buying. So what you want to do in your conversation is have it in such a way where you're breaking down the 7 limiting beliefs that keep them from buying and installing the empowering beliefs that will make them buy. And you want to do that before you transition to the close, okay? And if you do that, what's going to happen is instead of having to hard close the prospect, you're going to create an objectionless close to where they're closing themselves. And in doing so, they view you as a leader, not a salesperson. And what's really key to know about this is all great salespeople and all great sales scripts, they follow the 7 beliefs, whether they're saying they are or not, okay? So a lot of the, maybe you follow Grant Cardone, maybe you follow Jordan Belfort, maybe you follow another sales trainer out there, or maybe a really great salesperson who's really, really great at what they're doing, but they can't really explain what they're doing. They follow these 7 beliefs. These 7 beliefs can be transmuted and really overlay any great sales process that's out there, okay? They have to have these 7 beliefs to buy. So this presentation is going to be about how to leverage those. What are those beliefs and how to actually install them in your sales calls. So what we're going to cover is the 7 beliefs, how to build them, and then the entire sales process. So we're kind of starting from a philosophy standpoint, like how to think about sales. And then we're going to chunk it down one level, talk about how to build them up. And then we're actually going to go through specific scripting. But what's really key here is if I can get you one thing out of this presentation, I want to get you the right way of thinking, right? One of my mentors always told me, if you can learn the right philosophy, if I can teach you how to think, the tactics will show up and come through you as a byproduct of that, right? All because you have the right mental models, all because you have the right thinking to begin with. Does it make sense? Cool. So what are the beliefs, right? There's pain, doubt, cost, desire, money, support, trust. So pain means they have to have a problem or a gap. We'll talk about what that is in a second. Doubt means there has to be an inability to fix the problem. All right. So if you ever had, so if you don't have pain, if there's no gap between where they are now to where they want to be, they're not going to need it or they're not going to want it at the end of the call. If there's no doubt, they're going to think that they can fix this on their own. So if you ever had a sales call that ended with, yeah, this sounds really good. I just want to fix, I just want to try this myself and see if it works before I get to before I even come back and try this. Okay. Now, if you have a software or you have, there's certain offers out there that doubt is just built in by the offer, right? Like you're probably not going to, you're not going to try to build your own CRM. So sometimes this is just there, right? But it's there nonetheless. In services or in coaching, this is a big one, right? The next one is cost, okay? Which means the cost of doing nothing, the cost of inaction, the cost if this problem continues to go on and get worse and nothing changes has to be greater than the cost in the form of time, energy, money, attention, reputation, everything in doing your offer or buying your program, right? And it has to be exponentially greater. It has to cross a threshold. So the easiest way to think about cost is what's going to happen if the thing changes? Why is this important now? Those are the type of questions, we'll talk about that later, the right way to ask those, but those are the type of questions that elicit cost, okay? And so if, a great example of cost is Tony Robbins, if you've ever been to UPW, he takes people through what's called the Dickens process. And it's where you think about something that's not going the way you want it to in your life right now, and you basically visualize that problem if nothing changes and it gets even worse of where you're going to be at in 5 years, where you're going to be at in 10 years. Like, what's the worst case scenario? What's going to happen if nothing changes? What if this problem continues to snowball, right? And what he's doing is he's building leverage in you to take action on doing the thing that's going to actually fix the problem now, right? Because a lot of times we do things for short-term benefit, not necessarily long-term benefit, okay? And so visualizing and really installing and building leverage of what's going to happen if nothing changes allows you to bring that back to the present moment and take action now. So it's very similar in sales. You just have to build leverage on your prospects. And that's not leverage to use against them. That's leverage for them to use on themselves. The next one is desire, which is the compelling payoff of fixing the problem. Then there's money, which is the resources and willingness to fix the problem. So desire, real fast, I didn't actually get to this point, but desire, compelling payoff to fix the problem. If they don't have that, then they're going to want to change, but they're not going to be oriented in a certain direction. So they're going to have analysis by paralysis. Okay. So there's a famous study done by the guy who wrote Influence, Robert Cialdini, and he talks about how there was 2 signs. I think it was like a sign or an advertisement or something along those lines. And one was just talking about what's going to happen if you don't have vaccines. And the other was talking about what's going to happen if you don't have vaccines and what to do to be able to get all the vaccines needed. Now, it's kind of obvious, but the one that actually had both, which was away from and towards, and really hit on the desire, had an exponentially higher response than the one that didn't. And in fact, the one that just talked about how bad not having them are basically had no response whatsoever. So I'm kind of butchering that study. I'd have to go back and read it to give you the exact one. But you have to orient them or you're going to get analysis by paralysis. Now, to backtrack one step further, if you don't have cost, you're going to get the dreaded, I want to think about it. Let me circle back to this in 3 months. Okay? So you see how these are all counter to an objection. Money is the resources and willingness to fix the problem. So obviously money helps you defeat the financial objection. And there's 2 parts to that. There's resources. So like, do they physically have the resources? Can they actually do it? If you sell a $50,000 program and they got $500 in their bank account, the $500 credit score, they don't have the resource, period. Okay. Now, willingness is a little bit different. So willingness means they have the resources, but they're not willing. So for instance, I used to coach a dating coach in sales. I reviewed one of his calls. He was selling an attorney, and the attorney had all these dating problems. And, he had the resources, but at the end of the call, he kind of scoffed at investing $5,000 to really help him find a wife or a girlfriend or whatever. And the reason why is he had the resources, he wasn't willing. Now, why wasn't he willing? That ties back into cost, right? So installing the money beliefs creates consistency, and which eliminates the financial objections. Then there's support, which means that people around you, close to you, or other stakeholders in the decision support you in fixing the problem. So this is the classic spouse, right? Spouse objection, business partner objection, but it also could be board. It could also be the team that's implementing it. It's any other stakeholders in the decision. So for instance, I was going to buy a program one time and I wasn't going to be the one implementing it. My team was going to be implementing it. So I took the sales call and I was like, oh, I'm the easiest sell of all time. So I was like, oh, this sounds great, but let me just talk to the team who's going to implement it. I want to make sure they're bought in. I went and talked to them and they weren't really bought in. They had a different idea. They also were tapped on their bandwidth. So the sale was lost. Now, if the sales rep would have potentially gotten in front of that problem on the call, and then maybe set up a second call to go over that with the stakeholders in the decision and the entire team that was implementing, could have been a different outcome. Who knows, right? Then there's trust, right? Trust is the final belief, which means trust in your method of fixing the problem, okay? So an easy way to think about this is we have two sales we're making on every sales call. We have the sale on the method and the sale on the product, right? So the sale on the method is your specific methodology of achieving said desired result. The product is just the product, okay? Easiest way to think about this, if you guys know who Russell Brunson is, Russell Brunson sells ClickFunnels. And if you ever seen him sell off stage, he actually spends 80 to 90% of his time not selling you on ClickFunnels, but he is selling. It's framed as content. Like, you're going to think you're getting content, but what he's really doing is he's selling you on the belief that funnels are the best methodology to be able to attract and get customers online, especially opposed to websites, right? And if you're somebody who has a website and you have a glorified brochure, but then you realize it's a glorified brochure, and then you believe that funnels, okay, that's the best way to get customers online, then guess what you're going to do as a natural byproduct of having that belief? You're going to buy ClickFunnels, right? So trust in the method is very, very, very key, all right? So that's trust on your method of fixing the problem. So one thing, if you noticed, is that doubt, cost, desire, money, support, trust, they're all predicated on the problem, right? Pain is the problem. Doubt is the inability to fix the problem. Cost is what happens if they don't fix the problem. Desire is the compelling payoff of fixing the problem. Money is the resources and willingness to fix the problem. Support is what, are the stakeholders close to the decision supportive in fixing the problem. Trust is their methodology in fixing the problem. So you see how those are all predicated on the problem. That's because in business is about solving problems. Because when you solve a problem, you create value and people exchange money for value, okay? So we know that to be true, then sales is really just a demonstration that we can solve a problem for somebody else. But if there's no problem, there's no sale. So on every beginning of the sales call, what we want to do immediately is establish why are they here and what's the gap between where they are now and where they want to be. Now, what's really key to know is there's two types of problems, okay? There's a pain and there's an unfulfilled desire. So let me give you an example. I own a equity stake in a stem cell company, right? Most of the people that come in and that are our clients essentially are trying to fix joint pain, which is meaning they're literally in pain and they're trying to go from a below average to average. They're moving away from pain, right? They just want to get back to normal, right? So that's pain. Then there's an unfulfilled desire. So like when I go get stem cells, I'm not really trying to move away from anything. I just want to do it just for general longevity and health benefits, okay? And maybe like some minor tendonitis on my shoulder or something, okay? So I'm not really trying to go from below average to average. I'm trying to go from average to excellence, right? And so I'm moving towards something. So it's very, very key to know it's not always like they have to have this big pressing problem, okay? Because sometimes they don't have a problem, but there's always an unfulfilled desire. Either of those creates the gap, right? The gap between where they are now to where they want to be. So hopefully that makes sense. So with all that being said, that's the philosophy aspect of things. Now let's talk about the call flow. So how do we actually install these beliefs? How do we break down the limiting beliefs? How do we actually reinstall the empowering beliefs? Well, what's really key is what we want to do, especially with these beliefs, is we want to create consistency. So if we can get them to say out loud that they essentially believe these things or things that are representative to that they believe those things, what that does is it leverages the most powerful bias of human behavior, which is the consistency bias. So Robert Cialdini's book, Influence, he talks about the number one bias that influences human behavior is consistency, or the drive to appear consistent to ourselves and to other people, right? So if we can get people to essentially say what we need to say out loud, the consistency bias is going to basically leverage us all towards the end of the close, right? It's going to take us all the way to the close because we can't have them basically install these 7 beliefs on themselves and at the end start to say something entirely different, right? Because they have to appear to be consistent, okay? So this is why it's all about objection prevention, not objection handling, okay? So how do you actually do that? Well, the call flow, we start off with introduction, and introduction has two parts. There's rapport and frame the call. Then we go into information gathering. That's where we're asking the questions, and that's where most of the 7 beliefs are installed. That's where 6 out of the 7 are installed. Then we go into the transition. The transition is just really an effortless, non-salesy way to transition into what we have to offer. What a lot of salespeople do is they do what's called an anvil drop. They do a good job with information gathering, and then they get to the pitch, and it's like, bam, like all of a sudden the prospect's like, okay, you were listening to me, now you're just pitching me. So the transition, the way I teach it, it's very basic, and it'll get the prospect to ask you to pitch them. Okay? Doesn't beat that. So it's very permission-based. Then we go into the pitch, all right? Now the pitch is really where we get trust, right? That's that trust in the method of fixing the problem, okay? So all the other 6 are in the discovery. Trust is in the pitch. And the pitch, the way I explain it, it's not necessarily pitching them on what you are offering and like the deliverables of what you do, even though that's part of it. It's really pitching them and selling them on your method of bridging their current to desired state, okay? Then we go to the committing phase. The committing phase is essentially just tying them down on the certainty that this is the right thing, now is the right time. In other words, it's tying them down that they believe your said method is the way to achieve said desired result. And then we go to objection handling at the end if necessary. So we're going to start with introduction, rapport, and frame the call. So now we're getting into some specific scripting. So here's how we start. We say, hey, I'm just going to kind of like role play this out loud. It's going to sound a little bit scripted because I don't have a real person to talk to, okay? But I'm going to do my best. So how do we start the call? And I'm going to frame this as if it's an audio call, even though most of the time all we do is Zoom now. But I grew up the hard way on audio before COVID. Since COVID, everything's been pretty much all Zoom. So imagine this is an audio call. Hey, is this John? Hey, John, it's just Cole here. What's up? John responds, oh, I'm just doing this. And then I'll just share something with my day. I'll say, awesome, I was actually just working out, getting the pump in, and then granted, like that's me, I'm a bro, but getting the pump in, now I'm talking to you. So super excited to see what you have going on. Have a good week so far? Okay. John says something about his week. Oh yeah, I've been having a good week, just busy. Oh, okay. Is that a good busy or a bad busy? Oh, it's whatever. Just real quick exchange of pleasantries. Like we just want to kind of toss the baton back and forth 1 or 2 times. And then we want to get into the call. All you want to do with rapport is you want to just establish you are a normal human being and that you're not a overseas salesperson who can barely speak English, and this is going to be a really painful conversation. Like you want to establish like, hey, I'm like one of you, and this is going to be a productive, really great conversation. You're not going to be talking to a glorified robot, okay? We also kind of want to mirror match a little bit. Like we kind of want to get in this natural sync and rhythm with the prospect, because some people talk really fast, some people talk a little bit slower, some people are from New York, some people are from down south. Like you kind of have all these different sort of, there's audio, visual, kinesthetic, etc. So you want to mirror that a little bit. It's a little bit advanced. But then we want to get right into it. It's not about rapport. It is not about trying to be their best friend and just trying to, I got to build all this trust in the beginning of the call. No, like you don't build trust at the beginning of the call by relating to, we have the same favorite baseball team, okay? You build trust by understanding the problem, all right? That's what really builds trust, okay? Jay Abraham says, if you can understand the problem and describe the problem better than the prospect can describe it themselves, they automatically think you have the solution, right? So all the trust is built in the meat of the call, which is the discovery, all right? This is just really to kind of kick things off, demonstrate you're a normal human being, have the tonality, etc. So anyways, after they've been having a good week so far, I say, great, well, I know we got a limited amount of time here, so you ready to jump in? You got a clean sheet of paper, something to take notes with? So that's all I'll say. And maybe not that fast, but that's all I'll say. Now, what I want to do here is I do want to take the lead into always starting the call. That's very, very key. I always want to make sure I'm taking the lead in terms of getting started. The other thing is too, I say, got a clean sheet of paper, something to take notes with. Now, the reason they're not really going to be taking notes at the beginning of the call. Why do I do that? I want to assess if they're in a buying situation. If I'm on an audio call, so this is great for outbound because outbound will almost always be audio. If I'm on an audio call, I don't know if they're driving. I don't know if they're at their kid's baseball game. I don't know if they're, walking outside. I don't know what's going on, right? So I have to, like, when I ask, do they have a clean sheet of paper something to go with? They will, if they can't get the paper, right? Oh, I'm driving. Oh, I'm, going here. Oh, I'm about to do this. Okay. So it really assesses like where are they at? Because I want to sit them down into a buying situation. Okay. So that's very, very, very key. Now, if it's Zoom, which I recommend Zoom anyways, but if it's Zoom, then it doesn't really matter because you're going to be able to see where they're at. Okay. So now if by chance they ever, answer the call and it just seems really off-putting, almost like they forgot the call was there, or they almost like aren't excited for the call for some reason, they're not expecting it, I always lean out a little bit and I'll say, hey, is now still a good time to connect? And a lot of times when I lean out a little bit, if you can watch me on the screen, if I lean out a little bit, that forces them to come in. Okay. So a lot of times if I ask that, they'll be like, oh yeah, sorry, I just was finishing up a call. I've just had, crazy back-to-backs. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to go to the bathroom, come right back. I'll be totally present with you. Okay. So it's just a little bit of a good start as opposed to you being this excited salesperson who just wants to rush right into the call. Okay. So rapport. Now frame, very basic. Do you have to frame the call? No. Okay. However, I think for most beginners, it's really, really good because it gives them a sense of control. And you're really stating at the very, very beginning and letting the prospect know essentially everything you're going to be covering on the call. Okay. And especially in a business context, even though you don't have to do it, a lot of sales trainers will say, oh, it adds sales pressure. I think in a business context, all meetings start with you stating an agenda. Okay. So in that essence, I think it's really completely normal. I recommend doing it. I generally don't, but I'm really good at taking the lead. So I think for most people, until you get to the very advanced level, you frame the call. So here's how you frame the call. You say, gotcha. So, what I really found to work best on these calls is first, let's dive deeper into the specifics of your business and your sales process. So let's talk about like what's working right now, what's not working right now, and ultimately what you feel like are the specific challenges that are keeping you from moving forward. And then once we get some clarity there, if we can help, we can definitely talk about that and go into that if you would like, and what we have going on over here. Or if not, we could figure out whatever else is best. I could refer you to somebody I know, maybe assign you some homework. In the meantime, whatever you need. Cool. So that being said, probably our best place to start is, what would you say right now is your biggest challenge in your business right now? Or like what's not working, at least at the level that it truly feel like it could be that it should? Okay. Now, couple things. Why do we start with that question right at the very, very end? It's because, again, business is about solving problems. When you solve a problem, you create value. People exchange money for value. So we know that to be true. Sales is really just a demonstration we can solve a problem for somebody else, right? So we always start with the problem. The entire conversation is going to be around the problem and or the gap. So we start with it right there. Now, what's really, really key here is that, and I'll give you some alternatives to this if this doesn't really apply to what you do, but the key here is that if you add, like a lot of people in sales trainers will say, well, you start with asking the biggest challenge. That's like too invasive in the beginning, blah, 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 blah. Okay, great. Well, the thing is, in my experience, when you frame it like the way I framed it, with this tonality, you will very, very rarely run into resistance whatsoever. So you notice how I said, probably the best place to start is, what would you say is the biggest challenge in your business right now? Like what's not working to the level truly feel like it could be that it should, right? So when I say challenge, it's almost like, I'm almost like kind of trying to find the words. Like I don't even know if that word is like necessarily the best word to be using. And I even say it challenge. And then on top of that, I tack on a softener of, or what's not working at the level you truly feel like it could be that it should. Okay. In doing those things, it really softens the question. And I will tell you from experience, 99% of the time, they answer it, okay? So now let's go into the discovery flow, right? That question is really the beginning of the discovery flow. But then we're going to go into isolate the problem, background questions, and then the first part of current situation, okay? And this is the first time we've actually looked at this. So the discovery flow essentially goes, we isolate the problem, we get any background questions necessary. So this is like, if it's a business type conversation, you have to know, okay, what's their business? What's their sales process? How do they get clients? What's their price points? What's their terms of their contracts? Like, it's just basic logistical stuff. And we knock that out in the beginning just to sort of knock out some easy questions and sort of get them talking, right? Then we get into current situation. So the first step is we probe the problem we isolated. So we just tell me more. We just try to figure that out a little bit. Then what we do is we look at what they're trying to do right now to fix the problem. That's assess current efforts. So what are they trying to do right now to fix the problem? Okay. Then we see how that's working for them. And we do that through a framework that's called chunking down. And through chunking down, a lot of times we can qualify them financially. So chunking down really takes the esoteric to specific, okay? The non-tangible to tangible. Now, once we got the problem and we really got a good specific descriptor on it, then what we do is we stretch it. So that's the how long has this been going on? Then we ask doubt questions, which is what's been keeping you from figuring this out on your own? So how long has this been going on? Okay, it's been going on for 5 years. What's been keeping you from figuring this out on your own? Solution questions are what have they tried in the past to be able to fix this on their own, right? Or what have they invested in? What are they out there trying right now? So, okay, you've been trying to fix this for 5 years. What have you tried in the past to be able to fix this, right? The reason when we ask what's called solution questions is we want to see, have they tried something very similar to ours? Are they working with a competitor? Are they out there talking to a competitor right now? Or have they tried a bunch of stuff that's not like ours, that didn't work, and we can use that information to really be able to position our solution differently, okay? So solution questions are very, very key because they help you tailor your solution to exactly what the prospect needs. And this is very, very key. Write this down. Your solution should be the simultaneous explanation of why everything they tried in the past has failed and why this is going to be different. So when you're talking about your solution, you really need to bring up the things they've tried in the past, why those things didn't work, and why this is going to be different. And by nature, your pitch then becomes educational as well as something that's really getting them bought into your method, okay? That's very, very, very key. Then once we get out the doubt questions, solution questions, then we really assess why now, okay? What's going to happen if the thing changes? That's where we get rid of any think about it. Then we go into any spouse partner qualifying if we have to, or business partner, other stakeholders, etc. So that's current situation. Then we go into desired, which with desired, we want to know ultimately what's their goal, like what's their vision. We want to know the monetary goal, right? So if it's like a business thing, right? Let's say they want more leads, how many more leads do they want? If they want more revenue, how much more revenue do they want exactly? Now, if it's dating, how many dates do they want to go on, right? Or what type of partner specifically are they looking to try to find? If it's weight loss or some sort of health thing, what's the target weight they want to be at? So when we paint their desired situation, we always want to find a way to assign a number to it, a data point, okay? Then we'll go into non-monetary goals. So non-monetary goal, again, in a business example, that's going to be really how does this impact other areas of their life? So how would getting to this desire impact other areas of their life, maybe their relationships or maybe their health or whatever? I'll teach you how to ask that question in a way that's not salesy, because a lot of people will just say, well, how does this impact other areas of your life? It doesn't really work that well. Now, a non-monetary goal, if it's a non-monetary offer, what I mean by that is you just want to attach something to another area of their life. So let's say it's a weight loss thing. We can attach it to self-esteem. You can attach it to dating. Okay, or sorry. You can attach it to self-esteem. Weight loss could be attached to better sex life, better energy, better work performance, etc. So you just want to take that desire and just really help them well-round it so they can see really like holistically how it's going to affect everything. So let's chunk this down and get into the specifics. So again, we asked what's the biggest challenge right now, or like what's not working, which really feel like it could be that it should. Now, once they say what they say, you want to just use some common sense and probe a little bit, okay? Tell me more. When you said blank, what do you mean exactly? Now, if the biggest challenge question doesn't really apply to you, you could just say, hey, so what prompted you about the ad that you received that prompted you to read, or what did you see about the ad that prompted you to really reach out? Okay. Now, background questions, again, if it's a business, what problem are you solving? For whom are you solving for? What's your price? What's your acquisition system, etc. So again, we want to start with either that challenge question, probe a little bit, or like, hey, what prompted you to really take and want to take this call? Reach out or want to take this call. Then you can dig into that a little bit as well. All right. So now let me just say right here, if let's say if you're selling PR services, this is a really great example of like, you can't really ask, well, what's the biggest challenge with your PR right now? A lot of times, because like There's really no challenge. Okay. So you would say, what about the ad prompting you to reach out? Now, let's just say they say, yeah, I just wanted to see what you got. Okay. Yeah, no problem. I'm more than prepared to share with you a little bit what we got going on over here. The thing is, everything's all customized. So I think instead of going over, a 2-hour-long call of every single little different thing we've done for every single little different client, I think at this stage, what probably is going to be the most appropriate next step is let's see kind of what your PR looks like right now and what you're doing, if anything, for PR. And then based on that, I can tell you how our service would be tailored for you specifically in a much shorter time frame. Does that make sense? Okay, perfect. So what are you doing for PR right now, if anything? And then you go into that, right? What they're using, how that's going, etc. All right. So anyways, just wanted to give a little example there. So quick note on probing questions. Here's a few you can use. Tell me more. When you said blank, what do you mean? Why do you say that though? A good one is, has that put you in a tough position? Yeah. In what way though? Okay. I love that question. Has that put you in a little bit of a bind cash flow wise? In what way though? I got that one from Jeremy Miner, so it's a good one as well. Now, discovery flow. So here, again, what we're getting into is we're getting into now assessing the current efforts, right? We isolated the problem, we probed, we got some background questions. Now we're going to assess current efforts and chunk down, all right? So I'm going to give you a business example. This part is really hard unless I give you an example, okay? And it's also the part where there's the most variance within the sales process. But basically what we want to do is we have this problem, okay? Like let's say it's lead generation in the business example. Lead generation is not tangible, okay? We can't touch it. We can't describe it. We can't paint a picture of it. So we want to take it from the intangible to concrete, okay? We want to make it specific and we want to be able to touch it, all right? So here's how that would look. Gotcha. So you mentioned lead generation is your biggest issue right now. So how are you currently generating leads currently, right? Now you might ask a few probing questions after that. How is that working for you? Do you like it? Oh, what do you like about it? What would you change if you could though, right? So once you establish what the problem is, it's always, well, what are you trying to do right now? What's the current behavior trying to fix the problem? How is that working? What would you change if you could? Basic probing. Then we get into the really good stuff, which is chunking down. So I'll say something like, okay, gotcha. So, you're trying, let's say it's a real estate agent. I'll say, okay, gotcha. Or let's say it's a coach. So your biggest thing is lead generation right now for your coaching. You're trying a little bit of Facebook, a little bit of organic, Instagram. Let's just see how that's working because you're kind of doing a lot. So last week specifically, how many sales calls did you generate? 1. Okay, what about the week before? 2. Okay, great. And now you mentioned your ideal client is XYZ, right? And again, you just got their ideal client in the background section, right? So you re-describe their perfect client that they really want. You just mentioned a second ago, your ideal client is XYZ. How many of those out of those 3 sales calls that you got, how many of those fit the perfect bill of the exact ideal client you really want to attract? You know what they're going to say? 0, right? Oh, okay. Well, why do you think that is? Okay. And they'll kind of stumble a little bit. Okay. Well, let me give you a little bit of insight based on our experience really helping people develop this. So generally, if you're getting a lot of sales calls and it's not the people you want in the first place, it's one of 2 things. It's either the messaging, so like the messaging you're putting out to the marketplace, or the targeting or the platform that you're using. So which one of those do you think is having more of an impact on you? Okay, in what way though, right? So again, you could see how I did a little education there, built a little bit of authority, and then sort of gave them the answer that I want to give them and let them respond on it, which is going to be something I'm going to address in the solution. Okay, so out of those qualified leads, or I would say in this example, they had 3, right? Out of the 3 leads, how many did you close? Okay, just 1. All right, so 2 you didn't close. What was the reason you didn't close them? I mean, again, were they just not qualified or was it a breakdown in the sales process? Oh, they just weren't qualified. Oh, okay, great. Well, we talked about that. Now, what price point did you close them at? Okay, you closed 1 at $5K. Now, so you made $5K last month? Or what did you make last month? So you see how that naturally led into what their business revenue is? So you made $5K last month, or what did you make last month? No, I made $5K. Gotcha. Now, was that all collected, or like what did you collect up front? Oh, I collected about $2,500 up front. Gotcha. Now, was that pure profit, or what's your profit margin on that? Oh, about 80%. Okay, great. So you made about $2,250 last month. Cool. And are you the sole owner, or what does your leadership structure look like? Because a lot of times you chunk it all the way down. Now we're at 2250. And then it's like, well, what does your leadership structure look like? Well, I have a business partner. Okay, are you guys splitting that 50-50? Okay, gotcha. So you took about $1,200 home last month. All right. And then from there, what we would ask is, can I ask you a personal question? Obviously like that's not enough to probably pay the bills in any state in the United States. So is that putting you in a tough position financially, or like, are you working a 9 to 5, or what's happening there? Oh yeah, it's tough. In what way though? Oh yeah, I'm working a 9 to 5. Oh, okay. Well, how long has that been going on for? So you see how I really took this esoteric and it's like, I'm just drilling down, and now they're almost like roadkill. And I don't mean to say they're roadkill. I'm going to take advantage of them, right? It's just that now, like, really what's going on is out in the open. Because people will tell you stories about their problems, but the truth is always in the numbers, okay? Now, again, when I asked how many calls did you generate last week, what's really great about that is a lot of times if their problem is lead generation, it's barely, so they'll tell you about all this stuff in lead generation that they're doing. And then it's like, how many calls last week? 1. Okay, what about last week? The week before? 2. Okay, well, what about last month as a whole? 5. And then you do the perfect client thing. Well, you mentioned your perfect client is somebody blank, 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 blank. How many of those 5 calls were that person? 0. And so it really helps them see and like put out into the open how bad their problem really is. This makes sense, okay? It's almost the same reason why people don't like to look at their bank statements. They don't like to check their bank accounts every day. They don't want to see how bad it really is. So you got to help, they have all these skeletons in the closet. You got to kind of open the closet, you got to pull out the skeletons, and you got to say look, here it is. You got to look at this, all right? And that's what really gets them to change. Now, let's go, we kind of went over this a little bit. Let's move on to, and so once we establish boom, we hit that emotional pain point and we kind of got to the bottom of this, then we go on to, okay, well, how long has this been going on for? Okay. And we'll talk about that section in a second. I'm going to give you a fitness coaching example. So this one's non-ROI, okay? Non-money related. So, gotcha. So you mentioned consistency. Let's say that you isolated the challenge and the person says their biggest problem is following a diet consistently. Okay. So you mentioned consistency in a certain diet, is really the biggest challenge right now. Can you give me an example of how that shows up? All right. So ask for an example. All right. They give you an example. Okay. Well, take me back to the last time, whatever they said actually happened. Walk me through that experience end to end, exactly what happened. Right. Now, that pain that they had to give you an example of, them walking you through that experience, guess what they're doing? By the nature of them telling you about that experience, guess who else they're telling? Themselves, right? And in doing so, they're bringing back all the emotions associated with that experience of failure, really, which are, guess what? The emotions of change, right? So again, really good chunking down there. Now, what we'll say is, okay, let's walk through your current meal plan, starting with yesterday. So what did you have for breakfast? Okay, then what about any snacks? Okay, what about lunch? What about dinner? And so you're walking them through what they're eating and how many calories did you eat yesterday? Okay, they're not going to know. Now, I wrote this for flexible dieting, so they're big on calories. You'd have to tailor it. If you have a different methodology, you have to tailor it for something else. But, with the whole calories piece, they're not going to know. Okay, then when they give you the breakfast, lunch, snacks, whatever, you don't judge them or anything. You just don't say anything. Okay, because they're going to be thinking to themselves, is this good? Is this bad? They'll start to overqualify. Yeah, well, I had this, but it's this on the pad, and so they're sitting in the weight of their pain a little bit. And they're becoming a little bit insecure about their current behaviors of trying to fix the problem. Again, you're not judging them. This is just coming up naturally for themselves. Okay? And gotcha. And what's your dream weight? Where do you really want to be? Okay, how far are you away from that right now? All right, so I always associate it with a goal first. And then I say, okay, and how far are you away from that right now? Okay, great. So you weigh 200 pounds right now, right? So I always confirm. So that's a little bit of an easier way to go about it. So then what we want to do is now we kind of chunked it all down. We want to attach it to an emotional pain point. So then what we'll say is, now let's look at your energy and performance. So on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being okay, I don't feel good at all. And 10 being, I could basically run the New York Marathon. All right. What would you say is your day-to-day energy on a scale of 1 to 10? So what you'd see I did here on the scale of 1 to 10 is I weighted it, 1's I don't feel good, and 10's New York Marathon. So it's going to skew lower. All right. So that is a little bit of a, tactical thing there. They say a 4. All right. Okay. So 4. All right. So you're at a 4. And if I can ask, what do you do for work right now? Okay, cool. So you do, X, Y, Z. Let's say it's something that's construction, right? Can I ask you a personal question? I mean, you do construction, like that's super hands-on. And, you mentioned you're a 4, so like you're at 40% of really where your energy could be and it should be. So, again, like if I can ask, does that impact you at work? Being at 40% of the energy you really could be that it should be? And yeah, in what way though? Walk me through, like, what do you think exactly would happen if you were able to show up at 100%, 10 out of 10 every single day? Okay, can you give me an example? Like, what would happen? So you see here how I basically took that and now I'm associating it with, like, maybe they're going to get a promotion. Maybe they're going to, I don't know what they're going to say, but this is one of those things where sometimes you can get the ROI financially here. Oh, I could get a promotion. I'd be able to think clear. I wouldn't have brain fog, right? Now you can tie these things back into the solution, how it's not just about weight loss, it's about a lifestyle development that you're doing here, okay? So very, very key. You can also do the same scale of 10 thing with body confidence, sex life, stuff like that, if you would like. It really depends on what you're comfortable with and what fits your sales and style the best. So that was the probe, assess current efforts, chunk down, financial qualifier, right? Now, and by the way, with the fitness example, when you figure out what they do for work, that acts as the financial qualifier. Generally in fitness, you just want to see what they do for work, okay? And generally that lets you know kind of if they can do it or not. Now, so once we've really gotten everything out in the open, right? We've assigned numbers, we got specific examples, etc. Then we say, how long has this been going on? And we go to the rest of the stuff. So here's this framework. So say, gotcha. So, right now, and I'll recap their situation. Right now, lead generation is the biggest thing. You're trying this, this, and this. Really not getting a lot of volume. And a big thing is you feel like you're advertising on the wrong places. And we really only had 5 sales calls last month. We closed 1. Okay. So obviously, like, lead generation is the bottleneck. How long has this been going on for? Okay. So now you see how this just stretches it. All right. Cool. And so what have you tried in the past to be able to fix this, if anything? All right. Have you been out there looking for other potential ways to insert desired outcome? Have you been out there looking for other potential ways to really apply a flexible dieting approach to your lifestyle? Okay, well, what have you looked into? Have you tried to gotten any one-on-one or personal coaching in the past? Okay, what did that look like? So with solution-based questions, which is what the ones I just did, we want to see again, what are they looking into right now? What have they tried in the past? Have they tried anything similar to us? Because my solution, I really want to tailor it as a simultaneous explanation of why everything they tried in the past failed, why this is going to be different. All right. Then I'll say, okay, well, what do you think's been keeping you from fixing this on your own? After that, this is a very key framework. Okay. I'll say this is all one question. All right. So I go with how long, then all the things they try to do to fix in the past. And then I'll say, hey, now, can I ask you a personal question? I mean, you've been at this for like 5 years now. And, you tried this, you tried this, you tried this, you tried this. Like, if I can ask, what has you keeping on opposed to throwing in the towel? Like, I really commend you for like the effort and being out there and being even on this call, really trying to address this. What's driving you? Like, why is this so important to you now though? Okay. So what I did here is I said, can I ask you a personal question, right? Permission increases compliance, right? Also, compliance is the answers you get, right? So now when I say, can I ask you a personal question, also presupposes a personal response, right? So more compliance. Then I say, I build context. So it's called permission context question. So the context is you've had this for 5 years, you've tried all these things. What has you keeping on, right? And when I paint that context, what's happening is they're going to start to justify their behavior because of that consistency bias. So you're going to get really great compliance with this answer. The issue with most people when they ask, why is this so important to you, is just that. They just ask, why is this so important to you? And the prospect kind of knows, like, well, you're just asking me that, it's kind of salesy, right? When you frame it in all of this context, interweaved within the conversation and all these things they've already told you, they really want to justify their behavior. And so they'll actually tell you why it's so important to you. It's just a better way to ask it. Now, you let them respond. And then if you don't really get a good response, you say this. You say, I guess that makes sense. Is there any other reason this is important to you now, though? And that's called the any other reason question, right? So a lot of times people have two reasons for doing things. They have the reason that sounds good and then the real reason, right? So for instance, I reviewed a call where a sales rep said this to somebody who wanted to start an Amazon business. So it was like a biz op offer. And, the person said all these reasons why he wanted to start his business, blah, 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 blah. It was very surface level. So the sales rep asked this question and he said, I just recently got a divorce and my wife never believed in me and I want to prove her wrong. And so is that a good reason or a bad reason? I don't know. I'll leave that up to you, but it was his reason, right? Now, him saying that, more importantly, telling himself on the sales call and reliving all those emotions, guess what those emotions are? The emotions of change, right? So again, then I'll say, can I ask you another personal question? Yup. Okay, and I really hate to ask this, but what's your plan if nothing changes? What if the last 5 years are like the next 5 years? So again, that one is like, sometimes you can pull that one, but that one is like the nail in the coffin generally. So the last thing we'll do here is we'll say, are you married, or you have a family? And then, or you have a business partner? And we'll say, is your partner supportive of you trying to blank? Let's say the business partner, is your business partner supportive of you trying to solve your lead generation issues right now? Do they know you're on this call? Oh, they don't know you're okay. What would they think if they knew you're on this call? Okay, so you can see how that works as well. This is really key because since we outlined all of the, we're not asking, is your partner supportive of you making decisions on your own? Or we outlined this big change the prospect wants to make. And then we're saying, is your partner supportive of you making that change? Okay, big difference. So now we're gonna go on to desired situation. I'm gonna roll through this pretty quickly, but we're gonna cover the ultimate goal, monetary, long-term vision, non-monetary. So now we're gonna get into more exciting stuff, right? And we always wanna leave discovery on a positive note. We're not doing this against the prospect, we're doing it for them. So got it. Well, we talked a little bit about where you wanna be, but ultimately, what's the goal, right? We leave that way open-ended. They just tell us whatever comes up. Then we assign a target. So if it's business, we'll say, okay, well, what's the monetary goal? Or if it's weight loss, I'll say, gotcha. And what's really the target weight if we haven't gotten that yet? All right. So now generally with people's targets, people will know what it is. So let's say you ask the business owner, what's the target for your real estate business? 30K a month. Oh, well, it seems like you've thought of that before. If I can ask, why that number? So you can see how, again, instead of you saying, okay, well, John, why is that number important to you though? What I'm doing is I'm pointing out what could be perceived as an inconsistency in their behavior and asking them to justify that behavior to me. That gives me more compliance. All right. Now, this one right here, this financial qualifier, if it's something where it's a biz op type of thing, right? Let's say they want to start their coaching business full time, but they're working 9 to 5 right now. I'll ask, okay, great. Well, how much money do you have to make just to replace the amount of income that you're making full time, right? This is a way to ask how much money are you making full time without asking how much money you're making at full time and it coming off invasive, okay? How much money we have to make just to replace the amount of income you're making full time. I framed it as a goal we're gonna achieve together. And so they'll say, oh, 6K a month. Gotcha, so you're making 6K a month right now, right? So then we're gonna move on to long-term vision. It's more of a business one. Now this one, I'm gonna frame it as a business, but we wanna, if it's a business thing, we wanna attach it to another area of their life on the vision, the same way we did for the pain. So I'll say again, now, can I ask a personal question? And the reason why I'm asking this is because my goal is to really not just help you build a business that's building you wealth, but also one that's empowering you to live a lifestyle that you want to live. So when you think about that, what is that for you? What comes up? What are the non-monetary goals, the personal goals you want your business to allow you to achieve? All right. So what I did again here is permission, reason why, question, right? We already talked about permission, more compliance. Then I say the reason why I'm asking the question, but I frame the reason why I'm asking the question in their own benefit, which it is. Okay. So that's called a moral authority frame, which increases compliance. Then I ask the question. All right. So now we're getting into transition. So transition here is after we've gotten all the information that we feel like we need, we're going to say, look, well, I don't have any more questions. Is there anything else you feel like we haven't covered that you feel like I need to know? Right? So what you're doing here is they're going to say, no, I feel like you totally understand my situation. And in sales, it's not about the questions you ask, it's about the answers that you get. So instead of doing this long recap and it's you just read your entire freaking thing in notes, and you're like this dancing monkey, and the prospect's like, oh, good job, Johnny, you got me, like, you understand. Like, I just asked this sentence and then get the same exact response of like, oh yeah, you totally get my situation. I feel like we talked about everything. Cool. So then I will say, okay, well, John, based on what you told me previously, we can definitely help. Okay. Now in this insert thought section, what I'll say is, so for instance, we worked with a client a year ago, was in the same situation. I'll talk about a story of why we can help, or a case study, or something from my personal experience of why I think we can help. I just want to justify with some proof that we can definitely help, just like I said we were going to. Then once I'm done with that, I'll say, that said, where do you think we should go from here? I can walk you through basically the entire process, A to Z, if you would like, but you tell me where you want to go. So this is called, I don't even know what I call this, the hamburger sandwich question or something. I just made this up, but what I found is you say, where do you think we should go from here? So it's question, suggestion, question. That's what it's called. Where do you think we should go from here? I can walk you through the process A to Z if you would like, but you tell me where you want to go. And what they're going to do is you're basically asking them where they want to go from here, but since you're giving them that suggestion in the middle, they always take the suggestion. Now, just make sure you don't ask it like this, okay? Because when I see people implement this and it doesn't work, this is what they do wrong. They say, well, where do you think we should go from here? I can walk you through everything if you want, but like, you tell me where you want to go. Like, don't say that. Like, if you say it like that, it's just not going to work, okay? You got to have good tonality, and it's got to be a direct command. Like, you're still in the leadership role, but you're asking them where they want to go, and they're making a suggestion. They'll always say, yeah, like, walk me through A to Z. I would love to hear about everything you got. Now, even if they say here, I want to know the price, the deliverables, how it works, nuts and bolts, right? You just still move on and you just tell them the offer. Like, you just still move on to what's going to be next. So pretty much no matter what they say, you still go on to the next point. But this gives them the illusion of control. Like, they feel like they're in control of the call in the situation. So now we get into the pitch, okay? So the pitch works out like this. There's a couple parts. There's the high-level promise, there's the bridge, and there's the delivery. So the high-level promise is ultimately what we're going to achieve. The bridge is the method, right? So that's the milestones we're going to accomplish, what we're going to get done on the way of getting there. The delivery is like how it's actually going to happen. Like, we're going to have this amount of one-on-one calls, this amount of Facebook groups, etc. The main part is the high-level promise and the bridge. Delivery is very, very low part of it. Now, with the bridge, what we do is we typically pitch our offer in 3 to 4 pillars, milestones, steps, etc. All right? The first 2 are the paradigm shift. So the first 2, what we do is, the first 2 pillars are really the simultaneous explanation of why everything they tried in the past has failed and why this is going to be different. Okay? Pillar 3 is typically future pacing, then after they've already accomplished what they want to accomplish. Same with pillar 4. So we'll give you an example here. So high level promise, here's how it works. I'll say, gotcha, well, you still have that pen and pad? Why am I asking that again? They might have gotten up and walked off, gotten in the car, whatever. I want to assess if they're in a buying situation and sit them back down. Then I'll say, great, well, on your pen and pad, write out 1 through 4, okay, with a good amount of space in between. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then you shut up. Like, you actually, because they will not do it at first. And then what's funny is, like, if you pause it for like 4 seconds, you'll see them like start shuffling and getting the paper and like, they're like, oh, 1, 2. So you just wait, okay? Then here's the high level promise. You say, gotcha, well, let me preface this by saying, like, everything we do for clients is all customized basically on what's best for the client. For you, specifically, it's going to be 4 things. 4 things to help you go from current to desired. So we'll say 4 things to help you go from a real estate business right now where you're at about 10K a month, a very inconsistent lead flow, to where you're not only getting the consistent lead flow, but it's with the high-end listens in their area that you really want, and you really have all the foundations and everything you need to be able to eventually hit 50K a month, not more. Okay? So we state and we state back to them basically what they told us that they wanted, right? So then, did I skip here? Okay. So then once we do that, we'll say, cool. So when you come in, the very first thing we're going to do is we're going to help you build out and then it's pillar 1. Now, here's the framework of what you want to do here. You say, look, when it comes to desired outcome, here's the problem. Most people out there in X, Y, and Z market, they're trying to do incorrect behavior. And because of that, they end up having problem and ultimately consequences of that problem. So that's called problem linking. I'm going to give you an example of this is a little like formulaic. Okay, it is formulaic. It's formula. So instead, what we do is feature, which allows you to benefit and ultimately benefit of that benefit. Does that make sense? Yeah? Cool. What are your thoughts on that? So key things here. What we do here is number one, we do an us versus them frame. When it comes to desired outcome, here's the problem. Most people out there are trying to do incorrect behavior. And what it does is problem linking. So incorrect behavior leads to problem and ultimately consequence. So instead, what we do, us versus them frame, okay, see, is feature that allows you to benefit and ultimately benefit of that benefit. So it's benefit linking, okay? Now, also, what I do with all of these pillars is I'll either say, hey, you know how earlier on the call you told me this and it was making you this, right? Well, the problem with that is this, okay? So instead, what we do is blank. So either through explaining what most people are doing wrong or maybe what they did wrong in the past, I'm explaining how I'm always setting up how my solution is going to be different. Because again, I really want them to hear my solution and have this epiphany of, oh, like, here's why I failed in the past, and this is why this is going to be different. Okay? So, simultaneous explanation. Another key thing about this is you want to incorporate as much discovery as you can. You want to give some multiple forms of proof, and you want to do a double tie down. So I always say, does that make sense? They say, yes. What are your thoughts on that? And I don't do that on every single pillar, like 4 times in a row, but definitely the first 1 or 2, I always do that. You want to make your pitches not an anvil drop. You do not want to say, hold your questions at the end, and I'm going to tell you about everything. And then it's like, just gives you all this information, and then you just get this like, it's almost like when you watch a PowerPoint and there's like, it's just really, really boring, and you're just like, oh, like, you're just like fading, You don't want that, right? What you want instead is more of a dialogue around the offer. So a good rule of thumb is every 45 seconds, check in. Does that make sense? Cool. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? Okay, what are your thoughts on that? Stuff like that. Cool. So I'm going to give you an example here. All right. And so this would be for a coach who wants to grow their business, right? And maybe I think, so it's a coach who wants to grow their business. It's like a huge block of text, probably hard to read, but a coach who wants to grow their business, and they think the problem is their ads, but it's actually their offer, right? So I'll say, hey, so when you come in, the very first thing we're to do with you is help you dial in what we call a productized offer. So when it comes to dialing in paid traffic, here's the issue. Most coaches out there, they're completely focused on their ads and funnels, when in reality, it's actually their offer. So what ends up happening is they spend a ton of money on ads, they test all this targeting, they test all this bidding strategies, but they waste a lot of money because ultimately they're trying to build their house on a foundation of sand. Does that make sense? Cool. So instead, what we do is we first take you through our offer intensive to help you build an offer that's positioned as unique, different, superior than your competitors in the marketplace. So when you do that, not only your ads are going to work, but you'll also be able to charge a premium pricing. When you can charge premium pricing, you have more cash flow, which makes ads even easier. Does it make sense? Cool. What are your thoughts on that? So like I just wrote this a second ago, and it needs a little edit. So I just wrote this a second ago, and this probably needs a little bit of work, but I'm trying to give you a little bit of example here. So anyways, let's move on. So with pillars 2 and 4, you just continue that process, okay? Typically the pillars 1 and 2 are going to be the big insights with heavier tie downs. Then 3 and 4 are just kind of future pacing after 1 and 2 is accomplished. 1 and 2 is really what they want. 3 and 4 is we just kind of future pace. So in general for that one, it's like if you're a coach and it's a coaching growth offer, grow your coaching business offer. Typically the first thing is really dialing in the offer. The second thing is going to be something around lead generation. The third thing is, okay, once we figure those out, what's the next problem? It's going to be building a sales team or building team or building a scalable client system, because you got to fix the problem created by what you just accomplished, right? Because if you have leads and you're closing them and your offer is really good, then what's going to happen is you're going to have fulfillment issues, you're going to have scalability issues, or you're going to need a sales team. So you got to fix the problem created by really the solution, right? And then you do the same thing. But when you're doing that, you're future pacing them. They can see themselves going through those steps themselves. So now we're to go into the committing phase, right? So what we do here is after we covered those 4 things, we ended off by saying, cool. So like what questions do you have about those 4 things we covered specifically? right? Then we start answering all their questions. Now, what's really key here is you want to answer in 2 sentences or less, or preferably like 1 word. So they ask a question, you say, absolutely. They ask a question, you answer in 1 sentence. And then you say, does that make sense? Or do you say, does that answer your question? Cool. What's next? What other questions? So that's a very, very key thing here is you answer the questions very briefly, and then you end off by saying, does that answer your question? Cool. What's next? What are the questions? That keeps you in the lead and allows you to still drive the call without the prospect taking over, but still while giving all their all their questions answered. So we do that. Now, a key thing here is there might be opportunities in which they ask a question and you don't really know why they're asking the question. And there's a hidden objection behind the question. So in general, let's say they ask, so is this all group coaching? What you want to say is, well, there's group elements to what we do, but just so I can best answer your question, is there a specific reason why you're asking? Oh yeah, because I was in a group coaching program before and it was like horrible and it took so long and blah, 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 blah. And like, I could never get my question answered. So I just really don't want that again. Oh, okay, got it. And then I can respond in a way that, see how that uncovered the objection? I can respond in a way that it addresses the objection. But I would have said, oh yeah, it's group coaching, boom, lost a sale. So just remember, okay, is there a specific reason why you're asking that question, right? Very key. So after we answer all the questions, then we say, cool, well, how do you feel? So how do you feel about the process specifically, right? So what we're doing is those 4 things we covered, what we want to do is see if that's what they need to get to X, Y, and Z, or get the desired result. So we're getting that trust, remember? We're buying in on the methodology. So we'll say, cool, how do you feel? Like, how do you feel about the process specifically? Do you feel like it's what you need to get your real estate business to X, right? Now, if they give you a certain answer with a certain tonality, then what you do is you move on. So if they're like, absolutely, dude, I've been looking for this, like, we really need to do this. Okay, great, you just move on. If they say something like, if they say no, or if they say more commonly, I think so, right? I take that as a no. So like I typically just call it out, be like, I think so. So like, gotcha. So like, obviously like there's probably something, you know, we're not completely understanding, or like maybe I skipped over some stuff and I just didn't explain it correctly. So, you know, what's really important to us is alignment. You know, when you come in working with us, you know, our team is all in. We work with you in the trenches on this thing. So we just really want to make sure you feel good about the process. You know what I mean? So just to be 100% clear, like on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being like, I hate this guy when I get off the phone, and 10 being like, yep, that's exactly what I need. Where do you feel like you fall out exactly? Right? Now, generally, you know, if you get a 6 or below, they're probably not going to close. You messed up something earlier. If they give a 9 or a 10 and certain language tonality, you move on. If they give it 8 or a 9, you say, cool, well, you know, I appreciate you being honest about that. Just curious, what do you think's keeping you from being an 8, 9, or a 10? Or what do you think's keeping you from being a 10? Right? So, you know, that gives you an opportunity to address any objections about the methodology, right? About the process before you move on the price. Because once you get to the investment, what happens is everything's off the table. If they're uncertain at all, it's done, right? We have to get them bought in and 100% certain that your methodology is what they need to get to said result before we get there, okay? So then what we do is once we go over questions and we do the temp check, we kind of read a little recap. So we'll say, gotcha. So you feel really good. No questions. What's next? Where do you want to go from here? Guess what they're going to do? They're going to ask for the investment. So here's what you do with the investment. You pitch it like this. You say, so basically next steps, you'll process the investment with me. Once we take care of that, what we'll do is going to set up an onboarding call. We'll give you some homework on the onboarding call. We'll basically look over when we're going to meet, how we're going to meet, how often we're going to meet, things we're going to give you, things we need you to do, things we're going to do for you, or assets we're going to give you. Basically, everything's going to be laid out step by step by step by step. So you have complete clarity and certainty on what's going to happen over the next 12 weeks. Does that sound good? Okay, perfect. And then the investment is just blank, right? So what I do is I explain what's going to happen after they give us the money, right? After they invest. So that builds certainty of like what's going to happen next. They start visualizing themselves doing that. And then I say, and then the investment is blank. And then you shut up. Now, if it gets weird, where it's like this long pause and you're just like, you know, staring at each other on Zoom, you can just say, how do you feel? But the key is, if that if there's an awkward pause, generally what happens is you were going really fast, and then you drop the investment, and then you just shut up. So like you were going really fast. So like when you drop the investment, they're kind of figuring you're going to keep talking because you were going really fast. So intentionally, what you want to do is start slowing down when you get closer to this. Okay? And then they're naturally going to probably fill in the gap themselves. But if you were Speedy Gonzalez, if you did an anvil drop and then you go to the investment, just like they're almost going to laugh at you. And it is kind of funny. But if you do get in a weird situation where like they're not saying anything, I don't do a Mexican standoff with who's going to talk after price. I just say, how do you feel? Right? That's what I want to hear. Let's say the prospect says they want to think about it. So more specifically, let's say they say, hey, this sounds great. Can you send this over to me so I can think about it? I'll get back to you next week. So here's what you would say. No problem. All right. So we always start with like a diffusing phrase. No problem. Not an issue at all. No problem. Pause. Okay. We want to diffuse the pressure. Most prospects are used to like rebuttals, which puts their guard up. You always start with no problem. Then I say, hey, before we get into the app, just so I can stay organized on my end, like, how do you feel? Like we covered X, Y, and Z in terms of our process. Do you feel like this is what you need to be able to get to whatever their outcome was? So it's like, hey, how do you feel? You mentioned you want to scale your business to 100 grand a month. We covered our 4-step process in terms of implementing the right systems of X, Y, and Z. Do you feel like this is 100% what you need and this is going to work to be able to get you there, right? So we want to give a very definitive, strong tie down. Now, the reason we do that is we want to root out what the real specific objection is or isolate that this is the real objection. You'll see this in the training. We're going to do this like again and again and again. This is why I started with this objection, is this framework is so important, okay? Now, anytime you do a tie down, if you get some, like what you're trying to do is see if they're 100% certain that this is the right thing, now is the right time. So to kind of digress a little bit, essentially there's 3 main buckets of objections. There's uncertainty-based, imagine that at the top. Then there's partner, spouse, basically I call it support objection. So anytime they're deferring authority to somebody outside of the call. Then there's financial objections. Now, the way I define financial objections is not, oh, it's too expensive, I just don't feel like it's worth it. That's actually uncertainty. It's actual financial logistics. And so imagine uncertainty at the top of the pyramid and these two at the bottom. It's because when you can get them totally bought in that this is going to work and it's 100% what they want to do and they're 100% certain that this is the right thing, now is the right time, the other two, support-based and financial, just become logistics that we have to navigate. They're not real objections. They're just logistics. All of the real objections, which is uncertainty-based objections, which as you can see here, which we're going to cover first, all come down here. So the reason we want to do this tied out is the first thing we always want to do whenever we get an objection, no matter what it is see if they're actually sold on a product, right? And our method of getting them to the result, right? So getting them sold and closing them or enrolling them or whatever are 2 different things. Closing is actually getting them to process the payment. Getting them sold just means that they believe internally, I 100% want to do this. Like I'm really, literally sold on this, okay? So that's why we ask this question. Now, if you get a wishy-washy response, anytime you ask this, you need to call it out. So for instance, if you're like, hey, do you 100% believe it's going to work? And do you feel like this is what you need to get to outcome? Okay? And they're like, well, I think so. You need to kind of say like, I think so. Like, look, like what's really going on? What's keeping you from being less than 100% certain you feel like this is really going to work? Let's just have an honest conversation. Like, so you see how you can call it out. So I said, if you get the wishy-washiness, double down, right? Hey, what I'm trying to really understand is, do you think this is 100% going to work for you? And do you 100% want to do it? Okay, so I use that 100% in very strong definitive language because what I'm really trying to do is essentially root out any uncertainty. Okay, which is why I go so strong here, because it'll root out any specifics or concerns they've not brought up to me yet. All right, so there's only 2 options from here. Is number 1, they're going to be wishy-washy or vague in terms of their concerns, or they're going to be like, no, I really want to do it. I just want to sleep on it. So when you isolate out, I want to think about it objection, it actually turns into, I want to sleep about it. Or sorry, I want to sleep on it for 24 hours. Okay. Anything else is going to be, the reason we go so hard here is to actually see what the specific concern is. And then what happens is then we can address whatever that specific concern is through what we got through the tie down. So if we get number 1 here, we proceed below. And so you would say like, got it. So just so I can say organize on my end, what's keeping you from being less than 100% certain this is going to work for you? We kind of already covered that. All right. So what you want to do is obviously shift the conversation from vague to specific. As you'll see, that's another pattern of what we're going to do in every step of this training here is shift it from vague to specific, vague to specific. So vague is, I just want to think about it. I need some space, etc. You want to shift that to specific, which I just need a day to sleep on it, is specific. I'm afraid it's not going to work because of X, Y, and Z. I got burned before. Financially, I'm in a really tight spot. Those all become more specific. And then as you'll see later in the training, there's tons of different ways we can handle that, okay? So now, oftentimes what you can do is if they do really want to do it and they just want to sleep on it, it pivots to this. So you'll see how this works. So again, if they came and just said, hey, I really want to do this, I want to sleep on it, you would still do that double tie down. But let's just say you're picking up from I want to think about it. So with that, what you're going to do is after they tell you, hey, I want to sleep on it, or they tell you, hey, no, I really want to do it, I just want to sleep on it, you say, gotcha, no problem at all, totally get that. So if I heard you correctly, you will 100% want to move forward. You just want to take a pause so you don't feel completely rushed. Is that correct? They're like, yeah, exactly. Okay, great. So just to be clear, when we talk tomorrow, if you wake up tomorrow feeling the same exact way you feel right now, then we're 100% moving forward over processing payment. So you see how now we have a new objection. We isolated it, the new double tie down. So only two things can happen from here. Number one is they break the tie down to give you a specific concern, okay? Because you see how this is so strong. When it's very strong like that, it forces out the concern. And that's actually what I want. And so I want to force out the concern. Maybe they don't think it's going to work, et cetera. Oh, no, I'm going to need more time. Okay, why do you need more time? Okay, what's keeping you from being less than 100% certain? Then we can actually get a specific thing. Now, oftentimes with a sleep on it, they're going to say yes, okay? In that case, what we would do is sometimes we could deposit close or trial close. That's if the prospect's a little bit more decisive. Or if you feel like, oh man, this is somebody a little bit more feminine energy, we do need to follow up tomorrow, you can follow up with them 24 hours. Now, I do want to point out with this framework, what I did here is I actually have a presupposition. Before I even ask to schedule a follow-up tomorrow, I take them at the word literally that they want to sleep on it. And I assume the 24-hour follow-up. So you see how I say here, hey, so to be clear, when we talk tomorrow, right, I haven't even scheduled the follow-up yet, but I already anchor in that we're going to talk tomorrow. And you wake up feeling the same exact way you feel right now, we're 100% moving forward to processing payment. And then that way, even if they can't talk tomorrow, the starting point of the negotiation of when we're going to have the follow-up is tomorrow. What happens is a lot of salespeople will be like, well, when do you want to follow up? And the prospect just defaults to same time next week. And then you got to start with that endpoint and move it forward. So that's generally not good. All right, what if it doesn't work? So this will usually come up after you kind of hit on like I want to think about it or I want to do research. Like this is usually something that's more specific that comes up after one of the vague ones. So here's how you would handle that. Hey, I hear you. I can appreciate that. Just so I can stay organized on my end. What you're saying is, despite X, Y, and Z case studies and X, Y, and Z client success rate, you're worried you're going to be the small percentage that like this doesn't work for, right? Haha, okay, look, no worries. I get that. Can I ask you on this question? If you come in and do this, are you number one, get 100% put in the work? And number two, when you run into a problem or a challenge, which you are going to, that's what happens when you're building a business. Are you going to raise your hand and reach out for help or bury your head in the sand and just disappear? Also kind of funny, right? Well, look, I'm going to raise my hand when I get help. I'm going to put in the work. Gotcha. Well, look, if we have an X% success rate and you're 100% going to work and you promise me you're going to raise your hand when you need help, then tell me like, why wouldn't this work for you? Okay, so you kind of just end up throwing it back at them. All right. So two outcomes. They don't know what you perceive below, or they're going to give you a real objection. All right. Now, if they don't know, they're like, a lot of times when you throw it back at them here, what's going to happen is they're going to get a little stuck. They're going to be like, yeah, I just don't know. I don't know. Like, it's just hard for me to make a decision. And what you want to do here is when they get stuck, it really is actually that they're dealing with fear and nervousness. And so you want to give them a label of their objection. The way you do that is you say, hey, look, do you just think it's a little bit of nerves? And what's really great about this is once, as you'll see later in the training, I will try to do that very often because once I can get them, this is more in a B2C context. Like obviously, you're not going to be selling in a $100 million a year business and you're going to be dealing with the guy having a little bit of nerves, right? But in a B2C context, once I can get him to claim that, yeah, I'm just a little nervous, as you'll see, because we'll handle that objection specifically later, 100% of the time I'm going to close them, okay? I always can overcome nerves because now I can frame it into a coaching situation. You'll see how that works later. So Once you kind of get the prospect stuck a little bit, they're kind of like, they don't know why they can't move forward. You give them the objection of, oh yeah, I'm just nervous, right? So you just suggest it for them. All right, let's move on to I need to do a little research. Okay, so if you get this, I'm just going to be honest. This one is almost always you messed up in the sales process in the beginning. I mean, if they really want to do more research, it's kind of like they just thought you didn't do a good job. They don't understand what you do, or like they just want to get off the call, or they don't trust you. Like most times, if they just do want some space, it's more of a I need to sleep on it, or I need to take the weekend. That's kind of a realistic time objection, but research is usually you messed up the call. But nevertheless, let's go through how I handle it. Hey, I need to do research. You say, hey, no problem at all. Happy for you to do that. Just so I can say, organizing it clarity on my end, what's keeping you from being less than 100% certain that this is going to help you get to X, Y, and Z outcome. Okay. So as you can see here, what I want to do with this objection is just assume automatically they don't think it's going to work. Right. Which is why I say, what's keeping you from being less than 100% certain that this is going to work, basically. Okay. So I didn't take it at face value. I actually took it as, oh, okay, you don't think it's going to work. No problem. I'm happy to do research, but I'm curious, why don't you think it's going to work? Because otherwise, why would you don't want to do research? So there's only two things they can do here, right? You're going to see this as a pattern. They give you the specific objection. And remember, we always want to take vague to the specific. I want to do research is vague. I don't think this is going to work because of X, Y, and Z reason. I used an agency before in the past and it didn't work, etc. That's specific. We can then handle that. And then usually a lot of times if they give you something specific, this objection becomes irrelevant. You sidestep it completely. You handle that one, then loop back to the close. Now, if they get you kind of stumped here and they're just like, no, I want to do more research, then what you want to do is say, got it. So basically what I'm understanding is you 100% think this is going to work and you want to move forward after you do a little bit of research. Okay? So again, this is a pretty strong tie down. I'm kind of trying them to get them to say no, because when I get them to say no, it will give me the real objection. You see how that works, okay? You're going to see this come up 100 times. So again, two options here is they're unlikely going to say yes. But if they do, okay, so now you're going to get the specific objection. But for whatever reason, if they just kind of meander on and they say yes, you would say that's good to hear. So when you say research, what were you hoping to specifically find out more about? All right. So now, again, see, I'm trying to get to a specific objection. Right? A lot of times here, what's going to come up is the due diligence objection, which we're going to cover next. That's a little bit more like, I just don't trust you. I need to do my due diligence. Now, if they keep saying nothing and just perusing, oh, nothing specifically, no, they're just trying to get off the call. You lost this deal a long time ago. Okay? So now, if it is number two, they just keep perusing and they stay stuck here, what you would want to say is, hey, can I be honest with you for a second? Earlier, you said you're 100% certain this is what you need to be able to get to X, Y, and Z outcome after you do a little bit of research. But when I ask you, like, what do you specifically want to find out more about? You say nothing in particular. You just want to do research. So let me be clear. Like, I'm totally fine with letting you do research, number one. You don't need to make a decision right now. I'm totally fine with that. I'm also totally fine with, like, you're not interested in this at all. Okay? But one of my core values is just transparency and honesty. And so I just want to have an honest conversation. And at this point, I just can't help but feeling like you're just really not that interested in this, which is okay. And maybe you want to circle back to that in 6 to 12 months. Or like, what's really going on? Okay? So some version of this call out is like your last ditch effort, right? So this might prompt an honest conversation, or you could just move on. You don't schedule a follow-up. You don't book another one in your calendar. You're all good. Okay, just make sure you say it empathetically. If your intention really here should be to have a truly honest conversation. It's not necessarily confrontational. Now, somewhere along these tie downs with I need to do more research, most likely what happens is you get into a due diligence. I just found out about you guys. Like you ask why, you isolate that I want to do research, and they're like, well, yeah, I do really want to do it, but I just found out about you guys, blah, 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 blah. So usually this is where I want to do research falls into. So let's go into how to handle this. So you would say, hey, I totally get it. And no problem with taking the time to do some research on us. Like, that's totally fine. Just so I can be clear on my end, that aside, how do you feel about the process? Do you feel like what we outlined is 100% what you need to get to the outcome? Okay, so you again see like, I go for a strong tie down here. Now, what you don't want to do with any of these tie downs is you don't want to be like, yeah, so like, yeah, no problem. But, before we get into that, how do you feel? Like, do you feel like it's what you need? It's like if you ask it like a total, wimp, they're gonna be like, yeah, I just need to do this. you need to like kind of get in their face a little bit. It's like, gotcha, totally fine with that. That aside, do you feel like this is at 100% going to work for you? And that as long as everything I said checks out, you're 100% moving forward. You see how like the way they would respond to that, they almost like, they're either going to tell me yes, which means they are serious, or they're going to hesitate and I'm going to call them out, or they're going to tell me no. A lot of times what you want to watch for is the hesitation, because you'll see the incongruence. They're like, I kind of want to tell this guy what he wants to hear, but I don't want to lie. That's when you call it out. So you see how, and once we call it out, we'll always get the specific objection. So before we take anything at face value, that's why these tie downs are so important. I know I'm hammering that, but it is key. So again, you're going to ask this. It's going to result in a yes, a no, or a wishy-washy. A wishy-washy is a no. You call that out, you get the specific objection. Now, let's just assume, because anytime they give a wishy-washy or you call it out, again, what's going to happen is you're going to get a specific concern. They're going to be like, well, like I tried this in the past. It didn't work. Oh, I just don't think ads are going to work. They're going to give you something that you can handle that's more logistic. So we don't have to script out or cover any of that. You just got to use your common sense. So what we're going to do is move on and consider that they are like, no, like, yeah, I really want to do it. It looks great. So then you do the double tie down. So basically you're 100% ready to move forward. You just want to do some due diligence to make sure that everything I told you on this call is 100% true and there's no red flags. But as long as everything I told you lines up with what else you find out on the internet, you're 100% good to go to move forward. So you see how, like, again, I hit them with that again. It's going to isolate out anything that is not, anything that is not this isolated objection. So again, two options here. Again, you'll get specific, or they say yes, you proceed below. Now, once you have it isolated just to the fact that they want to look at case studies or reviews or whatever, say, no problem, I can help you probably speed up that research process. What do you specifically want to see? Reviews, case studies, information videos. Based on that, I can prepare something for you and send that over. Now, once you get the specifics of that, you kind of have two options. What you could do, or at least attempt to do, is be like, hey, do you mind if I walk you through one or two of those things right now? I'd actually like to explain to you some of the case studies right now. And then if it's somebody who's a little bit more definitive, masculine, etc., you can close them right then on the call after you show them the proof and kind of be like, look, like, here's, especially a company like ours, we have thousands of positive reviews, hundreds and hundreds of case studies. It's kind of like, look, like, do you really need to do research? Like, do you think all of this is fake? Like, here's like 5 people, bam, 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 who were just like you and got the result that you're after. So like, what are we really waiting for here? Like, you want to do this. Like, what's really going on? Like, you can challenge them. Now, if it's somebody a little bit more feminine, give them 24 hours. Okay. So you kind of need to just know which way to take that. All right. Now, if they want to speak with one of your clients, obviously in certain companies, if you could do this, just do it. Like, there's nothing wrong with creating a champion for a company and then you get a quick referral bonus, for the client if they talk with somebody. And for higher end enterprise stuff, that could be a totally fine thing. But, obviously if you're like a business selling fitness or something and you're doing a massive transaction volume, it's a little bit impractical, which is really all you need to do to communicate to the prospect. It's like, like, this is a little impractical based on our situation. So here's how this would work. So they say, I want to speak to one of your clients. You say, got it. Hey, let's cover that in just a second. But just from clarity, aside from that, how do you feel? Do you feel like this is 100% what you need to outcome and that you 100% want to do it? Okay. Same thing. Same reason we do it. Okay. I'm not going to dig into that for the 100th time. Prospect says, yeah, as long as I can speak to a client, I 100% want to move forward. Got it. So theoretically speaking, if you spoke to one of our clients and they validated everything that I've told you so far, you're basically good to go. We're processing payment. All right. So again, you either get a specific objection here or they say yes and we proceed below. Now, if it's really only truly they just need to speak to a client, which a lot of times, I'm just going to let you know, it's not. The reason we do these tie downs is because oftentimes they're going to give you something specific. And now instead of having to like reframe this whole thing, we'll just handle the real thing and then we'll just forget this ever even happened. I won't even have to handle it. Okay. But let's say this truly is the only thing standing in the way. So you would say, got it. Well, here's our policy regarding that. See, I don't make it a me thing. If I'm the rep, I'm going to be like, it's company policy. There's nothing I can do. All right. Here's our policy regarding that. I totally get you want to do it. The way our policy works in this company is, look, we have 100 people plus reaching out every single month, trying to become a client. So I'm not saying you're wrong at all to ask for that. And I can understand why you want it. In our position, however, with that many people reaching out, it wouldn't be appropriate, professional, or even realistic to fill our clients' calendars with the people who are just wanting to think about joining our program, many of which are not even going to be serious to begin with, especially when our clients are wealthy business owners. They charge $1,000 to $5,000 for an hour of their time. So that would be completely off the table, but it's the exact reason why we have over 500 case studies or assets or whatever you have that I can send to you, especially a section of them that are just like you that you can dig into, or I even can cover with you. So what I want to do is send those over to you so you can actually go through them. So what I want to know is there a specific type of case study you were looking for? And if so, I can build a list for you of some people to go through ASAP, okay? So you want to say something like that to where, but basically the key points of this is you explain, hey, you're not wrong for wanting this. Here's our policy. In our position, this is just simply our situation. So therefore, and it's very key you say this phrase, that's completely off the table, all right? You have to just definitively say that. If you do this a lot of reps, they're like on their back foot, kind of trying to explain it, but they're also nervous and they just sound so weak. That's when the prospect really kind of gets skeptical. If you just do one of these, it's completely off the table. But we can't do that. But what we can do is, and then you just get into the solution. Almost 99% of the time, they're just like, sure. Because they're not going to challenge it because they know at the end of the day, it's not going to happen. Again, it's completely off the table. So another thing here is if you have somebody that's not as risk adverse, you can do a 7-day trial close, which removes the risk completely. And then you can just close them on the spot. You know, like this is for certain people who are decisive. Sometimes it's like B2C programs. It's like, look, like, why don't you just come in for 7 days? You'll be able to interact with all the clients in the community. And then if you don't like it after your onboarding call, we'll just refund you. Most people will never refund, especially when you make it's like you put a money where your mouth is offer in that strong like that. They won't refund. And if they do, they never would have bought anyways. Okay, so let's move on to I don't have time to implement. So the prospect would say here, hey, this sounds great. I want to do it in 2 months when I have the time. But other words, it sounds great. You would say, yeah, no problem. Totally get that. Just so I can be clear on my end, you 100% believe that it's going to work. This is what you want to do. It's just a matter of you want to do it in 2 months. They're going to be like, yeah, got it. So you mentioned 2 months, like what would be your exact start date, right? You always want to pin this down, okay? Because the next question you're going to ask is, let's say they say, oh, it's May 3rd. Gotcha. So if we were speaking on May 3rd and May 3rd was right now, you'd be 100% moving forward. We'd be processing payment. Now, let's say they say yes, okay? So again, those are pretty strong. Sniff out a real objection or you proceed. Now, if it truly is that I don't have time objection, I want to kind of teach you the way to think about it because it's really not the scripting. You just got to think about what's going on here. So obviously, if you're at this part of the call and they're like, I don't have the time. If this is like a business owner, or it doesn't really matter if it's a business owner, it could be somebody with a personal problem, weight loss, etc. Like they've mentioned that X, Y, and Z problem, whatever reason they're on the call, is extremely important to fix. In a business standpoint, it's oftentimes the number one constraint in their company. So let's say that a business owner comes on, they want help with lead generation. You can help with lead generation. So they come on and basically identify that the number one constraint in their business is lead generation. Now, throughout your sales process, you should get them sold and also tie them down that, like we just did, that your solution is 100% what they believe they need to do to fix the lead generation. All right? So if those two things are true, then as a business owner, what we want to do is spend our time on where the most constraints are in the business. And so if both those two things are true is the only thing, the top priority of really where you should spend your time is this. So if not now, when? Okay? You could actually handle the objection just by explaining what I just explained. It's a little different than how I wrote it out, but that's kind of the idea is, okay, this is the number one problem in your business and the number one constraint. As a business owner, you should be focusing all your time on the number one constraint. Like we hear Alex Hormozi say that all the time. And then if we've also identified that this is the number one thing you think that you need to do to fix the problem, then what else would you spend your time on other than this? You see how that works? That's kind of the thought process here. If you just have the thought process, it doesn't matter what the scripting is, you'll nail this. That's how you handle it after you isolate it. So in my example, I basically just kind of outlined that. I'm like, look, so you've already mentioned the number one problem in your business is lead generation, right? And you also mentioned that's probably the main constraint in your business where you need to spend the most time. And then finally, you also mentioned out of all the solutions you looked into, this is what you feel like is the best path forward of fixing the problem. So let me ask you a question, like how many hours do you work a week? Great. Well, I'm not asking you to work more hours. I'm asking you to direct those hours into the number one constraint in your business. And then using our solution, that'll actually take you less time than it would to do it yourself. But like, if you're going to grow your business, why would you not focus on this now? Like, if not now, when? This is the biggest priority. So I'm not trying to like, make you feel bad about it, but I am trying to realign you in the sense, like, I don't know why you wouldn't want to focus on this now. Like, we're just kind of delaying the inevitable, or is something else going on? So that's kind of essentially how we would handle this here. And now an additional option you could do, and you can use this close for a variety of different reasons, is called circumstances versus vision. So you can actually use this for a variety of different closes. But it goes to something along the lines of like, hey, look, can I tell you what I'm seeing here? The biggest problem in your business is lead generation, okay? Or whatever their problem is in their life or their business. And your biggest bottleneck to solving it is time. But the reason you don't have time in your business is because of lack of lead generation. Because if you had more leads, you'd have more cash flow. If you have more cash flow, you could hire employees, and then you'd not be stuck in the business. You'd be working on the business instead of being a glorified employee. So if the very problem you're on this call to solve is the exact thing that's going to keep you from getting started and fixing the problem, you're in a self-perpetuating loop and you're stuck. Does that make sense? So the real question is not when is going to be the right time, because it's never going to feel like the right time. The real question is, when are you going to stop making decisions based out of a place of current circumstances and start making them out of a place of vision? Because if you keep making decisions based on current circumstances, you're going to get more what? The same circumstances. But when you start making decisions out of a place of future vision, you'll open yourself up to a new world of possibility. So who do you want to be? Somebody who's caught in that self-perpetuating loop, or somebody who recognizes that if not now, when? And somebody knows that if you start when it's hard, then when it gets easy, you're going to be a rocket ship, and absolutely it's going to be a breeze. Okay? So this is very effective. And honestly, this kind of who do you want to be close is a very, very good close. Obviously not for like high-end B2B stuff oftentimes, but B2C, you would use this all the time. So I tried something similar and it didn't work. Okay, so this is one where truthfully, like, you really need to prevent this before you get to the end. And the way you prevent it before is really in discovery, okay? So a lot of these questions I'm going to suggest that you ask here would have originally been asked in discovery. But if you ever miss anything in discovery that ends up being an objection, oftentimes what you have to do is kind of go back into discovery, and then you come back, and then eventually you could rehandle the objection. But ideally, again, what you really want to be doing here is you totally already got through what they tried in the past and it didn't work, and then you positioned your solution later on as the simultaneous explanation of why everything they tried in the past has failed and why this is going to be different. And then that way, if they bring up something like this, you've already covered it and you can just reference back to it. But let's say for whatever reason, they drop a grenade on you, you had no idea, and you're like, what do I do? So the first line of attack is you go back in discovery, okay? What did you try in the past? What was like the method they were implementing, right? So like, let's say they've tried an agency in the past and it didn't work. Well, it really matters, like, what was the agency actually doing? Like if they had somebody, who was in roofing using an agency and they're like, yeah, do webinars. Okay, well, like, webinar, it's not that the agencies don't work or Facebook ads don't work. It's like, why were you doing a webinar when you're in roofing? I know that's an extreme example, but like the method matters. Even with like a health coach, well, what were they having you do? What was their methodology? And let's say it was like keto, and the person like lost a bunch of weight, then rebounded like crazy, as we know is very common with a ketogenic diet. So obviously like the method matters, and that opens up for an educational opportunity of how we can overcome that and kind of educate them of why that didn't work in the past and why that's going to be different. So that's why I said this creates a potential differentiation point, which is essentially what I'm already explaining. Now, I always ask like, hey, so what would you have changed if you could? Like, what did you feel like was missing? That can give you another opportunity. This is a really, really great question that will just kind of help you get an angle every single time. It's like, it goes along the lines of it goes along the lines of essentially, look, so like we're often put in a place where, we're having to pick up the pieces after somebody who's really overpromised and underdelivered. And generally what we found is when people invest in stuff or invest in an agency, et cetera, and don't get the result, it's one of three things. It's either the methodology they were implementing was ineffective, like the roofing and the webinars example, or the methodology was great, but their execution or their support in terms of helping you implement that effectively just wasn't there. Or number three, it's like some way in which you showed up and you didn't actually put in the work. So which one of those three do you think it was, if not a combination of that? So what's really nice about this is if it's the method in your pitch, you differentiate the method. If it's the support, you dig in a little bit of that, see what was missing, and then emphasize the support or the execution in your pitch. If it's they didn't put in the work, I mean, then you further qualify, well, are you ready to put in the work, etc. A lot of times, they're not going to say this. They're going to give you one of these two. But it really helps here. And then all you would do here is you would just repitch. So you would just re-explain the offer while making these emphasis of differentiation points, okay? It's really going back and patching what you missed in the beginning. It's ideally handled in discovery. Now, let's just say, for example, that you do all of that and you're like, man, I've already did that. I tried to differentiate it. They're like not getting it. They can't comprehend it. They just will not move off of this thing. They're like really stuck on, I've been burned. Okay. So here, what you can do is just have an honest conversation. Be like, look, can I be honest with you? Right? I might not tell you what you want to hear, but I'm going to tell you what you need to hear. Is that fine? Okay, great. Well, look, I totally understand being apprehensive because you've been burned. And I've been burned tons of times with people who overpromise and underdeliver. So for instance, X, Y, and Z, X, Y, and Z, X, Y, and Z. Like for me especially, I got tons of stories of getting scammed and all sorts of stuff. Usually way worse than the people who actually have the objections. I've been scammed like you wouldn't even believe. And what I've learned is the real question about this is what lesson you're going to learn from the experience. You know, are you going to learn that because you tried something once and it didn't work, that you're never going to get help from anybody ever again? Or you're going to learn the lesson that that one bad decision is the tuition you pay to making a better and more informed decision the next time. So look, is there anything specifically keeping you from being less than 100% certain that this is what you need to get to the outcome? Because if not, let's not make one bad decision sabotage what's going to be a great decision. Okay. So two options here. They gave you a specific thing again, or if not, you can kind of pivot to, hey, it's a little bit of nerves. You go to the nerves close. We'll cover that later. Or you just reassure them a little bit and then pivot to the close. Okay. Let's move on to the guarantee. So for what it's worth, the easiest way to handle this, obviously, is just to have a guarantee. If you can have a conditional guarantee, it's obviously ideal. Oftentimes done smart. It's very little risk to your business. And it just helps you close more deals. And the other thing is too, is if you don't want to offer the conditional guarantee to everybody, you can actually just handle it or just offer it to people who only bring it up. And in that way, it only might get offered to 20% of your clients. And it's only for the people you add it to their contract who really are hell-bent on it. And that even eliminates your risk even more. Now, one thing I want to go to about this objection, is there a guarantee, is usually this is way overhandled. Okay, so I'm going to explain that in a little bit. So let's say they say, hey, is there a guarantee? Hey, we can definitely talk about that. Just curious, is there a reason you're asking that question? Are you asking that for a reason? All right. Is there any specific reason you're asking that question? Something along those lines. The reason you want to ask this is basically sometimes you're going to get the I've been burned objection, which it's better to just pivot right into that and handle that. Or what happens is they're just curious. Okay. And oftentimes, if they're just curious, if this is on their checklist of questions that they just ask every salesperson, then what happens is you can just handle this very quickly and move on, and it's not an issue. A lot of times, reps are like, oh my God, they go into objection mode. They take an innocent question and blow it way out of proportion, okay? So depending on what the response is, you would say, gotcha, well, I hear you and I appreciate that. Look, there's tons of stuff that's out of our control. For example, like, are you going to put in the work? Are you to be able to generate the leads? So you just want to list stuff that's out of your control. Okay. It's kind of offer specific. So I didn't say all of that. Right. So because of that, I can't guarantee any result, not to mention like me guaranteeing and claiming that you're going to get anything is illegal, immoral, and unethical anyways. Like that's against the law. So like I can't predict the future or promise you anything. What I can guarantee is we'll give you all the tools you need to get outcome. For instance, deliverable. And I can guarantee that, look, like we've had people just like you, like case study, who'll be able to use those tools to get the type of the results that you want. So again, I can't guarantee any sort of result, but what I can guarantee is we'll give you everything you need to succeed. What really matters is, number one, are you going to 100% show up and get to work? And number two, when you run into a problem, which you will, are you going to raise your hand when you need help? Okay, great. So if you are going to do that, you're going to be in a great place. But great question. What other questions do you have? Okay. So what I want to mention about this is, in a likely scenario, they've just been burned. So what actually happens is, and this is the reason we do this little question here, is you're going to end up sidestepping this completely and handling I've been burned. Okay. So that is oftentimes what happens. The other likely scenario is they're literally just, it's a checklist question. They're just asking an innocent question. In that case, when you temperature check in the beginning, which is again why you have to ask this question, or you asking that for a reason. If they're like, no, I'm just curious, okay? Then you can basically, you could even get away with, no, we don't. But great question. What are the questions? That's how simple you could just handle that if it's just curiosity. So a lot of times it's either I've been burned or it's curiosity. If they're very hung up on the guarantee, then you would go through this whole language. But don't use this if it's not necessary. If it's just I've been burned, handle I've been burned. If it's just curious, just be like, no, we don't because there's too much out of our control, but that's a great question. What other questions do you have? And they're like, oh, okay. And it's just a thing on their checklist. They'll move on. All right. So, I put here like a mini closers. They just way over handle this. And again, if somebody's really hung up on it, you could hit them with this. Okay. So let's say they say, hey, it's too risky. Okay. This is not going to be a B2B thing. Oftentimes it's going to be a B2C thing. And oftentimes you're only going to get this type of objection if you've already handled a few objections and there's been a lot of loops. Okay. So you would say, gotcha, I hear you on that. Now, can I share with you one of the biggest things that I've noticed between people who have tremendous success and the ones who keep going in circles? Well, look, your goal is to make X, Y, and Z, right? Ultimately, X, Y, and Z per year. That would put you in the top 1% or 0.01% of people income earners in the world. Okay, so have you ever wondered why so few people make that amount of money? Well, it's because of the fear of risk. Okay, there's tons of people who say they want to make that, but there's far fewer who actually take the risk necessary to be the person who deserves that amount of success. So knowing that to be true, the real question is, do you want to be a part of the 99% of people who say those things, but their actions never align with their words because they're never willing to take the risk, or you want to be a part of the 1% that actually, when they bump up to that glass wall of fear and that risk, they can break through it and expand and not contract? Which one of those two people do you want to be? So something along those lines, you can see that's a who you want to be close. Again, you're totally not going to use this on a high-end B2B prospect, okay? This is really low prosumer audiences, health and fitness, dating, whatever, right? So now, one of my favorites, I'm just nervous, okay? So obviously, that goes with all of this stuff. Just use this ethically. Don't take grandma's last dollar, all right? Don't be putting anybody in a bad spot. And then this thing is obviously just a B2C thing. Again, some of these B2B, it's really about getting them sold and then navigating logistics. It generally is not you're dealing with risk, you're dealing with nerves, you're dealing with massive reframes, stuff like that. But B2C, that's where it's at. That's the difference. So generally here, again, I've already alluded to this, but what happens is I'll feed them, hey, do you think it's a little bit of nerves? Because they'll kind of get stuck. All right. They'll be like, yeah, I just don't know. I don't know. I'll be like, look, do you just think it's a little bit of nerves? They'll be like, yeah. And then you go into this. Okay. So you'd say, gotcha. So, this is what you need. It's just a little bit of nerves then, right? And they're like, yeah, it's just a little bit of nerves. Then you say, good. And that's the pattern interrupt. Okay. It's good that you're nervous. There's nerves for a reason. Those nerves are there for a reason, and they're a good thing. That means there's some weight to it, some meaning to it. Nothing ever great in this world was built by somebody who wasn't a little bit nervous at first. So being nervous is okay, but deep down in the pit of your stomach, you should know that despite the fear, that this is the right thing to do. And earlier when I asked you how you felt and asked you do you feel like there's 100% what you need to be able to get to outcome? You mentioned this, what do you wanted to do, right? So who do you want to be? You want to be the type of person who gives into that fear, or the type of person who can feel the fear and do it anyways? Then let's get this started, okay? So that basically is how to handle that. I know that sounds a little flowery. It's it is a little bizoppy, but man, I closed so many people with that. You have no idea. It actually worked really well, especially if you really get the tonality right. It's hard to manufacture kind of the feeling of when you would use something like that when you're in a one-sided training like this. So we're going to move on to support objections. Support means essentially they're deferring authority to, they want to talk to their spouse, their business partner. And really what happens is upward, equal, and downward authority. There's a little bit of nuances of how you handle each. Upward would be they got to talk to their boss or a board. Equal is usually partner spouse. And downward would be oh, I really want to do this. I want to speak with my team because my team is going to implement this. Okay. So little nuances in how you handle it. We'll start with partner and spouse. And in this framework is going to be, again, a little bit more B2C, but you'll get the B2B nuances that you need from it as well. Okay, so Once we get this, we say, hey, so aside from letting your spouse know, is there anything else that's keeping you from being less than 100% certain that this is really what you want to do? And this is 100% what you need to get to X, Y, and Z, right? Same exact tie down that we always do. Okay. Then we say, if they say yes, we say, awesome. So just hypothetically, if your spouse is on this call and they're like, hey, Bob, I believe you and do whatever is best for your business, like whatever decision you want to make, I'm totally good with. If they had already given you that permission, would you be 100% moving forward and processing payment with me on this call right now? Okay, so you see how direct that is? Like I isolated, hey, just suppose that was already taken care of. Are you ready to go? Again, what I want to do is if there is any specifics at all, I don't go into spouse yet. I handle uncertainty first. Once uncertainty is done, I go into spouse. So then if they say yes, they're like, no, I'd be 100% in. I just really got to talk to my spouse. Cool. Totally get that. No problem. Now, just for clarity's sake, like, is this a respect thing to where you essentially made the decision you're going to do it? You're just kind of letting them know? Or, you're going to have like a real conversation and really collaborate on this. All right. So with here, this is a common question. If it's obvious of what their answer is going to be, you don't have to ask it. Okay. But you can ask it if you feel like it's not obvious. The rule of thumb here is anything that is not no, like, dude, I'm 100% moving forward. Like, just the way our account works, it would be totally weird if I just like gave this to you right now. So like, look, I'm going to give it a 5-minute call. Just let them know it's leaving an account. Don't worry about it. If like, unless you get something like that, just always assume that no, they got to like sit down and like talk about this. If it's business partners, generally they're going to sit down and talk about it. Right. So it's going to be one of those things. So almost always what's going to happen is, but for whatever, before I move on, for whatever reason, if it is somebody who's truly just letting them know, you could usually take like a refundable deposit or get them to call them right now or something. It's just very rare that happens. If this comes up, usually they really got to have a conversation, which means we move on to discovery. Now, unlike I've been burned in the past, this is discovery where generally you can do a little bit, but you're going to have to always do again at the end. Okay. So obviously this is framed as all spouse questions, but most of these can be used for business partner and also team, board, etc. And I'm going to actually go through some nuances at the end. But I'm always like, hey, what do you think she's going to think about this? Gotcha. What do you think she's going to think about the price? Gotcha. Is she supportive of you growing your business, starting a new business, losing weight, whatever it is? Like, are you guys on the same page about that? What if she says no? That's one where like I really, depending on what they say there, I really want to do some coaching, because you might even talk about, well, like, look, like, how do you think your relationship's going to be if this resentment builds of her not letting you do the things that you really want to do and that really fulfill your purpose? So like, if you're not going to address this now, when are you going to address this? Because it's really not becoming just a business thing. It's a marriage thing. There's all sorts of things that you can do there with this question. I always ask this in almost every situation. It's very, very good. You should know if they're involved in the business. Do they know about us? Do they know you're on this call? What would they think if they knew you're on this call? You don't have to obviously ask all of these. Like, I would never ask all of these. Usually I'm asking like 3 to 4 and I can kind of just get a feel for it from there. Okay. Now, generally, if it's a business partner, any of these 3 situations, business partner, spouse, or upward authority, meaning they're going to talk to their boss, what we need to do is we need to coach them on how to have the conversation. Okay. Now, there's 2 outcomes of them having the conversation. If you feel like they can sell them on the thing, then let them have the conversation. You book the follow-up with them. If you feel like there's no way this person can sell this person on it, then you need them to have the conversation to not sell the program, but sell the meeting with you. So generally, like a spouse, most times you need to really bank on the spouse to make the sale for you. You can add them to the call, but most times you're going to bank on them to make the sale for you. If it's a boss, it depends on the quality of the executive, but a lot of times I'm like, hey, bring your boss back and we'll have to go back through everything. But sometimes I've had people who, I can ask the question of like, hey, generally when you take things to your boss, how does that conversation go? And usually like what happens from there? Like how, basically from you getting a presentation to your boss, like, hey, you really want to do this, right? So let me know so I can help you. What is generally when you take this to your boss, what does the process look like from there to a signed contract and getting paid? And they'll just tell you. And oftentimes they're like, yeah, he's going to be totally fine with it. He'll just tell me, he'll give me authority to use the card, etc. Or, who knows what they're going to actually bring up, and maybe we need to bring that person on the call. So it's generally one of those two things. Now, I want to give you the spouse one. If, like, let's say this guy is going to go talk to his wife. So we're going to say, great. So look, I definitely want you to talk to your spouse, but I want to remind you there's two ways you can go about this. It could be a conversation when you go to your partner and you say, hey, that business of mine that I spent a ton of money on, and it's only caused us a lot of stress and constant ups and downs and all this stuff. Well, look, I met a guy on the internet who might be able to help, and it's like $7,000. And what do you think? Here's all the details. It's like a joke, okay? Or it can be a conversation where you sit down and confidently tell her, like, hey, babe, I know that the business I've wanted to start and my business in general has kind of just not been what I've always promised it could be, and I really haven't been committed to it at the level I should. And I know you've been, despite that, really good at supporting me every step of the way. I want to let you know that I'm going to fix that starting now. I've decided and committed to grow this where it should be already. I found somebody to help me get there and an amazing coach. And I'm really asking for your emotional support and buy-in to this decision I've already made, because this is extremely important to me. And I need to do this for us. But I want to have a serious conversation between me and you so we're aligned on that before I move forward. Okay? So I just kind of riffed that off the cuff. But the point is, you need to give the person a clear contrast of the wimpy version, which is generally what most people do, believe it or not, because when they're talking with you, they're very confident and they're like, yeah, I'm going to bring it up. Oh, yeah. And then they don't even think about, man, how am I going to present this to my wife or whoever? And then they just get wrecked. Okay. So you need to really let them know, like, look, it's going to be a tough conversation. Like, you got to like saddle up and like go to war here a lot of times. So, and then you can end this whole framework by saying, now let me ask you, like, which one of those two guys do you think is going to convince his wife? He's like, haha, obviously the second one. Okay, great. Because obviously if you're not certain about this, she's not going to be neither, nor should she be, because you're uncertain and you're the direction and leader as a man. So the real question is, like, when you go to talk to that spouse, which one of those two are you going to be? Are you sure? Because if there's anything else that's going to keep you from being less than 100% certain that you want to do this, let's cover that, because I need you to go into this conversation 100% certain, right? So now moving on from this, obviously, like, you're not going to do this sort of thing like, hey, there's two ways you could go to your board. You could go to your board like a complete wimp, or you're not going to do that for that. Even with a business partner, unless it's like a toxic relationship where you have and this happens, where you have somebody who's just like totally not on board and not on the same page as one business partner, and that business partner is totally complaining. And then you have another person who they really want like the lead generation fixed. Sometimes you got to coach those people. That's tough. Generally, you're going to use something like this for the spouse. Okay, it's a little bit more B2C, but it gives you an idea of, again, like, you need to create a champion and then coach them on how to have the conversation with whoever they got to have the conversation of. And remember, there's two outcomes. You coach them on how to set the meeting with you, or coach them how to actually get permission for the sale. Okay, what you pick is going to depend on the belief you have in that champion. So now, few caveats. So like for boards, any type of upward mobility where it's a boss or a board, just so you know, there's generally an investment amount that's okay to where anything above that investment amount needs approved. So what you can actually do, and this is such an easy way to close this without it going on to like a 3-week process, is you just figure out what that is, do a refundable deposit for that amount, get them started. Then they can work on the next week or two to get board approval. And honestly, once an object is in motion, it usually stays in motion. They'll almost never refund. So that's a very, very good way to do that. And then, if like, instead of refunding too, if like they don't get approval, you could like just give them some SOPs or some training, and then they can, that can be what they got for the $4,000 or whatever their threshold was. The other thing with boards is, again, I mean, it's similar to what I already talked about. You really want to just get somebody 100% sold. It's much easier to get somebody 100% sold when it's not their money, by the way. So get them 100% sold, make them their champion. And then you got to just go through this A and B framework. If it's a boss, it's usually generally best for you to get involved and then to get on the call. If it's a board, they can usually sell the board if they're the CEO. Now, if it's downward authority, this is a tricky one, because you'll sleep on this thinking that, oh, they'll be able to convince their team works for them. You'd be surprised. Sometimes their team just throws grenades into everything, and they have a bad team. That's why they need help. So if it's downward authority, the big question to ask is, what if they say no? What if they say they don't have the bandwidth? What if they say, oh, we can just do this ourselves? What if they say, oh, I don't think this should be a priority right now? Because oftentimes that's exactly what they're going to say. And what we really want to do is ask these questions, start prodding, and then actually have kind of the come to Jesus that look like, if you believe this is the number one constraint in your business, your job as CEO is to determine what the problem is, what the priority is, what the vision is, and align everybody to attack that. You shouldn't really be going to them and asking for permission. Now, if you want to do that just to get them bought in, I understand that. That's fine. But if they say no, are you prepared to tell them, no, guys, like, we are doing this? I'm not asking you for permission. I'm asking you for buy-in. So you would be surprised how often, because a lot of times when they go to their team that's going to be implementing, the team will see it as an attack on how they're currently doing their job. The team's already really busy, has too many priorities. And the team's like, oh my gosh, this is another thing they're piling on my plate. They don't think I'm doing a good job. Oh, what if this outside consultant comes in and fires me? There's all sorts of things that they're going to like delay and be like, oh no, we can just do it. No, they can't. You'd already done it. It's just like, so it's kind of ridiculous, but I'm telling you, these objections kill deals because like, they don't seem like, you would think that the business owner would just have a sack and like, just, do it, but they don't. Okay. Financial objections. So this is really anything from, I can't afford it. It's too expensive. I can't make this work. I'll make it work financially in 2 months. Any financial objection, we handle it the same. Okay. So again, you say, hey, no problem. Money and everything aside. Do you 100% want to do this? Like, do you feel like this is what you need to get the outcome? Same thing as always. So money aside, you're 100% in. Same thing as same thing as always. We want to look for the specific objection. Or like if they're hesitating, tonality, wishy-washiness, we call it out. If it's just the money, which a lot of times with this one, we'll isolate it, we'll get the double tight on it's just the money. Then we proceed and we'll say, hey, look, so most of our clients do it up front. For certain clients, depending on the situation, we break it up. So look, are you open to having an honest conversation financially, getting everything on the table so we can see if there's a way to make this work now, or at the very least, we'll work towards this in the future. Does that sound good? Okay, they say, yeah, that's fine. Got it. So, and let me get these three data points. Hey, what's your net incoming cash in the next 30 days? Okay, what's your cash on hand right now exactly? And what about credit and access to credit? Now, when you ask this, here's what's key. If you make it weird, it's going to be weird. If you don't make it weird, it's not going to be weird. All right? The reason it's not going to be weird is because by the time you get to this call, there's been 1, 2, 3 times they've told you they 100% want to do it. They just don't know how to make it work financially. You offered to help them make it work financially so that they can do something they 100% want to do. There should be no friction here. And also in the solution, if you pitch that how I teach, of course, they've already told you that sounds perfect too. So they told you they want to do this like 5 times up until this point and that they need help. So if you don't make it weird, it's really you're just helping them. Now, with cash on hand sometimes, what you have to do is you're going to say, hey, what's your cash on hand right now? They're going to say 1K. That's not their cash on hand. So always say, hey, I'm not asking what you can spend right now. I don't even know if you could do this right now. This might not be something you could do. But what I am asking is like, what's actually available? Because even if we can't do something now, I want to make sure you have a game plan to work towards this in the future. Because when you say cash on hand, what I'm referring to is what's in your checking account. What I'm not referring to is how much you can spend right now. Okay. So this is very key that they tell you this, just quite frankly. And then credit and all this other stuff. If you don't make it weird, it won't be weird. Believe me, I've used this probably 300, 400, 500 times. I mean, I'm not even kidding. Maybe even more than that. I've used it so many times. If you count my sales team, thousands of times, thousands and thousands. Now, once we get all the numbers, then we say, hey, and you really want to do this, right? Because obviously at this point, like, I want to make sure they really want to do it before I close them, because I'm going to close them. And they say, yes. Okay, well, look, like, I don't think the best thing for you is to do this all up front. If that's going to like zero you out or put you in a financially bad spot. I also don't think the best thing for you, based on what we talked about earlier, is to do nothing. So what I'd be willing to do for you is let you come in for blank down. That way you can come in, get X result, Y result, and Z result. And then that way, when the next payment comes around 30 days down the line, you already have tons of momentum, and it's really at that point just becoming an afterthought. So if I'm willing to do that for you, are you willing to move forward right now? Okay, that's the framework. So again, it's not weird unless you make it weird. If you get resistance, like they won't tell you their finances, they never really wanted to do it in the first place, they're not sold. Okay, so you ended up, the reason you got to that place and that happened is your tie downs are weak. If your tie downs are very strong, they would have actually given you a real specific objection and concern. But likely you blew the call way long ago. Big thing with financial objections. Don't ask, okay, well, like what payment can you do? Okay. You need to lead them, not the other way around. The only way you can lead them is knowing what actually their financial situation looks like, which is why you have to ask those questions. It's very, very key. Yeah, and generally when you offer a payment plan, go to the highest thing that you think they can do and always know you can do one lower, okay? Generally, when I offer the first thing, I almost think they're probably not going to be able to do it, and then I'll offer the next one lower, but that will keep your cash collection up. And then here's the final thing is always make sure when you offer something, you get something in return. So if I'm going to change my terms to a 2-pay, I want to get a decision now. That's why I say, if, hey, I'm willing to do that for you, are you willing to move forward right now? I'm trading better terms for a decision right now. Let's say they say no, we go back and forth, then I have to go to a 3-pay later. Instead of just being like, well, what about a 3-pay? I'll be like, hey, if I'm willing to do that for you, will you move forward right now and give me a case study when you get amazing results? So you see how, like, when I ask for something in return, whatever I'm giving to them has more value. That's it for this training, guys. I'll see you in the next training.